The bow is a weapon that can control human life from a distance. An arrow as fast as lightning, as strong as thunder, and sharp as a snake's fang. Let just a person imagine a weapon being aimed at them that can't even be seen. What could be more frightening than that? At this time on Changbeek Mountain, a little boy was practicing his archery skills. The girl told him that the martial art practicing archery is called Kyudo. So the boy decided to release the arrows. You could tell by the look in his eyes that he was very confident. Immediately he hit right on target. His grandfather told him that normal shooting in Kyudo is called pensa. But when there are many opponents, he will not have time to aim. In such cases, saksa, speed shooting, is used. And the next level is advansa, already involves firing multiple arrows at once. Only those who have reached Yanhuangs can achieve the title of a true archer. You must be able to shoot 3 arrows at a time. So the grandfather fired all 3 arrows and told the boy that each one was for a different purpose. And lastly, archery with internal energy. Grandpa picked a target and chose a bunny that was passing by. But the bunny felt that he was being hunted and immediately ran away. But Grandpa fired an arrow, and immediately the arrow caught up with the hare and pierced its body. Grandpa told the boy that you can reach any target with a sword, so why can't you reach it with an arrow? Grandpa demonstrated to him and killed 3 more birds that were in the sky. He calls archery a podiusul, a bounty hunting technique. After teaching his grandson, Grandpa came home and lay down on his hammock to rest for a while. But his loud snoring could be heard from the mountain. Just then his grandson came running to him screaming for his grandfather. Stark slowly opened his eyes and looked to see who was yelling at him. When he saw his grandson, he asked what was wrong. The boy was so happy that he said he wanted to show something to his grandfather. How much he excelled at archery in the strong wind. Clenching his fist, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The grandfather heard these words and hit him on the head with his cane. He asked the boy how he had dared to wake him up during meditation for such a trifle. After all, he had almost reached the top and he had ruined it. But how was he going to answer for it? Grandfather asked. The boy told his grandfather that he was not meditating but drooling from his mouth. The grandfather immediately punched him again and replied that his stick was banging on him. When the grandfather came to the forest, he asked the boy once again if he had learned to shoot in strong winds. The boy replied that it was time to check. The wind was blowing, and he would try to hit that limb. Grandpa looked at that knot and thought about it, but then suddenly told the guy to stop. The grandfather approached the target and raised his hand, telling his grandson not to hesitate and to shoot. The boy, hearing these words, did not believe and thought that the grandfather is crazy or he has hemorrhoids. The grandfather saw his grandson's eyes and asked, "Isn't he sure?" The boy replied that he would definitely hit the target, but just in case, let the grandfather move away. Grandpa smiled and replied that if he didn't have the guts, then let him not waste Grandpa's precious time. The boy saw that the target in front of him was too small and his grandfather was too big. Grandpa was yelling at him to shoot. He was hitting smaller objects in stronger winds. The boy raised his bow in front of him, and in a moment hesitated and decided that he would not shoot. Grandpa yelled at him not to chicken out there. He's a man, so he should gather his strength immediately. The boy still didn't dare to shoot and they walked back to the house. Grandpa started practicing his techniques. But then the boy came running again and told his grandfather that he had found a wild pigeon bleeding in the mountains. Grandfather told him to show him. The boy covered him with his body and replied that since it was a gift from heaven, he would eat it. The grandfather could not bear such disrespect and hit him on the head with a stick. The boy cried out in pain and asked his grandfather, "Why is he hitting him?" The grandfather examined the bird and asked the boy, "And does that mean a wild pigeon?" "It's a bird called Haedonkian, otherwise known as the Lord of the Sky." The boy told him, "What difference does it make? It will turn into food later anyway." His grandfather told him that she was of the falcon family, brave in battle and serves only one master throughout her life. So let the grandchild choose whether to starve or to take care of her. The boy was surprised and asked. Grandpa asked him, "Have his ears fallen off?" Let him decide, will he go without food for 2 weeks or take care of her? The boy answered that it turns out that he should not starve. The grandfather answered him that he should make efforts and they would surely justify him. There's a big wound on the bird's wing. Have the boy gather healing herbs and stop the bleeding as soon as possible. After treating the wounded wing of the bird, he began to treat it further. At this time, the pot with the medicine was already boiling. His grandfather had told him that the most important thing when preparing the medicine was not to make a mistake, and to cook it only over low heat. And then the day came when the boy shouted to his grandfather that the falcon was flying. He was so happy that he was able to heal his bird. Holding out his hand, the falcon immediately sat on his arm, and the boy said with joy that his bird was very beautiful. The boy looked at him and thought he should be named something. When he first saw him, his face was powerful and his wings were bleeding. Chiol in honor of the bulk, and Kiolmenpi in tribute his fortitude. And so he gave him the name Fat Man. Grandpa told his grandson the next day that since he was decent at archery, then they would start learning something else from today. His grandson asked him, "Different?" Grandpa answered him that he would be mastering his family's Chulhanran walking technique. It's a technique based on the wolf's gait. The boy asked, "Does that mean you can walk in different ways?" The walking technique has two subspecies. The first is for attacking. This is, say, the Yunshinbab of the Shaman clan. And the other is for defense. For example, Ami's Humvee. Have the boy stand here and watch carefully. Grandpa immediately started jumping in different directions, but his speed was different and fast at all. Grandfather stood before him and asked him if he had seen. He will repeat it several more times, so let him look carefully. Grandpa started to show him again, and at high speed demonstrated how it should be done. The boy was surprised and thought, "Is this something he needs to learn? That's crazy. It's not a combat technique. It's more like frog jumping." Grandpa stopped and asked his grandson how he liked it. He agrees with his grandfather that it is very cool. The boy pointed his fingers and replied that it was top class. He realized that if he told his grandfather no, he would scold him again, and he wouldn't even feed him until he supposedly had an epiphany. The grandfather thought and told his grandson that he didn't seem to understand. What is the peculiarity of this walking technique? Now he's going to show him. His grandfather moved farther away from him and told him to watch and not yawn. The boy was just falling asleep from boredom and replied that he was watching. And so the grandfather began to demonstrate that this time the boy had lost all his words that he knew. He saw his grandfather in front of him, and from him, he felt a strength that was comparable to that of a wolf. The boy just opened his mouth and froze for a while. His grandfather asked him what's wrong with him. Thin is his gut. Let him wake up immediately. And then Grandpa saw that he had pissed himself and said that he was such an adult and he was still doing such things. What should we do with him? The boy asked what was that? The grandfather replied that it seemed his grandson had finally gotten his wish. Immediately the boy began to agree with him. His grandfather answered him that Chulhanran involves repeating not only the gait of a wolf, but also a burst of energy resembling that of a wolf. The wolf, before attacking its prey, first paralyzes it and only then attacks. And as the boy has already noticed, the wolf shows its predatory nature first. And this unrestrained flow freezes the victim's movement. Next, the wolf delivers a fatal blow in one leap, cutting the neck, and that's where the whole hunting process usually stops. The way the boy was stunned when he sensed his intent? If something like that suddenly happened in a real battle, he'd be dead by now. The grandfather asked the boy to tell him how far away he was. The boy answered that it was about 10 paces. The boy suddenly saw that he was laughing at his movement because it looked like a frog jump, and it turns out he was jumping such a long distance. The grandfather told his grandson that Chulhanran is mostly used for defense rather than offense. The boy asked, "Is that true?" Grandpa replied that it was to the fact that he had no reason to use the walking technique when attacking. The boy said that meant he could only use it when he was running away. The grandfather said he was a fool, and let him tell me what his main weapon is. The boy immediately replied that it was a bow. The grandfather asked, "Then why would he go to the enemy's nose with that bow? Will he hit with a bow or with an arrow?" The bow is not a weapon for short range, but for long range. Already noticed, probably, this technique allows you not only to get to the enemy in a short time, but also to bounce away from him. Let him imagine that he was sneaking behind the enemy's back, and the enemy felt a surge of predatory energy. Chulhanran allows you to keep a respectful distance from your opponent. Shall I show him again? And then the boy raised his hands and replied that he didn't need to. Grandfather said that the Shaman and Kanrian clans, who had gathered the best martial artists in their ranks, were constantly arguing among themselves about whose technique was better. Both the technique of the Jaunzan clan shamans and the technique of the Shur-Dapalsik are so complex in their essence that it is simply useless to compare them. The boy asked, "What about their techniques then?" And then Grandpa heard this and immediately smacked him upside the head. He told his grandson to think about what he was saying. Their technique is the only and unique walking technique in the entire universe. How can he compare their technique to such a pacifist? The boy grabbed his head in pain and realized that he didn't know. He was just beginning to learn. Grandpa said that, as they say, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Let him watch carefully and try to remember. And then Grandpa immediately started showing the guy how it even happens, and what he should pay more attention to. The boy looked at his grandfather and saw that every step was like this. Over 180 footprints, each looking in a different direction. Grandpa said that each pair of footprints corresponds to one rack the body must hit when moving Chulhanran. And the boy immediately began to look at Grandpa's footsteps and said, "First to go forward, then backward, then to the left, and now." The boy stopped and asked his grandfather what happened next. The grandfather answered him that he was a fool who asks him to do everything on his own. He still needs to follow his example. Can't he even do that anymore? The boy started looking at his grandfather's footprints and ended up flopping on the ground. Grandpa saw this and told his grandson that he couldn't even walk. Tell him to get up immediately. Why is he lying down? The boy eventually got used to these acts. The grandfather told his grandson that he was going to go for a rest, but until he executes the movement perfectly, no food for him. So let him practice hard. By late afternoon, the boy was starting to get the hang of it, and he was trying his best to match his grandfather. Grandpa crept behind a tree to the practice area and saw that his grandson was stubborn, not even going to bed. In the morning, the boy shouted loudly that he had done so. At that time, the old man fell asleep by the tree and was immediately awakened by his voice. Grandpa asked the guy it took him a whole week just to repeat his moves. What a failure! Why did he have to suffer such a misfortune on his head? He asked the boy what he looked like. Was he tired? Why was he breathing like that? The boy's father, who was considered a genius, had been practicing for a month, but he had been practicing for a month and a half. And this guy learned the technique in a week, in just over 7 days. How is that even possible? Grandpa told the boy that using internal energy should be very smooth. But what is he doing? Isn't he tired already? The boy immediately apologized to his grandfather. His grandfather replied to him that if he learns the Banyasamjendohi technique, which is the best branch of Nagan Simbab, but still can't manage it properly. The boy asked his grandfather what he was talking about. What's Banyasamjendohi? And then the grandfather realized that he had said the wrong thing. Grandpa thought and agreed, and decided to let his grandson in on the secret. The technique he had been learning since childhood was Banyasamjendohi. To reach the level of a true warrior, Banyasamjendohi is a must-know. The boy asked, why is it so hard for him? Is he really so weak? And then Grandpa laughed and replied that it was because he had placed a restriction on his inner strength. Grandpa told him to take his time, and in a moment realized that he had misspoke again and said something unnecessary. The boy asked his grandfather what he meant by imposing the restriction. The grandfather began to deny everything and said that he meant that the Banyasamjendoj would work. His inner strength must still grow and reach at least the 10th level, or else it wouldn't work. And until he does, he won't be able to show his full power in practice. Don't let him worry, he's just not there yet. The grandfather sighed at this point and realized that he had a very good excuse. His grandson is level 8 and the overlay might not work. He should check it out tonight. The next day the boy went to the waterfall and started practicing, and using the rocks to keep his balance. Through the agony and pain he was very tired, at which time his falcon spun around him. His grandfather told him not to stagger. Can't he still stand up straight? When is he going to eat then already? The boy felt he was having a hard time. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, and his grandfather was frying fish in front of his nose. Grandpa told his grandson that he had an hour left. What a bummer, is he going to fail and still not be able to eat? Let him hang on till the end. This training will help him to increase by another level the movement of chi energy in his body. Now let him reach that big boulder using his newfound technique. No matter how long it takes, but let him remember his training will end when, and only when, he can get to that rock. The boy knew his grandfather would come up with something else. This isn't training at all, it's just bullying. And then Grandpa remembered that he had forgotten to warn him. He can't move more than 3 meters in 2 hours, so he can't finish before lunch. Does he understand? The boy shouted to his grandfather that he didn't understand. How can you move for 2 hours and still be trampled on all the time? Grandpa replied that he just needed to step very slowly. Show him how to? Grandpa immediately took the rocks on his body and entered the water. The boy looked at his grandfather and could not understand how he was doing it at such an age. The boy didn't realize how he was taking 15 minutes for one step, and then his bird flew over his head at the same time and made screaming noises. And then the grandfather noticed and told his grandson that his stone was wobbly. If he fell, he would have to start all over again. The boy could not keep his balance and immediately fell into the water. The boy told his grandfather that the current was too strong here. The grandfather replied that he didn't care. Let him start again. If he had already finished, he could have eaten the tasty fish by now. The boy was so persistent that he tried everything again every time. The boy was so persistent that he tried everything again every time. The boy finished his task and immediately shouted with joy to his grandfather. The times of the year were changing fast, and the guy had been practicing hard all along to excel. His grandfather brought him into the forest and told him to now show what he had learned. The boy immediately, like a flash, went through all the trees at the speed of light. Grandpa saw and thought he had restricted his internal energy, and he still shows such an incredible result. I wonder what will happen when he takes off his shackles. Grandpa raised his hand and told the boy to stop, and he sees that the technique has been perfectly mastered. The boy stopped and said his grandfather praised him, so does that mean his technique is that great? The boy remembered and told his grandfather that he had shown him teleportation last time. Let him tell him how he could learn it. Grandpa replied that if the guy practiced walking technique more and himself would succeed. The boy got upset and asked, "Is it practice again?" The grandfather replied that if he didn't want to learn, so be it. The boy started to deny everything and said that he loved to exercise. When he arrived at the new place, the grandfather told his grandson that he would live in another place and pointed his finger. Upon opening the doors, the boy was surprised and said that he didn't know there was such a big cave behind the door. The grandfather told his grandson that now he would carry him clothes and food here. Then he was never allowed to go outside the cave. The boy smiled and asked, "Really?" But then a roar came from the cave, and he turned around and saw that it was a wolf. The boy told his grandfather out of fright that it was a wolf. Grandpa replied to go ahead. The wolf will come in handy for his training. Let him try to make friends with him. The boy told his grandfather that he could practice by himself. At that time the grandfather went outside and was closing the doors. Grandpa told him that he would live here for a while. He would bring water and food to the door. But with a wolf, what should he do? The grandfather replied that the wolf is certainly very fast, but he has mastered the technique of walking. Reality was different from training, and he would soon realize that. And then he used magic and broke the wolf's chain. The boy, seeing this, was frightened and headed for the short, but his grandfather had already closed them and he was left alone with the wolf. The boy started to get nervous out of fright and said that he wouldn't get anything out of the dark. He started knocking on doors and shouted to his grandfather. Grandpa stood at the door and realized that no matter how hard it was, it would be hard. But he must endure. This was his first real test. Grandpa saw that the weather had gotten worse, and now it was snowing outside for the first time. He tried to make sure he wasn't distracted by his grandson now. The boy shouted to his grandfather asking for it. Is this really what training should be like, and what would he tell him to do? And then the boy turns around and says the whole mood is down. He felt as if someone was looking at him from behind. Just then the boy heard a roar and red eyes that were heading towards him. He asked, "What the hell is this?" The boy shouted to his grandfather to open the door. Is there any grandfather in the world who would give his own grandson to a wolf to eat? The boy thought it was a curse, but if he had a bow there would be no problem. And he felt the ox coming toward him, and then seeing the movement and the air of someone coming at him, he immediately applied his skills and stepped aside. From each wolf attack, the boy walked away and realized that only he could save the animal's life. Val didn't understand his words, and he needed to tear the boy apart, but he couldn't do that. The boy kept walking away. The boy said that it would be problematic for him to catch the wolf. But what should he do in that case? And then he remembered his weak spot. But where is this place in the wave? The boy saw it at the moment of the attack, and immediately allowed himself to be knocked down and attacked on his stomach. From such a strong blow the wolf moved aside and started whimpering. The boy immediately showed the wolf who was the boss. The boy shouted at the wolf to come near him. Let him try to poke his nose in his face again. Next time he'll make the wolf pee his pants in fear. The boy started meditating and said he was very lucky. Unless his physical strength increased, he might not be able to do it next time. In the evening, the little window in the gate opened and Grandpa said, "Here is his supper. Let him take it and have a good meal." But here Grandfather did not give it in his hands, but threw it in the middle of the cave. At this moment, the wolf immediately grabbed the food. The wolf tore up the hay and started eating the meat. The boy told the wolf that he ate it all himself. Tasted good? Greedy wolf. Let him eat until his stomach bursts. After a while, the boy would say that he himself was already hungry, about to go crazy with hunger. And then again drops of water began to fall from the top of the cave, and the boy went underneath and drank this water for 3 days now. The boy said that if he wanted to stay alive, he should be much faster than the wolf himself. But already from fatigue and hunger he was falling asleep. But he kept repeating to himself that he must not sleep. If he passed out, he might be eaten. Val approached the guy to sniff him, but the guy used the split while he slept in the air. The boy said this wolf was incredible. Had he guessed the boy was asleep? And then the window opened and the food was thrown out again. This time the guy was faster and smarter. He immediately pounced on the food and grabbed it. The boy took out his meat and in front of the wolf lived it as if it were the last time. He told the wolf to starve a little too. The old man saw this and was happy for his grandson, saying that he was doing a great job. That's the way to do it. The boy that night grabbed the wolf and tied up all his limbs, lay on top of him and said he would finally sleep. In the morning the grandfather opened the doors and was surprised. The grandfather said to his grandson, "Grandpa is standing in front of him." The boy replied that he needed to find another such grandfather who had banned his grandson from the cave with the wolf. The grandfather asked him if he had forgotten that this was his test. The lad replied that it was very good that he was capable, or else if he wasn't he would already be decomposing in the wolf's stomach. Grandpa said that was it. He thought that his grandson had already overcome a lot of things, and wasn't this kind of trial a good lesson for him? The boy said that since it was already finished, could he come out? The grandfather replied that it was only the beginning. The boy told his grandfather that he wasn't afraid of that wolf anymore. He can't walk anymore either. Grandpa told his grandson that after a while he too would not be able to run anywhere. That's when they would watch him show off. Grandpa told the kid that he was already used to running away. However, it felt like it was just a skill. But in reality, his heart still hasn't gotten used to it. As his grandfather had told him, he had to sense in advance when the enemy would lose his fighting spirit. And as long as he lived next to a wolf, his fighting skill should increase. He has yet to experience real terror and pain. And when he leaves the battlefield, when he has gone through the weight of battle, he will be able to experience it for himself. Does he understand what he is being told? And then the boy answered menacingly that he understood everything, and would do his best to reach the highest level. His grandfather told him that his skills had already increased a lot. Could a young wolf be his rival? The boy replied that it was fine, and he would be outnumbered one wolf at a time over the vast journey of 100 days. And from now on, no more handouts. He must find his own food. The wolves will be in the same position as he is, and to catch him, they will need strength too. The boy replied that either he or the whole pack would die. Then his grandfather gave him a dagger and told him to take it. The boy stood in front of the gate and told the wolf to come in. He saw that this wolf did not seem hostile, even strange. He was so calm. Even though he wasn't afraid of it at all, he couldn't stop worrying. A few days passed, and the wolves became more and more numerous. The boy thought today was the 4th day. The starving wolf's eyes already reddened, but he still hadn't eaten anything either. A shroud of fog already covered his eyes. He needs to come to his senses. From now on, the wolves were his food. If they attacked him, he would return the favor. The wolves chose the weakest of their pack and began to maul him slowly. The guy didn't do anything this time, and seeing this kind of thing said they were wimps and attacked 3-on-1. He didn't starve either and began to slowly approach them. But the wolves didn't like that. After all, they were not ready to share their food. The guy asks with a wolf, do they call it a battle? But he needs food to survive too, and immediately went at them with a knife. The lad didn't foresee such a thing, that the wolf would go at him. Immediately he let his hand bite down and pierced the wolf's chest with his dagger. The wolves became one pack and in such a case surrounded the lad on all sides, for he had attacked his own. The boy saw the wolf pounce on him and realized they were unrealistically nimble. The boy set up his dagger and stabbed it straight into his neck, seeing it hit, knocking him to the ground. The boy believed in himself and shouted to them, "Who else here wants to die? Let them not stay away and attack." When the wolves saw that the boy had killed the wolf, they immediately moved aside. And immediately he started to cut it up. But he was so hungry that he didn't care what he ate. He took a bite of meat and he began to vomit. He smelled a nasty odor from that wolf. But he had no choice this time. The next day there were even more. The boy realized that every day he would kill one wolf. Then in the end there would always be 4. The dead wolf will become food for him and the other wolves. So the others will eat and rest. After killing dozens of their brothers, he will stay alive, escape, and gain a better practical survival skill. But in the moment when everything is realized, he can finally move on. And when that moment comes, every wolf that will only become his target will be numb with fear, unable to even move. But then there were 5 wolves again, and the boy said that those 5 relatives had apparently already become friends with each other. From the moment that Brown One walked in, he seemed to be their leader. Agile, big, and full of life. All it takes is to finish him off and he wins. This leader always attacks his own first, and then all the wolves started attacking the boy. He only had to fight them. Dropping one wolf underneath him, the ringleader immediately pounced on him and the lad put up his hand. This wolf mastered him and began to slowly maul his arm. The boy began to scream in pain. The boy pushed the main wolf away, but then another went after him to bite him and grabbed his leg. The boy was not confused and immediately plunged his dagger into him, for he could not leave his leg to be injured. Standing in front of the other wolves, he glared menacingly at them, and with bloodthirsty eyes was ready to tear them apart. The boy told the ringleader that he was strong, but there were much stronger than him here, and immediately teleported to attack him from above. With a strong attack, he stunned both of them with a single blow and left them unconscious. The boy sighed and said that it was all over now. And then the grandfather asked Seomun, "Is he okay? Why did it suddenly become so quiet? Let him answer him." Seo told Grandpa, if he was so worried about him, he shouldn't have brought the wolves here. Seo told Grandpa to open the door immediately. Grandpa immediately opened the gate at once. The grandfather told his grandson that he could see that he had been through a lot. With an angry voice he replied that it was like that. Seo went straight outside, and breathing in that fresh air he relaxed. At this time, his bird was already flying in the sky to meet him. Seo shouted with joy to Fatty and said he was glad to see him. How was he doing without him? Seo stretched his hand out to the side and told it to fly to him, but the bird turned back around in a moment. Seo was immediately surprised and asked what was wrong. It was him. Had he already forgotten him completely? The grandfather replied to his grandson that it was because of the anger that now overwhelmed him. But the wounds on his body were too serious, and they needed to fix him first. At this time the grandfather began to make medicine for his grandson, and patched up all his wounds with bandages. Having prepared it, he told his grandson to drink this. Seo immediately grabbed the plate and raised it above his mouth. Seo told Grandpa that the herbal concoction was made with heart. But he's getting better slowly, so maybe Grandpa didn't work hard enough. Grandpa didn't expect such words and asked his grandson how it was. Let him feel a little pity for Grandpa. He is here making medicine for him, and this is how he responds. Grandpa tried to throw a punch, but Seo dodged it and said that he could see his grandfather's soul pouring out of his fists now. Grandpa told Seo he's got a lot of nerve. So that's all he learned in the cave? What kind of goals he has set for himself? Seo asked Grandpa. Can't he ever get over his anger? He spent 4 days in that lousy cave, and all he had to do was give him a reason to tell him off. Grandpa asked Seo, did he think it was that easy? Besides, why would he get rid of something he had worked so hard for? The grandfather used his strength and attacked his grandson. But this time Seo didn't even flinch and was expecting such a thing. Seo asked Grandpa, and then what? He doesn't really want to fight, does he? But let him know that this time it's going to be much harder. After all, he's a little more experienced. Immediately Seo started laughing loudly. Grandpa thought it wasn't funny at all. He was even a little scared. Grandpa sat down next to him and said that he would probably back off for now. but let them do something to get rid of all the anger they had built up. Seo replied that his grandfather himself had said that one should not get rid of what one has earned through hard work. The grandfather asked his grandson, he's used to fighting, right? But now he needed to learn to control his emotions, to learn to use his anger only at the right moment. And as soon as they're done, Seo will be ready to hit the road again. By the way, is he not dizzy anymore? And immediately they headed for the waterfall and Grandpa said so. Let them try it. With the inner breath, Seo told his grandfather that the days were still very cold. Would he really have to go under the waterfall? The grandfather replied to his grandson that this was right. He would sit under the streaming water, and when his gut was spiritually balanced, the anger would dissipate and the remnants would be under control. Seo was surprised at Grandpa's words, but as the youngest he went straight to the task. He meditated underwater. Standing under the water, Seo began to shiver from the cold that even his teeth were chattering. His grandfather heard his teeth cracking and told him to pull himself together and concentrate. The grandfather saw that his grandson had not yet mastered the Heart Sutra technique. But having learned the Wolf's Gate, he had already realized how to control the flow of spiritual energy. But let him not try to move against his will. Relaxing, let him give himself up to the pleasure as his strength spilled over. Seo realized that he needed to have no doubts and trust in the power of the reading. His body was strong enough, he would be fine, but he's already frozen to the bone. I think his head's about to split open, and now he's probably going to die. And now he didn't realize what had happened? The cold was beginning to recede. Could it be that, thanks to this technique, the whole world was one big illusion to him? And then Seo realized that he should then increase this power. The powerful energy immediately began to return to him. Seo tried to take more of the warmth to himself, but in a moment he felt cold again. Grandpa yelled at him for being a jerk. He made such a mistake. Let him come to his senses. He must trust his body to take care of everything. His father had also learned to control anger by being locked in a cage. Seo said it was all going to hell, whether he died or lived the fuck out of it. Grandpa was immediately speechless when he saw such a miracle. Seo used his technique and surrounded himself with warmth. Seo opened his eyes slowly and said that he had succeeded. Grandpa immediately sighed in relief at that moment. Seo immediately got out of the water and was telling his grandfather that it wasn't cold at all inside the waterfall now. So before he could even get out of the water, Grandpa smacked him upside the head and told him he was a big dummy. Seo asked him why he was hitting him. The grandfather replied to his grandson as if he didn't know, and he was told to just trust the current and relax. He was gripped by the thought that his only grandchild was about to die. Seo said that then his grandfather should stop torturing him to death. Grandpa told his grandson that his healing kicks were strengthening him. Seo immediately ran away and shouted that he didn't need that kind of hardening. Grandfather was telling his grandson the teachings of the Heart Sutra that the founder of this lineage, the master of the sixth lineage sect, Huaining, had discovered. This innovation is not about martial arts, but a technique that was invented for weak monks. And what's amazing is that everyone who learned the teachings turned into an all-powerful master. These guys are literally unrivaled in battles. Seo replied to his grandfather that this was strange. So, just reading old books is enough to be successful with breathing practices. Seo immediately went under the waterfall and began practicing his skills and anger absorption. He remembered that the foundation of this teaching is emptiness of mind. If he does everything only out of self-interest and for the sake of merit, he will never finish his studies. His grandfather told him that the truth he should strive for was the absence of superfluous thoughts, gratuitousness of labor, and unselfishness of action. And even if he doesn't succeed, eventually he will still achieve enlightenment. He will have to learn the teachings of the Heart Sutra before he goes out into the world. Let Seo sort out his thoughts. Open up like a perfect person, and then everything will work out. After a couple hours, the electric field under the water covered him completely. It sparkled so strong and bright that the whole thing could have caught fire. Grandpa saw it all, and in a moment froze with amazement. He thought it was the third gate of the underworld. It was an unimaginable power that could only be comprehended by passing through the gates of the afterlife, and such a thing was only rumored. The grandfather asked, could his grandson really open all five? Immediately Seo opened his eyes and they shone very brightly. The lightning bolts that surrounded him began to fly everywhere, and the water from such began to dry up. The grandfather saw that his grandson's thin veins had completely opened. And then he cried and said that he had nothing more to regret. Walking home, Grandpa told Seo that when he learned the teachings under the waterfall, he planned to start training him to be a monk. However, that wasn't necessary now. Seo asked, had he done something wrong? Grandpa replied that everything was fine. He meant that he no longer needed to learn from him. He had learned everything himself. Seo asked his grandfather what exactly had he learned. Grandfather replied that recently, when he was practicing under a waterfall, he had seen his third gate open. Grandpa asked Seo how he felt then. Let him tell what happened. Seo replied that at first he had a headache and felt nauseous, but at some point he became lively, lightheaded, and in a good mood. Grandpa said that was right, for his gate had opened and his body had recovered. Even striving for enlightenment throughout one's life, it is very difficult to achieve this result as well. Seo became curious and asked, isn't that a good thing? Grandpa replied that he would say that it was the greatest martial artists who considered it a miracle. And then Seo saw his pet Fatso and shouted for him to come to him, and immediately held out his hand. She immediately flew over and sat on his arm. Seo said he'd been avoiding him for a while, but now they were friends again. Seo told Grandpa to watch it too. Looks like the bloodlust has dissipated after all. Grandpa said that Seo opened the gates of the underworld and cleansed her veins. No wonder she's down. However, it's very strange. Seo asked his grandfather what he was talking about. Grandpa slapped him and said he was so dumb like a stone. Immediately the eagle looked at him strangely. Fatty began to get indignant and shout in his own voice. The grandfather asked his grandson to tell him how he had achieved this. A whole year passed and winter came again. It snowed so fast that all the forests were covered in white. In such a span of time, Seo learned a few more techniques as his grandfather's multiple arrows killed everyone at once. Grandpa was telling his grandson that he could now feel the wind and hit moving targets with ease. Again, he seems to have learned it well by now. Seo asked his grandfather what are the basics. After all, he is a never-missing, top-notch archer. He won't miss during a wolf step. Even with 3 arrows at once, he always hits the target. Grandpa punched him and told him not to get cocky. Seo said to Grandpa that this is the truth. Isn't it? Grandpa said that an arrow filled with inner energy is the true pinnacle of craftsmanship. Seo said that he had heard in a similar vein about the sword, but didn't understand how the flight of an arrow could be controlled. Grandpa replied that it means that if this way is possible, then that way is possible. Does he already know how to hunt without arrows? Seo replied that it was unrealistic. Grandpa said that without mastering the no-formal attack, he would never get close to a truly great power. Seo told his grandfather to prove to him that such a thing was possible. Grandpa refused and replied that he had already shown him the limit of his abilities. But there was someone among their ancestors who had more than surpassed his accomplishments. Seo realized that even without arrows there would be only the crack of the bowstring. The grandfather asked his grandson how old is he now? Seo replied that he was already 17. Grandpa said that by comprehending the wolf's gait and multiple shots, you could say he became a full-fledged hunter. Grandfather told Seo that tomorrow, at dawn, he would go to their family's patriarch's village directly to the hidden shrine. The secrets of the Wu Mei technique and the triple unity sword style left behind by their 17th ancestor are kept there. And then he handed Seo a notebook and told him to take it. This incredible book contains all the basics of the technique of improving internal energy. Coming to the spot, Seo shouted to his ancestors that it was him, their humble Ditzi, LG Seo Moon. He intends to accomplish a goal that has been in their hearts since the beginning of their family. He asks you to generously guide him on the right path in his endeavor. He started to keep his way onward, and at the cliff he stopped abruptly and said that just looking down and taking in the spirit was breathtaking. He saw that there were vines here. Grabbing onto it, he climbed down a bit and saw the tunnel where he needed to go. It was the gate of the great hall of the LG family. And then he stepped inside and felt that there was something here. He immediately had a terrifying bloodlust. Seo immediately shuddered and asked what was it? Was it some kind of animal? And then he decided to see who was stronger. Seo headed deep inside and felt a very powerful energy, that even he could no longer resist it. Seo turned on his fiery hands and said that just as he thought, thanks to the sutra, defeating any spiritual attack would be easy. Seo shouted that this technique was truly indispensable. And then he saw a bright light and didn't realize, what was this incredible energy? Seo tried to confront her. After all, he didn't want to lose this battle. But she was so big that he couldn't even take a step. Seo resigned himself to it and squatted down, wondering if he had reached his limit. But then he saw something familiar to him and froze. Seo immediately said, "It's just amazing. How can this be possible? These are martial arts techniques." As he got closer, he said there was something strange. What kind of unimaginable energy is emanating from the paintings? But then he came across a box that lay in front of the scrolls. He reached down and said it was a family heirloom. Seo immediately opened it and saw that there was a bow in the box. But when he picked it up, he said it was very heavy. Examining the bow, he saw that it was only a foot long, but weighed over 100 pounds. How do you use it? I'd have to hold it first. He saw that there was not only a book in the drawer, but also a notebook, which became interesting to him. And immediately he began to read it. It was written in the notebook that the past owner of the bow was called Eldzihek. And he loved his bow very much, but he always loved his blades much more. But unfortunately, he's well into his 40s. It's a little late to start learning, no matter how much you want to. As the saying goes, being good at one thing doesn't mean he'll be good at everything. But since he was able to fully experience the main weapon, he decided not to give up after all. Flipping to another page, Seo read that after 12 years of training, he had finally managed to create his own style of the triple unity sword. Since this technique was exceptional in its kind, he considered it the greatest. Seo was surprised and said that the guy was a pretty selfish guy. But there was one flaw in the guy's style. If his internal energy was weak, then using this style he would use up all his energy in one fight. Also, with a weak ki, learning this style would be incredibly difficult. Therefore, his next step was to create a special cultivation method. Breathing, that's the basis of any such technique. He still had much to do, and the sun was already sinking below the horizon. There's very little time left, but why is he so fixated on it? Because when he dies, there's nothing left but emptiness. And now it's time to leave all the silly contrivances behind and enjoy the remnants of a fading life. And at that moment an idea struck him. A technique that follows the laws of nature. A technique that became the defeat of worldly desires and vices. The way to solve all problems. He will leave the sword of triple unity to his descendants. And this method will become part of Wu Wei. Seo was amazed and said, "You have to invent such a complicated art right before you pass away. It's unbelievable." After flipping through another page, Seo didn't understand what was going on here. Why is there even different handwriting? It was the next descendant, whose name was Eldzimugyuk. Unlike his late grandfather, he despised blades. Seo thought it was the 15th ancestor? That's very strange. After all, his grandfather said he was the first to enter this hall after the 17th. But that didn't seem to be the case. Elji said that his grandfather had tried to become the strongest without ever using the art of Wu Wei, without learning how to wield a sword, but only using a bow. The technique he wants to tell them about, however, is to control the arrow with internal energy. He was confident in himself. After all, his ki was large enough. It was necessary to try to combine his own style and the sword of triple unity. After trying his techniques a few times, he said it was impossible. He could not master even 1 out of 3 of the true power of the recycled techniques. She's not just great. She's a saint. Such incredible power, and it's far from over. He decided to call this style the incomparable sword of triple unity. Although he was only partially satisfied, he was still overflowing with joy for the next generation. But since he personally liked the bow better, he decided to recreate a style superior to the arrow led by Ki. His ancestor erected the foundation for an incredible sword-wielding style. He also laid the foundation for the same for the bow. After going through untold suffering and hardship, he managed to form the best archery technique. It was called the formless attack. Just as the name implied, when using it, he would not be walking arrows. Immediately, he lowered the rope, and the energy went straight into the stone. But similar to the materialization of the sword, when using the advanced grandfather technique, the formless attack requires the creation of an arrow from one's own internal energy. This energy was so great that nothing could resist it, and only small pebbles were left behind. He said it was truly unimaginable power. So Grandpa wasn't lying to him. But unlike the sword, you can strike with a bow at a great distance. Therefore, the formless attack can be considered the strongest technique of this direction. Even she couldn't surpass the incomparable triple unity sword. He realized that he had only managed to defeat his grandfather in his own dreams, but only if he were a real person, he would definitely lose. Turning back, Seo said that this incredible technique is a compilation of 3 great styles. He knew they were unusual drawings, but now he was no longer the least bit surprised that they sent shivers down his body. It looked like this whole had been made by a formless attack. Was he ready to embark on this path yet? Seo immediately took the bow for himself and said that he was sure he would still need it. A normal bow couldn't withstand Ki's fuse in a formless attack, so he decided to make his own, made of pure metal weighing 100 pounds. And immediately Seo began to meditate and become even stronger. Seo realized that he had already been studying Wu Wei's art for 10 days. He managed to gather all the inner energy at the base, and right now there are 2 incredible forces writhing there. A combination of the internal energies that were created by the Heart Sutra and the Wu Wei technique. This style is truly incredible. In such a short period of development, its spiritual power has exceeded that of the Heart Sutra. Seo now realized that the 2 keys were fighting each other. He had to decide right now whether to continue training or retreat. Seo recalled his grandfather's words that a lot of his ancestors had crippled themselves with this technique. If he felt his KTs begin to conflict, it was best to surrender while it was still possible. Seo thought at that moment, what should he do? He doesn't want to give up halfway through. He will just believe in the Heart Sutra. And now it's time for him to begin. Seo decided that he was using the Wu Wei technique. But he didn't expect it to be so difficult that even the energy would tear him apart. Seo felt like his body was about to explode. But he decided not to give up and to go all the way to the end. Seo was beginning to doubt that it was a stupid idea, and things are getting worse and worse. And now his life was at stake, so he had to make up his mind. And after a while, Seo stopped and said he'd done it. If the 2 energies had pushed each other away, he had already met his end. As expected from the Heart Sutra, it has the ability to merge with other martial energies. Seo thought and wondered if he had reached Wu Wei's limit. But here, he didn't expect that he had been standing in the air the whole time. Seo said as only he decided to stand up and his body soared into the air. Looks like it was time for the triple unity sword. Seo drew his sword and wondered if he should try a formless attack. Felt like he had become much lighter. Out in the woods, Seo started trying new things. And without arrows, he shot at the trees. And immediately he released the rope. He didn't expect the energy to flow. Seo said it was unbelievable. Is it even possible to resist something like this? That energy made a hole in the tree. Seo said that he was now a master of archery. That leaves only the incomparable sword. It's time to go back to the cave. Seo immediately jumped into the air and said he never ceased to admire this style. And he hadn't even learned how to fly. Entering the cave, Seo said that there was nothing else to oppose him, and immediately walked over to where the technicians were standing. Seo asked if there was an instruction manual. He didn't know how to use a sword yet. He immediately started making a sword out of wood and said that a wooden sword would do for the first time. Seo stood in front of the technicians and demonstrated how to handle the sword. He said that first you have to take it out and then strike from top to bottom. Seo asks, and then what? He can't figure out what's going to happen. Would someone please tell him? A sword flew at him from the painting technique, which made Seo startled and unable to believe that such a thing could happen. Seo immediately dodged him and moved away from him. He was even out of breath from fright. Seo got ready and told the painting to try again. Then a sword flew at him and he realized what was wrong. Seo thought then the rest of the scrolls did too. Immediately he called an upward strike, and out of the scroll flew the sword again. He dodged again and said he almost lost his head. And I think he's starting to figure it out. Seo thought and asked what about the third one. But then a strong bolt of lightning came from the scroll, which made him afraid again. Seo said what strength this scroll has. The first is speed, the second is dodgy movements, and the third is combat power. In essence, that was the point of the divine stand. And the path to Wu Wei was recreated with the sole purpose of eventually mastering it. So Evening went out and started practicing and trying some new techniques. He started practicing so much, and from such strength he started tearing all the technique sheets. Seo said it was disgusting. It took 6 months for the first scroll, and a full 10 months for the second. And now there was one last scroll left for him to study thoroughly, and he headed into the forest the next day. Seo immediately applied his strength on the tree, and tried improving his skills to become even stronger. He used his new powers and chopped the tree in half. And then he attacked again and broke it into pieces. Seo came to the scrolls and said after 2 years and 3 months, the first step of the Peerless Sword Triple Unity Reckless Blade. The second step of the Peerless Sword of Triple Unity, the Blade of Solitude. This technique is for defense, to run without needlessly killing. And for the final third step of the Peerless Sword of Enduring Unity, the Blade Piercing Essence. Lastly, Seo immediately applied his technique on the last scroll and crushed everything around him. It was time for them to say goodbye, great ancestor. He immediately collapsed from his helplessness and headed for his home. And then Grandpa said for the morning that how could he be so careless in such a place at his age? With his strongest, one could safely become not just a general, but the strongest warrior in Zhongyan space. Seo replied that he already had a goal. Grandpa asked in surprise, "Is that true? Let him tell about it." Seo replied that it was good to live in peace. How nice it is to just lie there and bask in the sun. Grandpa immediately hit the homo with his stick and told the guy to try to duck. And then Seo put up his hand and told his grandfather that he had surpassed him long ago. He was wasting his energy now. Grandfather told Seo that he would not reproach him again. But couldn't he at least find a wife? There must be a way to continue the family. Seo said to Grandpa he thinks there are women in these mountains. The grandfather replied that there are not, but his is in Zhongyang. Grandpa told the kid that when he was 4, he met the head of the Sichuan Dan family and arranged a wedding. The Dan family is the strongest in the Sichuan region, making it one of the 5 most powerful in Zhongyang. This jade badge would prove that he was the long-awaited son-in-law. The head should have just kept the other half. Also here is his favorite book, said Grandpa. It belongs to the Shaolin Palace monks, so let him leave it at their temple on his way to Sichuan. At this time a strange fellow rode out of the woods on horseback, and moved so fast that it was as if someone were running after him. He was telling his horse to keep it that way, and he realized now that he should not blindly trust the scout's words. But something happened, and the horse fell down at once. The guy cried and told the horse to forgive him, and it was all his fault. The guy immediately killed his horse without any hesitation. The people chasing him were saying that this guy was here and they should capture him. The head of the troop said his name was Taru, and he was the chief of the Baiha tribe. If the boy surrendered, he would gladly spare his life. The boy immediately grabbed his sword and sent them away, saying they were Yaku's followers. He would rather die than serve such filth. Let him come to him. The guy immediately rushed to attack, but his strength was so low that Taru repelled his first strike immediately. Taru saw that this guy was very fast, and in a moment he saw his sword in front of him and managed to get his hand up. The sword flew out of the boy's hands and went straight into the wood. Taru held out the spear and said, "Pretty good, for his age." "What's his name, then?" The boy replied that he was the deputy chief of the Yaku tribe, Gu Yuk, and asked Tara to make his death honorable. Taru replied that everything will be fine. He's a man of honor too, so he'll honor his request. Immediately he raised his spear and said that they were saying goodbye, and then an arrow hit Taru's arm and stopped his attack. He didn't realize what had happened at first. Taru came out of the Bisaya and asked, "Who did this?" And immediately So, with his bows, came down from the tree in front of them. Seo said it was a disgrace to be attacked by a bunch of people. Taru immediately introduced himself and asked the guy who he was. Seo stretched and replied that he was just a sleeping man who had been awakened by the surrounding noise. How could this guy be so carefree? Taru called him an uncouth bastard and ordered him to bow down to the chief. Seo replied that it was they who should bow down, and immediately he began to shoot at the feet of the enemies, and after him went already spears at him. Seo immediately fired 2 arrows straight into their hand and told their leader to attack him again, and everyone here would die. What Taru didn't expect was that he was bleeding already and had arrows on all his limbs. He realized at once that this guy was strong. Gu told Seo that he had saved him and immediately thanked him. Seo asked why they were trying to kill him. Aren't they from the same tribe? Gu replied that he was one of the Zhanzhou Zurchin, while they were from the Haishi Zurchin. Intertribal warfare reigns in the county now. Gu asked Seo where he was going. Seo replied that he was going to Shaolin Temple. Maybe he knows the way? Gu replied that Shaolin was 20 days south of Peking. Seo asked, what about the Dan Sichuan family? Gu replied that Sichuan is southwest of Zhongyang, but it would take about 5 months to get there. It's not an easy road. Seo immediately grabbed his head and asked, is it that long? He immediately remembered his grandfather's words. As he told him to hurry up, he would be able to get there in about a month. Seo immediately shouted to his grandfather, why would he do such a thing? Did he have to deceive his grandson? Gu said to Seo wherever he was going, would he like to stop at their village? Before continuing on his way, Gu said his name to Seo and asked if he could call him Big Brother. Seo replied to just call him Seo Mun. And then a group of warriors who were unmarked were heading towards them. Seo asked Gu, who are these people? Are they their enemies again? Gu replied to his brother that it was their people. It looked like they were looking for him. Gu immediately raised his hand and shouted to the chief. The chief immediately rejoiced and said that he was very glad he was alive. Gu told the chief that he was ashamed. Because of his stubbornness, hundreds of people had died. The chief said they gave their lives for their tribe. It is unfortunate, they will remember their deed. The chief asked Gu who was there with him. Gu replied that this guy saved his life. Right, just an incredible marksman. Gu told Seo that this was their tribal chief. The chief said his name is Marinanta. He is grateful for the rescue of his deputy. They all set off in friendship to join the others, and came to the location of their tribe. Gu ordered Mossad to serve this man. May he obey him until the day he dies. The guy immediately got down on one knee and said his name was Mossad and welcomed him. Seo responded by introducing himself too, and said that there was no need to kneel before him. Mossad immediately stood up and called him Mr. Seo asked surprised, sir? Let Mossad just call him by his first name. Mossad asked, how can one address the man he serves in such a manner? Seo asked Mossad how old he was. Mossad immediately replied that he was 19. Seo said that he was younger, so he should call him brother. And then Mossad was surprised and started denying that it was wrong. Gu told him to do as So says. All he has to do now is obey his orders. Mossad told Seo that there are two communities in Zhongyan. One under the emperor and the other a group of warriors who called themselves Gangos. Seo said, that's right. Zhongyan is divided into Gango country and Ming dynasty. Mossad replied that this is not the case. Gango is not a country, but a community of warriors that settled in a territory outside the dynasty. Seo asked, so it was founded by the warriors of this space, and Shaolin is the strongest clan here, right? Then suddenly Gu came in and told his older brother that it looked like war was about to break out again. Seo asked him, is it serious? It had been pretty quiet the last couple months. Gu replied that the Baiha tribe stopped at a pass near the Mita Mountains, which is 20 miles away. Seo went outside and told Gu to be sure to come back. Gu replied that the news of their victory would not be long in coming. Gu ordered Mossad to take care of Henim while he was away. Mossad immediately responded to Mr. Gu that everything would be fulfilled. Seo asked Mossad how strong is the Bai tribe? Mossad replied that as far as he knows, their army is 3 times larger than theirs. They will definitely lose if they send all their men. Seo said that didn't sound good. Immediately the temples met in a large field, and the number surprised everyone around them. The leader said they were outnumbered, but the enemy troops were scattered and disorganized. He immediately ordered an attack on all of them. The enemy saw that their opponents had begun to move into battle and sent their men to attack as well, and ordered the cavalry to attack from both flanks. There were several hundred more enemies, and their advantage lay in strategy and horses. The chief immediately ordered his troops to prepare their spears and let loose without any hesitation. At this time, So arrived at the battle site and asked Mossad, they are losing, right? Mossad replied that Bai had many more soldiers. Seo told Mossad to bring him as many wooden branches as possible. He immediately began sharpening their tips and making arrows for himself. The battle was not for life, but for death. The enemy saw that Gu was fighting alone and immediately came at him. Seo saw all this and said he didn't want to kill anyone, but to prevent unnecessary deaths. He immediately released his arrow right into the hand of the enemy who was on his way to kill Gu. And then Gu pounced on him to end it. Seo realized to kill a snake, you have to cut off its head. He immediately released the arrow and said that was it. The arrow was so accurate that it immediately pierced the chest of the head of the enemies. And for them, Seo immediately fired several more arrows. Mossad said it was unbelievable. How fast? The chief was yelling to his men not to retreat. They'll let those pigs go to meat. The head of the enemy told them not to retreat either. The reinforcements are on their way. The warriors hearing this immediately set out to attack once more. Their numbers were very large. The chief asked what kind of monster was sending those arrows. The guy said it looks like it's the guy who caught him and killed their deputy. The chief said his skills are amazing to the eyeballs. He just refuses to believe his eyes. The boy told the Lord that now was not the time to be surprised. We must order the cavalry to return. The chief said the battle was already over when their warriors lost confidence in victory. The only thing they can do now is retreat. An archer single-handedly deciding the outcome of a war, the guy immediately raised his hand and ordered his men to retreat. Immediately, a trumpet sounded. Mossad told his brother that the enemy was withdrawing. And now they had won this battle. Seo and the boy headed back. When the wars came home, they told everyone to drink as much as they could. They were on a roll today. The warriors asked each other if they had seen those bastards panic. One can't recall such a resounding victory so immediately, but then Gu came running in and saw Seo shouting. Gu told Seo that it's all thanks to him, the eldest. He helped them a lot with the arrows. Gu told Seo that his father and the generals were waiting for him. Seo replied that he would come later, but now he wanted to rest. Gu told Seo that he was the one who won the war. Seo replied that not now. He was tired after shooting so many arrows. Heading to his tent, he saw that the wars had started burning the place down and killing all the people. Seo asked the guy who the hell are they? Mossad replied that they were Yaku soldiers. Seo asked that. After they win, they burn villages and take all the inhabitants prisoner? Mossad replied that it seems that someone from this tribe helped Beha. Then shouldn't they have just taken away the guilty ones? So why make such a mockery of the rest of the people? Mossad replied that he is saying to sell them or make them slaves. Seo said how heartless that is, and it looks like it's time to honor that celebration with a visit. They lined up all the people and executed them one by one. The warrior spoke before the treasury that for giving support to the enemy, he was sentenced to death. At the moment of the man's execution, Seo came and shouted at him to stop. No one expected this to happen and everyone started looking around. The chief told Seo to let them welcome him. And Gu invited brother Seo to sit down with them and eat. The chief said that they won the victory only by his grace. From the bottom of their hearts, they thank him for his support. Seo said the war is already over. So why don't they let these people go? The chief laughed in response. He said the guy's shooting skills are already beyond all imaginable limits. And yet, he's still so soft, but he understands his feelings, but there's nothing he can do about it. Let him relax and sit down to drink with them. Seo replied that, and yet he heartily begged them to let the people of that village go. Immediately one of the warriors put up his sword and asked him how dare he? Does he even realize who stands before him? The warrior said to Seo he thinks because he helped them once, he can ask for anything he wants. Make him disappear quickly. The chief told General Li to calm down. It's a holiday after all. The warrior said with all due respect, Chief, but this guy is being overconfident right now. That bastard got so cocky with his mediocre equipment. Gu told the general that it was because of his brother that they were able to win. The general told the deputy not to interfere. By disrespecting the chief, he is disrespecting the whole tribe. The general immediately ordered his men to capture him. Seo looked at them and stood still. Seo immediately told them to disappear. The general replied to Seo that he was the tough gunner there, and he had blade-throwing skills. He released the blade and told Seo to try and catch it. Seo stood right in front of the blade and stared intently at it. And then Mossad came out in front of him and shouted to Seo to be careful. And the blade went straight into his body. Seo immediately grabbed him and yelled to Mossad to hold on. Mossad replied that his body twitched on its own. Mossad didn't even have time to live his life, he was dead in a second. Seo screamed at Mossad to wake up. Mossad told Seo not to be upset, because it suits him so well to smile. Seo replied that he was smiling. Just don't let him die. Mossad told the gentleman that he was happy to have met him. so fell to the ground with him and shouted his name. Seo lost his temper and with his red eyes was telling the general how dare he do such a thing. And then Seo pulled out this blade and told the general that now they would see how he handled himself in such a moment. Before the general knew it, Seo was already flying at him with his blade overhead and sliced him into a couple of pieces. Seo told the Yokoi tribe that he would wipe every one of them off the face of the earth. Every single one of them. The incredible sword of triple unity. The third step, the blade that pierces the essence. Its power was so strong that the energy would tear apart anyone who would stand in front of it. Gu stood behind Seo and shouted at him. He had already kneeled down and was already addressing him as an elder. Seo told Gu that he thanked him for everything. He would never forget him and Mossad. And he immediately said goodbye to him. Gu fell to his knees and told Seo to only remember him. He would wait for his return forever. Seo went on the road again and said Mossad was a glorious little guy. And he hopes he's in a better place now. He hasn't seen anything in 4 days. It was a shame, of course. I wonder how his grandfather is doing, he thought. And then he looked up and saw a bird circling above him. He immediately recognized the thick-skinned man. Seo held out his hand and the bird descended on him. He asked what fate had brought him here. And how had he found it? Seo immediately asked what was wrong with his grandfather. Had something happened to him? The bird immediately handed him a note. His grandfather sent him that the thick-skinned man had been looking upset lately. So he sent him to him. Let Seo stay focused and come back quickly. He knows Grandpa hates to cook for long periods of time. Immediately Seo and the bird set off on a long journey. After a while, Seo got hungry and decided to do some hunting. He went up to the forest and saw a tiger and started hunting it. The tiger did not realize that he was being hunted and walked on his own. The tiger saw Seo and immediately headed for him. But Seo had time to release an arrow and pierce the tiger in midair. Seo killed the tiger and went to Beijing. When he entered the city, all the people were frightened because all they saw was a tiger. Why does this tiger walk like a human? Seo got tired of carrying it and immediately tossed it aside. And then Seo shouted to everyone to give him a moment's attention. Let them come over. There's a fresh tiger on sale. He had just killed it, so it was still quite warm. People came up and said, what a jinata. Is this guy trying to sell it? And then the guy raised his hand and said he was offering 10 gold coins. What does he think? And then the next guy said he was offering 15. The bids went up each time and Seo was very happy about it, because he needs to sell it anyway. Seo said he decided to hunt to cover the cost of the trip. And here, who would have expected it to turn out like this? And then one of the old men looked at the tiger and said that there was only one hole and that was in the neck area. Truly a perfect specimen for display. His bones will go for medical ingredients, and considering his size, how many are there? And his claws will also go under the hammer as valuable accessories. And his meat will be valued much more than any other. And then the old man told Seo that he was offering 200 gold pieces. Would that be enough? And then Seo did not expect to hear such a thing and was speechless. Seo did not hesitate and immediately agreed. The old man did not deceive him either and gave him 200 gold pieces in his hand. Passing by the stores, he immediately entered the charter house. The guy immediately greeted him and bowed. Seeing Seo's clothes, the guy said he apologized. But this place is clearly beyond his means. Seo immediately took out a single gold coin and showed it to the guy. When he saw it, he immediately fell silent and couldn't say a word. The guy said to Seo what could be of use to him. He could find Zhangyan drinks as well as other varieties in their establishment, preferred by an almost overwhelmingly large group of local men. Also, their food is widely recognized as the best in all of Beijing. Seo said nothing to him and walked beside him. The boy thought that 1 gold piece was a lot more than his annual salary, after all. The guy told Seo to let him walk him to a nice place, and immediately offered one place right away. Covering all the words, guy tells Seo that here is his and the drink, and recognizes that it is an excellent choice. This green bamboo liquor has been aged for generations by masters of their craft in the Inlu family. And that's the duck, the guy said was delicious. The pride of Beijing, what can I say? And then Seo said he needed new clothes. The boy replied that he would bring him the best they had right away. White dresses were in fashion nowadays, and black capes on top, honestly a favorite type of clothing among warriors. Seo thought for a moment and replied that it sounded good. Immediately the boy said that he understood the master and would be back soon. Halfway down the road, Seo told him to stop and asked him if he needed money. Didn't he? The boy replied that what he had given him earlier was enough. Seo tossed another gold coin and told him not to worry. That was just his payment. Going outside, the guy started shouting that it seems like he hit the jackpot. And then he brought Seo's clothes and said that his outfits were made of the finest silk. The guy put them on the table and Seo thanked him. Seo asked the guy if it was a long walk from here to Sichuan. The boy replied that it was true. The road there is long and it is ancient, and it would be especially difficult for someone who decided to go there for the first time. There are some people who go there as if it were a neighboring village. Seo asked, and who are they? The guy replied that it's an organization that calls itself an export agency. These guys can get to any place in Zhangyang, no matter how dangerous it is. The boy said he assumed the Lord was trained in martial arts. Seo replied that he was moderately trained and could stand up for himself. The guy showed the class and said there was no problem then. If he joined that agency as a guardian, he could find good company. Besides, he would be well paid for his hard work. He'll notice that that's where the whole bunch of hustlers work. Seo went outside after eating and changing his clothes. He started looking for where the 1,000-mile escort agency was. When he came to the crossroads, he again wondered whether he should go right or left. After all, he had not even been shown the way. Seo didn't realize where he was going next and whistled once. Thick-skinned Seo immediately appeared and crouched on his arm. Seo told Tolstokoju that the guy at the Harpy said that if he went straight down the big road and turned left, next he should turn right and walk to the White Tower, turn left near it. Immediately Tolstokaz shook his head. Seo asked him, did he understand? The fat man immediately took off and led Seo to where he needed to go. And when he saw the sign, he said it looked like he was there. Upon entering the town, the man asked Seo where he was going. Seo immediately replied that he was looking for a job. The man said guard recruitment was over, let the guy come next time. Seo replied that he was from far away, he couldn't just go back. The man said, what can he do? It's too late for him to complain. When will the next enrollment be? The man replied that no one knows. As there is more traveling, they will see. Seo immediately stood in front of him and told him that he was asking him to give him any other job until a spot became available. The man laughed and asked Seo if that meant he was willing to labor as anything. Seo replied, that's right. All for the good of the dream. To become a guardian of an escort agency of 1,000 miles. The man asked Seo if he could go as a laborer. Seo couldn't answer and made a sad face. The man asked him what he didn't want. Seo replied that he would do anything for such an opportunity. The next day the guards were setting off and Seo set about helping them load up. The man told Seo that he's pretty strong. How long has he been working here? Seo replied that it's been 2 months. The man asked him how many trips he had taken. Seo replied that he had none so far. The man thought about it and said he always sees him with a bow, even though all he does is load and unload. How badly does he want to be a guard? Seo immediately started denying it and said the bow was a family heirloom and all that. You can't give it up. On the way, the guy told Warden Seo that the fate of the agency depends entirely on this trip. They would have to be more careful. Didn't he think the same? Warden Seo replied that there are more than 30 trained guys here. No need to worry so much. This time the man suggested that Seo should go with them. And then a warrior came up and asked the chief what would be the fastest and safest way there. The chief replied that if they went southward, they could reach the Chongam Mountains, known as steep cliffs, in half a day. There is also a way through Ganam, but it would take more. The guy thought and said that then they'd have to pick the first one to make it in time. The warden replied that the only problem was the tiger's den. On the previous journey, supervised by Io, who the company had encountered little difficulty just because of them. Of course, there was another gang on the way to Chongju, but that one was already worn out and was no longer a threat. If they can get past the mouth's den, and then reaching the mountains, the overseer said to keep everyone alert. Keep your eyes open, they're approaching location X. The guy asked Tu if he thought it would be easy to be bored this time too. Tu replied that it's better that way. And he's watching, still trying to swing his sword. Guy said to Tu, does he know what he'd do if he saw them? He'd chop off the heads of those assholes and be done with it. And then Seo looked around and felt the bloodlust 30 pounds away, at least 50 men. Twice as many as their guards. The warden raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. He immediately saw a group of men coming towards them. The overseer ordered the guards to protect the goods. And then the enemy asked them, "Who is this here? The escort agency of 1,000 miles?" The warden replied that this was correct. "They are members of the 1,000 miles. His name is Li Jin." The enemy said he didn't recognize him. "He's the leader of the Tiger Mouth Gang, and his name is Zhou Ryuk." Li said he was a man of honor. So why did he block their way? Zhou replied that he didn't and they had come to greet them. "Do they know that the last hailstorm destroyed all their fences?" Li replied that he understood. It will cost them a lot to fix them. And then the guards sighed and said that they thought a battle was about to break out. "My heart is still beating." And then when Li was handing over the money in the moment he froze, and immediately looked back and was surprised. And he said, "Shit just happened." And then Zhou's thugs started to get indignant and the leader yelled at them to kill them all. The guards asked who was first. Of course it doesn't matter anymore. Now it's just a matter of blowing them to smithereens. The guard killed everyone in front of him and said that this bunch of lousy, talentless thugs needed to be destroyed. Li shouted to his men to hold the line and fight hand in hand all together. Zhou shouted to his men that most of them had no combat experience. "Hit them with a number, and while you're at it, finish it quickly." Head and Seo sat in the wagon and watched the guards fight. But the man was a little worried. Seo said it was all because of one yellow-haired goon. And then there was earlier that the guy told the guard that their bosses made an agreement. And he thinks it's okay for them to meet too. Just then the guard grabbed his sword and was telling the guy to stay away from him. The guy replied that his name was Den, from the tiger's mouth. And as the boys also nicknamed him the Purple Wolf, honorable, immediately he smiled and roared at the guard. The guard got scared and waved his sword and told Dan to stay away from him. And then he killed him in front of everyone. Seo didn't stand by and climbed onto the wagon. The man told him to stay back. He would surely be killed if he got involved. Those guys don't usually touch outsiders, so just sit tight. And then Seo lowered his head and smiled. Seo immediately got to his feet and began pulling out his arrows and stabbing anyone who came near them. And then Zhou turned around and asked what was going on, and who dared to shoot at them anyway. Li immediately told Zhou that his opponent was here, standing in front of him, and immediately slashed his enemy's chest. When they saw that their head was killed, they got scared and fled into the forest, and used a tactical retreat. Li started looking around and seeing the pile of corpses said, "What a mess this place is anyway." Just then Li's right-hand man came in and reported 11 dead and 17 wounded. Li told the supervisor that they were leaving as soon as they took care of the bodies. Immediately, the supervisor replied that he agreed. Li told the guards who are unable to ride, have them climb into the wagon. Li approached Seo and told him that he had done a good job and ultimately saved their lives from death. Li asked what his savior's name was. The guy immediately replied that his name was Seo Moon. Li said that with his abilities, he shouldn't be moonlighting for such a pittance. Seo said, "You're welcome. He's just an ordinary amateur. As a kid, he had a couple of fun hunts, nothing more." They immediately set off on a long journey, and so they finally arrived at Taewa Bank. And then the guards would stand in front of the stoves and say that because of these daily medicinal infusions, everything was imbued with a strong bitterness. But they have nowhere to go. They'll have to do this until all the guards are cured. It would be worth it to at least visit the Shaolin Temple if they were going this way. The boy said there's no harm in dreaming. Does he think the captain's gonna let him sightsee? And then Seo walked up to them and asked the guards if they knew if the Shaolin Temple was somewhere nearby. He pointed his finger and said that behind that mountain was another mountain, Mount Sung. There is a monastery on that mountain. Seo asked how far is it to get there. The man replied that it was about 50 miles. When he got to the main, warden asked Seo why he had to go there. Seo replied that he had urgent business there. Seo says he'll be back quickly, and he hopes they don't mind. Li says not to let the guy worry. As long as the guys are patching up their wounds, they'll be here. He can do whatever he wants. On Seo's path, it was as if he was an extended man, for the animals were all following him. And in a moment he saw children who were practicing. Seo looked at them and said, "Hiking on Mount Sung, even children are amused by Shaolin martial arts." Coming to the temple, Seo said, "So this is what it is like, the holy land progenitor of the 1,000-year-old Buddhist martial art." Once inside, 2 monks stood guarding the temple. They told Amitabha and asked him to stop. The second monk said that the service was over for today. Let him come tomorrow. Seo told them that he was not here to pray. And then he thought, what should he say? He had to return that strange book. Seo asked if he could see the abbot. The monk asked why he needed to see their patriarch. Seo replied that he would like to greet him. The monk said that the patriarch was not the kind of person who could be seen so easily. Let him explain the reason. Seo immediately gave his name and said that he was here to bring back the volume of the Heart Sutra teachings. The monk asked his friend, "Does he know what a mu is?" The monk replied that he was not sure. He had once been told of such a thing, but what was this certain volume? They decided to bring him to the person in charge. The patriarch came out and said his name was Yung Gak, the person in charge of receiving guests. Had he heard what Seo knew about the Heart Sutra? Seo replied that this was pure truth. And then Gak was surprised and said that, in the name of the Buddha, finally to hear news of the Heart Sutra volume that was stolen more than half a century ago. Gak told Mukha to run and report it to the patriarch as soon as possible. Seo wondered how it was stolen. Grandfather said he'd borrowed it. Who would give up their clan's greatest treasure? Gak told the boy to let him escort him to the patriarch. Sitting down at the table, the patriarch said his name was Jungo, the abbot of this temple. Was he told that he had information about their great teachings? Seo realized that the monks would kill him if they knew his grandfather had stolen it. And he couldn't escape. Just then Seo was thinking and the monk turned to him. Seo immediately replied that he had heard of him. Jungo, hearing these words, rejoiced and said that they had been looking for him for so long. And at last, Buddha is definitely favoring them. Jungo asked Seo, so where is the location now? And then Seo pulled it out and immediately put it on the table. Jungo, seeing this, immediately began to say, Amitba. When they opened it, they saw that it was the same book and began to bow to him. Jungo told Seo that he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. This treasure was stolen by a fellow sinner about 50 years ago. They thought they would never see him again. He doesn't even know what they can do for him now. Seo replied that he didn't need anything. He had stumbled upon it completely by accident. Jungo asked how by accident. Seo replied that he works for an escort agency 1,000 miles away. A couple days ago he had to stay in a cave deep in the forest. There he found a wooden box, on which it was written that it belonged to the Shaolin Temple. So he came here. Jungo asked Seo, did he say he worked for an escort agency 1,000 miles away? Seo replied that was correct. He works there as a laborer. Jungo said, what a coincidence. His leader is a former monk from the temple. That's right, his name is Yuan Sam. I remember personally training him. That guy's really something. Seo replied that he was glad the tom had found its owner. Now he had to go. Jungo stopped him and said that it would be a shame to let him go without showing his gratitude. Would they try to fulfill his wish? And then Seo replied that it was all right. Just then the next monk entered the room and asked, is the volume of the Heart Sutra already here? Jungo replied to the elder that it was correct. The monks immediately said that they were paying their respects to the great elder. Seo immediately realized that this man seemed to be in charge. And was it this young man who brought him back? Jungo replied that it was so. He found it by chance in a cave and decided to return it. Seo looked at the monk and immediately realized that he was strong beyond his years. The monk said his name was Sunj. Sunj said he wanted to have a word with their guest. Let them take the sutra to the vault for now. Sunj told Jungo to get Mumu here. Jungo asked the head monk why. Sunj replied that lately he had stopped growing at all. Jungo said that he understood and would do it now. Sunj saw Seo off and thanked him for his decision to give it away. For them, the book is indeed of great value. Seo replied that of course he was just lucky to find one. Songjae laughed and said that the guy was a naive old man. But he couldn't lie to him anymore. Could he? Seo didn't expect to be caught out already. Sanj asked the guy was it Jew or Bo. Seo asked him what did he mean by that. Sanj asked him is he still going to play dumb? And then Seo realized that the monk already knew everything. Seo replied that of course it was Bo. Seo asked. Given his power, it makes sense. But how does Seo know him? Seo had to answer and said it was his grandfather. Shinji said that he was really an incredible guy. He managed to dodge his attacks using just a movement technique alone, and he was only able to touch it with the help of 9 consecutive orders and the sacred fist of 100. And he certainly generally believed that he could achieve his goal. Before he left, he said that one day he would return the volume of the Heart Sutra. Seo realized that the monk was ranting about the wolf step. I think his grandfather himself had guessed that the technique of 9 consecutive orders was compatible with it. Shinji asked the boy had he mastered the Heart Sutra. Seo replied that the teaching was no longer of any use to him, so he decided to return it. Shinji laughed and said he could see. Truly a great fortune for their space. Then a monk stood in front of them and said he had come. Shinji told Mumu to come over to them. There is no one in the neighborhood who can match this guy. He is the next generation of Shaolin protectors. Divine guardians. Throughout Shaolin's history, 2 legends have woven their way through the history of Shaolin, and one of them is known to one and all, is the tale of the Shaolin army of 108 Nihanjin. It was formed by the Shaolin Nihanjin and consisted of 108 monks. The greatest invincible army of all. For centuries ago, when the notorious evil appeared, the Butcher formed a bloody clan that swept away all living things in its path, and no one in the world was able to resist it. But even he fell before the army 108, without ever touching them. 3 centuries ago, the zealous demon that had fought all the Gengang clans and was considered the strongest in history, also fell at the hands of their brave warriors. The 108 Nahan army was the first unshakable legend to reach the ears of many, but about 40 years ago, a new great warrior revealed himself to the world. He beheaded a bloody priest who called himself Lord of Death. And then the devil of the 9 schools, the god of thunder, and Yulsa fell victim to him. For 3 years, he wandered around Zhongyang, fighting every strongest martial expert of the past. The guy shouted back then that all the evil in the world would fall by his hand. He is the true Lord of Darkness. After 477 battles, he became known as the God of Dark Space. Gu Yen, heaven-destroying sword. The people who followed him came together to establish a clan on the highest peak of their space. But one day he came to Shaolin Temple and single-handedly defeated the entire horde of monks. Laughing at them said they are all lowlifes. Let them praise the heavenly destructive sword. He called the monks names and called the last strongholds of this world fallen. Would they mind if he took over Zhongyan? And then the monk told the guy to let him show him the true power of Shaolin. The guy said, somewhere around here there is someone stronger than the entire 108 Nahan army. The monk approached the chief and said he came with the deepest apologies. All the brave warriors had fallen now, he was the only one who could protect the Shaolin. He will lay down his laurels as patriarch, and will not go back on their word for the next 10 years. And then monk told the patriarch not to worry, powerlessness is not a vice. This guy has a way of surprising. Reminds me of a man who came to them about 10 years ago. The guy told the monk that he didn't know who he was, but would ask him to step out of his way. The monk laughed and replied that the guy was very good-hearted. And it seems that people are afraid of him for nothing. The monk said he would give the 3 best attacks. Let the guy try to dodge. And then the guy replied that he would not tolerate insults. And then at the point monk attacked and asked the guy, hit a slip? Well, he'll start over. Let him try at least this time. The guy felt that he was truly an unrivaled master. However, he didn't have time to turn around and saw several attacks that he tried to defend against. The monk did not spare him, and immediately launched numerous attacks with his sticks. And at the end, the boy again failed to defend himself. The guy realized that if the monk wanted to really kill him, he would be dead by now. And then the monk said, here comes the final attack. The boy told the monk to stop. It showed him how vast the world was. It looked like he was just a frog in an incredibly huge lake. Could the monk please say the name of this martial art? The monk replied that it was the Sword of the Triple Teachings, a secret technique of their hall that only the defenders of the deity possess. The guy said that the Sword of Triple Teachings, one day he would come back with a technique that could surpass it. This was the moment when the entire world learned of the existence of divine protectors, and it was then that a new legend was born. Shinji said he has been in the position of elder for more than 60 years. It is past time to retire. But this guy's a real problem. He's overconfident, and now his skills have stopped progressing. I can't tell you the excitement. And he sees that Seo has plenty of power to fold his pride. What will he say? Will he teach him a little lesson? Seo immediately started waving his arms around and saying that he was just keeping fit. That's all. And then the guy gave him a really weird look. Shinji said that divine guardians have been around for generations and only the leader knows their true identities. Let Seo teach Mumu a lesson. He thinks he should have no trouble doing so. Seo replied that he didn't think he could. Shinji thought for a moment and asked, "Is that it? Then there's nothing he can do to help." The Hall of Elders probably doesn't know that it was his grandfather who stole the Heart Sutra volume. And then Seo thought about it and realized he screwed up. All old men are the same. They're all sneaky, devious bastards. At this time, Mumu was thinking, just how strong is this guy? Talking like he'd lose to him at any rate. Mumu told the man in charge to let him get a word in. He fully understands his excitement, but he does not believe that their guest can overpower him. Let the main ones not force them to fight. Shinji replied to Mumu that now he should just follow his command. Shinji asked Seo, he agrees, right? And turning around, Shinji said it was time to look for the abbot. Seo could not refuse and replied that he agreed. Immediately they entered the battlefield with Mumu. Mumu thought he'd make the move first and be done with it. Seo thought the opposite, that the guy would take one hit and then he would end the farce himself. Mimi immediately used the energy circle and demonstrated it with great power. Seo stood still and immediately saw that it was the attack of 1,000 palms. He didn't defend himself and took it all on himself. The attack was so strong that Seo even crashed into the gate, which he broke from his body. Mimi thought about it and realized he put a lot of thought into the punch because he thought he was an expert. Seo got mad and told Mimi he was a goddamn monk. You let him play and he threw him with such force? And then Seo wiped the blood from his nose and said that now they're going to fight. And then he started to pull his strength out. Mimi saw this and immediately realized that the guy had definitely changed. And immediately Seo shouted to him that he was coming. The attack was so stealthy that Mimi didn't even see it and had to be retaliated against. Mimi managed to resist this attack and thought, what kind of speed was that? Shinji said, what did he say earlier? This kid will break his pride. Mimi said he wasn't done yet. Immediately, he got into the monk's posture and stirred up his inner energy. Shinji said an unbreakable defensive stance. A very good choice. Immediately, Seo threw a few strikes at him. Shinji saw that it was very excellent. 12 enlightenments of the golden dragon, blocking his fists with gripping palms. Mimi immediately launched a kicking attack and Seo managed to dodge it, which even tore his clothes. Shinji shouted that it wasn't bad, retaliating with an unprecedented kick, and still reaching for the holy cheek of his fingers. Seo saw what was flying at him and started running in different directions so that this energy wouldn't reach him. Seo said he had some tricks up his sleeve too. He immediately pulled out his bow and said that this was his trump card. Seo didn't feel sorry for him and immediately fired his bow without an arrow. Mimi didn't realize at first then he was hurt. Mimi fell to his knees and thought, what kind of power is this? And had not yet reached an indestructible body. There was no way he would be able to handle this kind of technique now. Seo immediately attacked him again, but Mimi managed to dodge and crouch to the ground. He realized it would kill him. Seo launched a couple of attacks at once, but Mimi managed to dodge. Shinji shouted that the fight was over. Shinji walked over to Mimi and said that he hoped the kid realized how vast their world was. Let him take this lesson with honor and keep practicing. Mimi replied that he apologized, master, but he would like to try another technique. Let him make the last move. Shinji asked Mimi, does he want to use the triple divine sword? Mimi replied that he did exactly that. Shinji replied that there was no such thing. He wasn't strong enough to fight him yet, and it didn't look like their guest was fighting at full strength. Seo replied, who knows? He wouldn't mind showing off one of his strongest styles. Shinji said that's what he thought, and Mumu doesn't seem ready to admit defeat. Couldn't he show them some of this technique? Let him fulfill the old man's request. Seo asked Shinji if he could borrow his cane then. Seo said that the first phase emits the most powerful bloodlust. He thinks it would be unacceptable to display it in their temple. So that's why he'll start with the second one. Seo immediately began to show them his technique, which was his strongest. He immediately pulled his energy out again. Shinji was surprised and couldn't believe it. Seo bowed and said that was the end of it. Shinji asked, what is the name of this technique? Seo replied that that was the second step of the peerless sword of triple unity, the blade of solitude. Blade loneliness, unbelievable. He never thought he would be able to see such an amazing technique in person. Mimi told the master that maybe he was imagining things, but he didn't see anything special. What did he see that his eyes didn't see? Shinji replies to the guy that he is about to, he still has a long way to go. He assures no martial art in the world can surpass his style. Mimi asked what about the triple divine sword. Shinji replied that his third step might be able to resist such a blow, but it could not fight back. Mimi asked if that meant their guest was stronger than the master himself. Shinji replied to the kid, didn't he hear what he was told? Their guest's strength is an order of magnitude greater than his. Mimi said it was impossible. Shinji told Seo that so he's one of those escort agency guards. Seo replied that he was a laborer. Shinji laughed and said he was too strong. It was already evening and Shinji saw the guy off in front of the temple. He said he was honored to meet him. Mimi too said that he would never forget his lesson today. Seo replied that in that case he was deflecting. A warrior doesn't need flowers. And immediately he set off home on foot through the forest. There were a few other people heading home at this time too. One of them was very wounded and the guy was carrying him. The guy was telling his senior to hold on just a little longer. The senior replied to the guy that he had caused him so much trouble. The guy who was walking in front was saying that if they hadn't been tricked and sent the Pajian guards elsewhere. The man in charge replied that it looked like they couldn't escape. The boy shouted at him not to give up hope. A little more time and they would reach the Shaolin Temple. The guy said they wouldn't dare move a finger in the face of the full might of his defenders. And then the boy said to his lord, here is the city of Sunday. Let him hold on, for they are very near. Lod replied that he had always wanted to visit this place again. But he did not even think it would happen under such circumstances. And then a silhouette appeared before them and said, it is time to surrender to them, and called one of them a friend. The guy said the sword of the bloodstream, Ningak. Is that him? How could he betray his lordship? Ningak replied that he didn't have to answer anything. Let them keep their heads down. He only needed to see him off and not cause any harm. Ningak raised his hand and a bunch of fighters appeared in front of them. The guy asked a group of bloody murderers, are they in league with them too? Ningak replied, Dok Gojuk, that they were asking him to lay down his arms and hand over the Lord into their hands. Dok told him to shut up. The first one who dares approach him will go straight to hell. Which one of them wants to taste his blade? He knew there was no way to defeat them all and escape. So have Chun take the Lord to the Shaolin. While he holds them off, Chun realized how humiliating it was for him to rely on old enemies. But their master must not die here. And then Doc saw that they weren't attacking him and said he'd go first. And he jumped into the fight. One thing Doc realized was that he couldn't hold them off much longer. Let his boys go faster. Chun told Doc that he would make sure his sacrifice was not in vain. It was an honor to serve him. They both immediately ran straight into the forest to save their lives. Ningak looked at all this and thought. At this time in the morning, Seo woke up and said that because he was hungry he couldn't sleep. So he asked the fat man to catch him a hare. Seo smiled and apologized to him, saying that Grandpa just went wild yesterday when he caught the rabbit. And then he accidentally scolded the thick-skinned man. Don't let him take offense. He'd better catch someone. And then the thick-skinned man said nothing and just closed his eyes. Seo asked. He pretended to be asleep. Seo sighed tiredly and said he would never do that again. Just then he saw someone running toward him. Seo froze in the moment and thought, what is this guy carrying? Could it be a dead body on his back? Seo said nothing to them and just watched. Chun carried his lord on his back and stopped in a moment. Chun told Seo that there was a threat coming and he better get out of here. Seo asked surprised. Chun answered him that the man chasing them would kill him. Seo spat and didn't believe him, asking why he would kill an innocent traveler. Chun replied that no matter who he was, they would wipe out anyone who came their way. Immediately those guys jumped out in front of him. Ningak started laughing loudly in front of him and told Chun that he didn't want to do it the good way. Then he would do it the bad way. Chun was saddened and realized that the Shaolin was so close. But they didn't get there unharmed. Chun immediately placed his lord against the tree and realized that he would have to fight them alone. Chun pulled out his sword and said that this guy was innocent of anything. Let them keep him alive at least. Ningak started laughing again and replied as soon as he saw them. His fate was already sealed. Since when did the Fian clan start killing everyone indiscriminately? So they had discarded their pride like all the Cespit dark clans? Ningak replied that that wasn't the point. It's just that they can't leave an eyewitness alive. Seo realized that these guys were discussing his life as if it belonged to them. Seo wondered who the dead man was. He went over to look at him and saw arrows sticking out from behind his back. Chun swung his sword at this time and was ready to fight them without even being intimidated by their numbers. Chun got angry and told them to just come over and finish what they started. Ningak did not tolerate such disrespect and jumped on him first. In the air they clashed attacks and fought to the last. After all, only one of them was to remain. Chun thought and used the dancing butterfly sword and united it with a beautiful sword dance. But the bloody stream guaranteed that the target would always be hit. Immediately, he dodged his strongest attack. Ningak saw that, just as he had expected from the commander of the Peihan warriors. The style of the blood rain sword. No matter which way you look at it, Chun told Ningak that it looked like the rumors about him were true. Ningak smiled and thanked him. Cho watched the battle and saw that they were both good. Especially him. He'd say he was even stronger than Monk Mumu. Ningak saw that it would not be easy. If he sent his warriors out, some of them would surely die. But they must not lose men yet. Ningak gathered his strength and said he could handle it himself. And immediately attacked the guy. Chun at this time was already ready to receive and dodge the attacks. Chun decided to bring him something new and formed a vortex around him. Ningak looked at it without realizing what it was. Chun finished his attack and used an invulnerable blood rain. Immediately, he aimed it directly at the enemy. Ningga saw that the attack was coming straight at him and realized that Chun wanted to kill him at the cost of his life. He immediately cut Chun in the moment of attack with his sword. Chun fell to the ground and crawled with slow steps to the head, and looked at him for a long time, realizing that he had lost. Chun spat a strange liquid from his mouth and tried to say something. And then the wounded head said something. Seo looked at it and was surprised, for he thought he was already dead. Chun fell down in front of him and apologized for not bringing him to the end. Ningon walked over and told the Lord that unfortunately his time had come, and may he forgive him for that. The Lord asked him, "Is it like this?" Seo looked at all this and realized that his was their Lord. Then the man must be a traitor. And then Seo looked at him angrily and realized he was clear. It's all that bastard's fault. Ningak told the Lord that he would spare him unnecessary agony. And then he stopped and felt a wild thirst for blood. Ningak turned around and thought, where is it coming from? He immediately ordered his men to disperse and stand guard. The men obeyed him and surrounded their ringleader. In a moment, he saw Seo teleport behind him. Seo told him that when he betrayed his master, he was no longer a man. An animal shouldn't be waving a weapon around like that. Seo immediately launched an attack and Ningak managed to get his sword up and deflect the blow. But the particles wounded him and ordered his men to capture him. They immediately found Seo and attacked him. Seo laughed and said that now they would see who was faster. Seo was so fast that he had time to dodge and shoot invisible arrows from his bow. Ningak saw that the guy was trashing his warriors and ordered them to gather in formation and attack together. Seo saw that he was much stronger than them, and in a moment of withdrawal fired a couple more shots and hit right on target. From his powerful strength, he blew everyone around him that even a tree couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Ningak said it was unbelievable. The strongest squad of bloody killers of the Peihan clan couldn't handle one person. But who is this guy? Anyway, I've never heard of an expert using a bow without arrows. Ningak came to his senses and realized that it didn't matter to him. This old prick was going to die of his wounds soon anyway. Ningak immediately ordered his men that they were retreating. They quickly packed up and flew off into the sky. The Lord said it was unbelievable. He defeated them all with such ease. Seo asked how his wounds were. The Lord replied that everything was terrible, and as the boy could see for himself. Seo asked if there was still a way to save him. The Lord replied that he could use his inner energy and take care of himself on his own. But unfortunately things were too messy. Besides, you can't find any medicine around here, so he thinks it's over for him. Seo asked him to wait for him for a while. He'd bring it over. And then he disappeared right before his eyes. The Lord was surprised and said he had never seen such movement techniques in his life. Seo immediately moved like lightning into the Shaolin temple. The guards didn't even notice him and asked, "Who passed through here?" Mumu met him and told him that the guy had come again. Seo apologized and asked if he could meet the older man. Does he want to see the great master? But why? Seo replied that there was a reason. The master met him and told him that they welcomed him back. Seo was surprised when he heard his voice. Master said he felt his inner energy. Did something happen? Seo replied that by a happy coincidence, he had found one half-alive man in the mountains there, so he raced to them at full speed to get the medicine. The master said it was amazing. Of course it is. When a man's life is at stake, a medicine is worthless. The master told Mumu to go quickly to the old men to get the heavenly pill. Mumu was surprised and asked, "Heavenly pill?" Master told him to hurry up. Didn't he hear what condition the master was in? Seo took the medicine and thanked them, saying he would never forget their services. Immediately, like a flying man, he strode from the top of the temple. The master laughed and said, "Truly unimaginable luck for their space." At this time the man was bleeding and getting worse. Seo immediately came to him and told him that he had brought everything. He immediately took out a pill and told him to take it. The Lord was surprised to see such a thing and asked if it was a heavenly pill. Seo replied that it was. They said it was a very powerful and valuable medicine, which means it should definitely help him. The Lord said that he did not think there was any measure of its value in the world. As far as he knew, there was nothing like it anywhere else in the world. The Lord, at the cost of his life, ate it and immediately gulped it down. He realized that he had to survive. Seo told the Lord his name so there would be no misunderstandings. The Lord asked him if they had a long way to go. Seo replied that they definitely have to have another day. The Lord said how slow the boy was going. No wonder it would take so long. Let him pick up the pace. Seo replied that as he walked faster, Lord said the carrier was shaking and he was in pain. Lord responded by telling the boy to try to step more gently. Seo thought that Lord had gotten quite naked. He shouldn't have saved that old man. Seo asked why he had been betrayed. The old man replied that it was his fault. He'd forgotten, I had forgotten that there are no obedient dogs forever. Here, apparently the collar was starting to give and they decided to get rid of the owner. What's gone is gone. Seo listened to him and asked what he planned to do next. Starkey replied that he didn't know, that the wound would have to be dealt with first. What was next, he would think about later. Seo replied that he meant where was he going to go? The old man replied that, as the boy could see, nowhere yet. Seo said he was traveling with an escort agency. So when they reach their destination, they will have to part ways. The old man rejoiced and said that it meant he could find work where they were going. Seo answered who would hire a wounded man. The old man replied that he had a good knowledge of the area. He doesn't know what their boss is like, but he's sure he wouldn't mind having someone like him. Seo immediately realized he's a crazy old man. Does he think they only exist for his sake? Seo told him that their boss didn't hire just anyone. The old man said, "Why not just anyone? He has one." Seo asked if it was him. The old man replied for Seo to introduce him, that he was his distant relative, and that was that. Seo immediately realized that he couldn't get away from him and thought that this old man had a lot of nerve. Seo told the old man that it wouldn't work. He would have to go to Sichuan right away. He would love to help him, but unfortunately, circumstances don't allow it. The old man told Seo that he had to help him. Seo replied that he would like to, but unfortunately it would not be possible. The old man told Seo if he knew that his life was in danger, he was literally being hunted. The old man told Seo if he knew that his life was in danger, he was literally being hunted. The old man said he wanted to die beautifully, to show his death and preserve his honor. But thanks to the boy, all his efforts went to waste. So if his mental wound isn't healed, there's no point in his life anymore. He will become a simple, helpless old man who has lost all his fighting skills. He has never once needed anyone's help in his life, but now he is humiliated because of it. So Seo has a duty to put things back the way they were. Obliged to take care of him and help him find himself. If Seo refuses him, he should kill him right here. Seo was surprised and said he could do that. The old man told the guy, or he'd have him call those he'd chased away and ask to be finished at last. How could he know where they were now? The old man replied that, alas, it was the only way he could regain his honor. Seo was very upset because he had saved a man so much, and now what he was getting in return from someone like that. Seo thought about letting the old man do what he wanted to do. He wouldn't be hired anyway. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't be hired in his condition. When he arrived at the pass site, Seo told the chief that he was back. A lot of things happened on the road, so he had to be delayed. The warden said he understood. But did the guy do everything he planned to do? Seo replied that yes and thanked him for his concern. The warden asked the guy who he had there, and then the old man opened his eyes and replied that his name was Kan. He's a distant relative of his. He lives around here, so the kid decided to pay him a visit. He was so happy to see him. The boss said he understood. And his name is Kong Riang. But what happened to his body? Kong replied that when he met Seo he wanted to go with him to his native land. But by a great accident, he fell off a cliff on the way here. Kong said that Seo has to finish the job here. Kong replied that he understands. He plans to wait for him here while he finishes all his business. He hopes the supervisor doesn't mind. Kong replied that unfortunately it was beyond his duties. He would now ask the owner and come back for them. And then Seo looked at the old man and said that his lies were excellent. So looked at the old man and said that he was a good liar. Seo told him it's very strict here. I'm sure he would be turned down for such an offer. Ken laughed and said they'll look into it. He feels straight up that he's going to be lucky today. And then Kong came out and said that the master had authorized it. Seo had recently accomplished one feat and they didn't know how to thank him. And now the opportunity had just come up. The master was very pleased. Ken was pleased and thanked them all. Ken thanked Seo and said it was all thanks to him. And immediately the next day they were on their way. And then on the road, Kong joked and said he had a stomach ache. Kong turned around and said that the boy knew how to joke. Ken said he decided to just occupy that time with a couple jokes. Seo said, "What's so funny? What's everybody so giddy about?" The night before the storm, Ningak went to his chief and decided to report the information. The chief said that Sabu, as it turned out, was not an idle man. The head asked Ningak what's wrong. Is it strange that he's laughing despite the teacher hitting? Ningak said that's the way it is. The head replied, what can I say? Everyone knows for a fact how strong he is. It would have been too easy to catch someone like that so quickly. Be that as it may. Sabu deserves this chance, Ningak agrees. But what if the people from Baekong Palace followed him? The head replied that their array was originally founded by the master's imitators. But now the provists, as one, have all grown old, and new generations are eager to see their young blood at the head of the line. The clans once pinned down by the Lord have already begun to emerge from the shadows. In that case, it's neither cold nor hot whether the old man lives or dies. The seizure of Baekjong Palace will still go according to plan. There's no stopping Shea's actions. Their time has truly come. And then rumors began to spread in the city that Chu Yong was dead. They asked what happened. The man said that in his 30s, he was able to unite all the strongest warriors from the Black Sword clans. The deity of Baekong Palace. Their idol died? He doesn't believe it. Passersby asked who killed him. The man said that there was a rumor that Chu Yong had died on Mount Sung. Some masked men are said to have attacked and defeated his entire unit. But these masked men used the art of the White Sword clansmen. This is indicated by the corpses left behind after their plundering. The Baekong Palace believes that the martial artists of the White Sword clans have united against them. And here the head was telling the warriors that until now, they had avoided clashes with the White Sword clans not because they were afraid of them, and not because they were powerless. They shunned them only because their lord did not want the blood of innocents spilled on this land. But they betrayed the lord, they killed him. And now they are gathered here to mark the beginning of their journey. The path of vengeance. They are the men of Baekong Palace. They will fight to the last drop of blood, to the last man. In the name of their emperor. The leader raised his hand and said he was Kwang Pei, putting his life on the line. By cutting his hand, he will avenge their lord. Let the enemy be rewarded. The warriors immediately raised their hands and cut their hands and said that they would take revenge. The elders also cut their hands and said that it was for the Lord. The war group said that the head of the Black Sword clan was in the other side. Will they unite in favor of a single goal? Baekjong Palace is the home of their clan Bloody Death. Everyone in Baekjong Palace. They'll kill the monsters who made innocent sheep of themselves. The second group said that Lord Chu Yong was the spiritual leader of their White Skull clan. They will avenge their lord. And then in the Shaolin Temple, the master gathered all the people and asked who had killed him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out. It was as if no one was involved. Ungoz, the representative of the shaman clan, said that he didn't think it was that important anymore. The main thing is that they have declared war on them. First of all, they should think about how to stop them. Chief Master Mu of the Fire Mountain clan said that he agreed with Chief Master Mu. The war can't be avoided. Now all that remains is to think of ways to slow down this madness machine. Un said that in addition to the representative of the Conrian clan, delegates from all the other 8 clans had gathered in this room. Well, there was not a moment to lose, quicker to decide, quicker to achieve a result. Huang Chun, the master of the Caban clan, said that he agrees with everyone. Sukbu also replied that he was also with them. The master said let him rest in peace. But don't they think it's strange? Beikong Palace is literally what is home to Go Yang. So why did he die exactly on Mount Sung, which is thousands of kilometers away from the palace? Un replied that he, too, still found it hard to believe that he was dead. He said, I'm not going to kill him, but I'm going to kill him. Master said that until now, the mainland had been peaceful and quiet thanks to Chuyang. Now, if no one stopped them, they would go out to conquer everything in their path, to dominate the entire Chungwon space, under the aegis of avenging his master. Gu said that the wars of the Black Sword clans were now gathering at Beikong Palace. It would be worth it for them to gather all the soldiers as soon as possible. Master told Lord Gu, well advanced in suppressing the dark path, but if he really passed away, they would definitely target Zhang Yan first, and it will be under the pretext of revenge. Gu replied that the dark sects are already gathering at Peihan Palace. They need to decide quickly what they will do. Most of the strongest sects were now in the north. The only thing left in the south was the Naiman clan, which was part of the 5 great families. Most of the shadow sects have set up somewhere in the same place near Peihan, and it looks like the first battle will take place near the Yangtze River. Gu said that the Naiman clan is completely at the mercy of the great family. Now they need to establish a bridgehead in the south to protect them. The master agreed and said that was correct. As long as Naiman held back their troops, the barbarians would not be able to advance so easily. Sukbu said the same thing, saying that it was a commendable idea. However, they wouldn't spread out and would definitely attack the Naiman clan with all their forces at once. They would not be able to survive something like that, Gu said, because he wants them to send reinforcements faster. It will take them 2 days longer to reach Hunan than they will. There is no room for delay. Master said that they had not taken any action until now, after all. In spite of the great plan to avenge the leader, it would be very difficult to carry out such a thing immediately after his death. Right now, there are multiple feuds brewing in those territories. Each of the heads of the minor clans wants to take the place of the ruler, so he doesn't think there's any point in rushing. It's worth watching them so you can react in time. Huang said that he was sure that the Naiman clan was also planning countermeasures against the 4 great clans. They must not be too late, even if they torture revenge ahead of time. Gu said that if the enemies have already finished their preparations, their actions won't help anything. The man said that the southern branch of their sect had sent a message. What do they know? The others asked. The man replied that the dark sects were all clamoring for revenge, but none of them had done anything about it yet. Also, a couple days ago, a lot of small clans gathered in Peihan Palace. Since then, none of them have ever appeared in the light of day. And then one of the rulers said that he believed that Sai was indeed connected precisely with preparations for future battles, and not at all with internal unrest. Gu thought and said that in that case they should make a plan faster. The man asked, plan for what? Gu replied that the dark sects had already gathered in the palace and they were still scattered. It would be a good time for them to start making preparations. The man asked, so they want to form a coalition where all the light sects come together? Gu asked, who will be the leader? The ruler said that since it was a question of temporarily joining forces, it was worth deciding where their future headquarters would be located as well. Shaolin released all its homing pigeons into the air and sent information to the different sects. The first dove flew to the Naiman clan. The ruler immediately saw the letter, and when he opened it he was very surprised. The letter stated that in order to oppose Peihan Palace, the 9 united sects would fulfill the following. First, a righteous coalition will be organized to battle the palace. The coalition is temporary and will be disbanded after the problem is solved. The next sect also received a letter and the head said it was not good. His wife asked him what was wrong. The head replied that all light clansmen were obliged to swear an oath to the coalition. His wife immediately lost her face when she heard that. The Shaolin Palace will be at the head of the association, and its leader, Grand Master Yungua, will fulfill the role of chief. The leaders of each sect and the Great Space War will join the council. Each sect must choose the people it will send to the coalition. Fourth, each clan must obey the decisions of the coalition unconditionally so that there will be no disagreement. The head said that it looked like the Gango Valley was in for a truly bloody battle. And then a boy came and asked his father. The head told his son to go and gather good fighters around their clan's territory. The boy asked, could he find out why? Was it the Peihan Palace? The head replied that a righteous coalition had been formed. Now each sect was obliged to send its warriors to the main city. They want to stop the Peihan before the madness of its rulers unleashes a storm over all space. Soon, he will travel to the Naaman clan with their warriors. The boy said that then he should go too. The head replied to his son no. It was not proper for the present head to be away from his people. He's got no responsibilities, so he's going. He's going to see an old friend of his. The boy told his father that their enemy is the palace of Peihan. He can't let him go alone, father. The head replied that, unfortunately, time was running out. It was time to rush to the aid of his longtime comrade, Naaman Sangun. He hoped he was still well. And then one of their warriors came to the palace and said, alarm! He is compelled to report that the palace of Peihan has come to a standstill. The guy didn't expect that and asked, really? And where are they going? At this time, the allies were heading off to war. The squad leader told them to move faster. They had to get to Naaman's family before Peihan did. The second ringleader said that they must arrive in Hubei province before morning to meet the Wuchan family. They would join forces with them and go straight to the Naaman family. He immediately shouted to his warriors to go. After all, among the 5 great families, they should be the first to come to the aid of the alliance. Chief Naaman and his wife strolled through the park and enjoyed the moments. The woman said that all these rumors were making her a little uneasy. The head laughed and replied that there was nothing to worry about, my dear. There's no telling when Peihan will finally make a move in the palace, and it's unlikely that they will dare to turn the whole world of Zhongyang against them. The head said that no matter how strong they were, there were 9 united sects opposing them, along with the 5 great families. The woman said that because it was rumored that their great celestial clan was the intended primary target, after all, they were the closest, in terms of location, to their position. The head replied that considering that the great heavenly clan is the largest light path clan in Guangdong, they must be truly true, but so far, no cause for concern. And then one boy came running into the room screaming. The mother saw this, immediately shouted to her son Son, and then the enemy came from behind, and immediately kill him before their eyes. The mother could not bear such a thing, and immediately fainted herself as well. The head asked the enemy who he was. The enemy replied that it was indeed impressive. The head would remain so cold-blooded even after seeing the death of his favorite child with his own eyes. The head lost his temper and shouted out asking who he was. The enemy replied that he was just a pathetic henchman of the Blood Clan. And then the head was surprised to hear about the Blood Clan. He realized that, as far as he knew, only the elite of the elite, the most hardened and ruthless killers of Peihan. The head took his weapon and approached his wife, telling her to forgive him. He had brought so much sadness into his life, but he had never repaid his debt. Let her go first and he would come after her. He immediately killed his wife in cold blood, so that she would not suffer further. The enemy thought the head was an unusual man. Now he understands why the captain asked him to deal with him personally. If he doesn't want all his men to die, he'll have to face Sabun face to face. The enemy looked at the head and felt overwhelming power. But he is not one to be so easily intimidated. The head didn't wait and pounced on him with his first attack. But the enemy was not bad either and dodged his attack. In the moment of dodging, the head received a wound in his arm from which a stream of blood began to flow. The head realized that if things continued like this, he wouldn't get a chance to meet his relatives and students. And then he got distracted for a couple minutes and saw his enemy's sword flying straight at his chest. And immediately he couldn't dodge and took it. The head was so clever that he managed to set his arm and stab his sword. Seeing this, the enemy was confused. The head decided to take advantage of this and make an attack with his spear. And immediately the enemy saw this coming and took his neck to the side, from which he was wounded. The head saw this and became even more angry and lost his temper. He launched many more attacks, but the enemy dodged them. The head pulled his sword out of his hand in front of him and threw it into his hands. The head said as a warrior to another warrior. The enemy thanked him and offered the head to settle everything once and for all. Immediately they took up their swords. The enemy hoped that he would cut his life short with a single flash. The head also realized that the battle could not be prolonged. His wounds were already making themselves felt. The head didn't play around with it, and immediately unleashed his spear into the battle, attacking him from several sides. The enemy saw this and began to dodge them, and immediately struck back with an instant throwing counter. On top of that, used a flash kick, and in the air cut the sect head with a single punch. The head realized that he had already lost and immediately took slow steps towards his dead wife. The enemy saw the spear behind him and realized that if he had hesitated just a second, he would have been on the ground by now. He knows he was an expert short spearman, but where does the infinite spin edge come from? Truly impressive. Until now, no warrior knew of his true abilities. And then the enemy told the leader that if he did not have his sword, this blow would be the last of his life. His victory is unconditional. He admits defeat. The head couldn't help himself and immediately fell right next to his wife. The enemy bowed to him as a sign of respect. The ruler's man said that they had captured all the Light Path clans in the Fujian Valley. Among them are Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Jijian. Really, asked the new ruler? Guy replied that the Light Path clans in the north must not yet be aware of what had happened. The ruler asked, wasn't the sect of petitioners supposed to deliver all the news to them? The guy replied that since the clan he named was the eyes and ears of the Light Path, they destroyed it first. They'll never know what's going on here. They sent them pigeons of askers with fake information. Dozens of them are already spreading the word around the area, which will sow confusion in the ranks of the enemy, which means they'll only be looking for confirmation for the next few days. The governor said it was beautiful. Good job. The guy said it looks like the south is already in the hands of Peihan Palace. The ruler replied that it was not yet necessary. Let the lad not forget about the beast in Hunan. The lad said for the ruler not to worry. He has full confidence that it won't be long before their brave warriors take Hunan under their thumb as well. Until now, his plan has had no flaw. The destruction of the Light Path is going perfectly. The ruler asked if he could exterminate all 5 great families at once. The boy replied that if the 4 known to him would come to the aid of the beast in full, then by all means. And so it would happen. The ruler started laughing loudly and said that he would like to see it. However, he was more interested in marking the future. Guy told him not to worry. They would do everything with their wishes in mind. The ruler was more pleased and replied that he was very satisfied. The Namgung family's territory was quiet. The warriors were practicing and preparing for battle. One of the young warriors was also practicing his skills in the forest. He immediately attacked the tree with the first step, an endless azure blade, piercing falcon. He proceeded to the second step of the endless azure blade, boundless heavens. And then came the third step of the endless azure blade, called the harmony of the firmament. But his teacher came to him and told Jean that he didn't seem to be on the right track. Jean turned around and said that Grandpa had already arrived. Grandpa replied that judging from the way he was sweating and breathing heavily, his ki seemed to be noticeably interrupted. Jean told his grandfather that he was right. Grandpa replied that he remembered that he and his father couldn't even master the first style in the same years, but he had succeeded, so let him not be too hard on himself. His progress is already splendid without him. Jean replied to his grandfather not to misunderstand him, just wanting to learn his imperial sword as soon as possible. Grandfather replied to his grandson that when he mastered the art of the infinite azure blade, and he would be sure to train him in his own style, even if his friend no longer wants him to. Jean said, except that unfortunately, no matter what he does, he's been standing in the same place for a month now. Grandpa said that's right. Let him remember that it is impossible to reach the peak of one's abilities without titanic labor. A master of his craft becomes only that warrior who does not hesitate for years of training, practicing the movements, improving and transforming them into new techniques. You have to step over yourself before you can reach the pinnacle of insight. He knows that there are not many people in reality who could be called truly skilled craftsmen. A person with skills beyond the standards of the elite becomes an apogee. Such people occupy the positions of elders in the clans. Like this, if one overcomes all difficulties, he will definitely reach the rank of apogee. Jean asked what follows. Grandfather said that what follows is the absolute apogee. Such a master has a bit more internal energy and even more internal energy and is even slightly better at martial arts. However, the real stage that overcomes this one is called sublimation. It is also called divine sublimation, and as far as this name implies, this stage becomes the beginning of the path of the divine. He would have to transcend it in order to begin training in the sword guided by inner energy. Jean asked, "A sword guided by inner energy?" Grandfather said that was correct. It was one of the fundamental abilities of this stage. Controlling the sword with your hands is called the divine palm blade technique, and the art of controlling the sword at any visible distance has become known as the blade gaze technique. The blade gaze technique is a skill that surpasses sublimation and opens at the void stage. Jean asked his grandfather, "And what level is he at?" Grandpa asked his grandson, "Is he that interested?" Jean immediately replied that he was very much. Grandfather said that when he mastered the art of the infinite azure blade and stepped into the first stage of sublimation. Jean asked, "Is that why?" Grandfather replied that when he perfectly mastered the art of the infinite azure blade, one could say that 1 foot would already be at the sublimation stage. And when it reaches its peak, that's when the art of the emperor's sword will be possible. So said Jean, grandpa is at the peak of sublimation. Grandfather replied that there were many people in the central region who had reached the same level as him. Among them, the masters of the void stage, people like Guyong, and the Shaolin monks who defeated him. Jean asked his grandfather if there were any stages above emptiness. The grandfather replied that it is believed that transcending the stage of emptiness can cause irreparable and even fatal damage to the body. They call it the stage of life and death. It is called the stage of life and death because no one in their world has ever set foot on it. Most likely, in reality, it's all just a fairy tale. So, would the guy try to master it? And then Jean asked in surprise. Grandfather replied that by learning the art of the imperial sword, he would reach the pinnacle of sublimation. His grandfather had cleared a path for him, so why not try to go beyond reason? Jean replied that he understood. "We'll try not to disappoint him, Grandpa." The rulers said at the meeting that they were being surprisingly quiet. The second ruler replied that this was correct. But they must have already made their first move. The guy said the same thing, that it was very strange. He doesn't think they were afraid of the bright path. The ruler asked the others what was the point. The boy replied that it was definitely some kind of tactical trick. However, either their communication channels have been cut off, or they operate so stealthily that it is impossible to spot them with their eyes and ask them for a dano. But he would not be surprised now to get the news that they were advancing. Their forces must be mobilized sooner rather than later. They will imagine that the enemy is on the way. Let them gather all the clans of the Light Path in Hunan province. If the enemy attacked suddenly, even they would find it difficult to fight them off. The ruler asked when the 4 great families would arrive. The elder said that the Huang Bo family from the north joined forces with the Zhuge family and crossed the Yangtze River. As for the Sichuan Dan family, Senior Dan Chun is heading here with a group of elite soldiers. The governor asked, "Uncle Dan?" "His father will be pleased. When will he arrive?" The elder replied that he had already been to Hunan province yesterday, so he would arrive in a couple of days. Guy asked his brother what about the 9 united factions. The elder replied that he didn't know. He doesn't have a single thought about it. But there's no need to worry. Let things run their course. The guy said they need their power if they want to win, and when it comes to personal power they are almost unrivaled, but when it comes to the battle with the Peihan Palace, one by one they can easily take them down. It was still confirmed that the Dark Path had already allied with the Peihan Palace. Each of these clans had already recognized the palace as their leaders. When Peihan comes around, all the other clans will follow. The ruler asked the lad what he was proposing then. The boy replied that he thought Naaman's family should hide in the north. And then all the counselors were surprised and asked. The elder asked him if he had lost his mind. What will they do about the growing disrespect that will result from this act? The boy replied that this was just his view of the situation. They needed to keep the lands intact until the 9 united sects and clans of the Light Path came to their aid. Given that a righteous coalition has been formed, the master of all these sects will soon mobilize. The problem is whether they can hold out until their stay. The ruler said he agreed. The circumstances demanded a speedy solution. Just then a man rushed in and told the ruler that there was an emergency. The ruler asked him what had happened, and then the warrior replied that Peihan's palace was provoking them. The ruler said it was expected. The warrior said that they had conquered the Fujian clans and were now heading for Haiyan and Hunan. The ruler and the others immediately stood up and asked the warrior what he had just said. The warrior retorted that they were on their way here. The ruler said, how could this even happen? Somewhere around here there is a follower of the beggar sect from the Nanchana branch. The ruler ordered the warriors to bring him to him quickly, and immediately they brought him and kneeled him down. The guy said his name was Yum Bi, and he was from the Nanchang branch of the petitioner sect. The governor asked him what he had seen. Yum replied that the tame pigeon of their sect members in Fujian, who were watching for enemies, had delivered the news that nothing was happening. But 2 days later they were attacked and everyone, including the commander, was killed. The branch leader sent him here right before he died. The ruler said, how could that even be possible? If that was true, then the information that all the clans of the south had been defeated. The warrior replied that it was the truth. All were wiped out. The elder told his brother to quickly tell all the Light Path clans of Hunan province to gather in the palace. The guy answered no. They were hardly planning to attack their positions now. The ruler said that it had been reported that literally no clan members had survived. The boy replied that in order to surprise the enemy, it was worth keeping their plans a closely guarded secret. The beggar sect was the closest to Peihan Palace, so it was the first to be destroyed. Next, they spread false information throughout the central region and attacked the unaware clans. Here in Hunan, their information network had advanced far beyond the petitioner sect. However, they still hadn't heard any bad news. Apparently, they are their last target. And then the old man and his grandson came in and said that the commander had time to initiate them. So they came to a common decision. The boy replied that they needed to buy time. If they can defend this land for 5 days, victory is in their hands. If not, there would be no life for them. The only thing is, if they send all their troops here, they'll be devoured before reinforcements arrive. So we'll have to run north in case of emergency. The old man said that's not possible. As long as all their kin are in this place, they will not run away. They must defend their family's pride. The clan has about 300 men at its disposal, plus another 170 will come from Hunan, and about 30 from the Danmun clan. That's about 500 able-bodied soldiers, plus another 300 from the side clans of the White Sword. Thus, the total number of their army is 800. The squad leader said there were 3 times as many opponents. Quantity does not always determine victory, said the ruler. Even if you're outnumbered, you can finish the battle in the vanguard. And it's unlikely they'll move all together. So, before all the dark clans gather, we should kill them separately. The man said that, and yet, they are too few for such a maneuver. If they split up, won't they end up in a mess? The ruler said he envisioned organizing several small groups of the most outcast warriors and attacking the enemy from different directions. To be more specific, it is banal not to let them coordinate their actions. If they can disrupt their mood, the victory will inevitably fall into our hands. The ruler supported and said it was a good idea. The old man asked the others, and when do they propose? If they don't mind, he would go himself. The governor laughed and told the old man that he would go too, because it was not his job after all. As far as he knew, he had a few disciples of the White Sword clan under his command, right? The most important thing for this task is not the level of martial arts, but the quickness of movement. Their goal is to exhaust the enemy, so you need to act quickly and coherently. Attack and escape when the main forces are still in the dark. Then one of the rulers offered to send Mai Yen. She's an unusually fast girl. He thinks she'll come in handy in this case. The other ruler said that he was betting that his nephews would only be of help too. And then the chief told them to make a list of people. The advisors gathered in the Shaolin territory. The head asked, had the Peihan Palace army already emerged from its den? A ruler from one family said that's right. Most of the territories in the Kannam region have already fallen under their onslaught. The ruler asked the head, are they sure they haven't made a mistake anywhere? Only yesterday came word that they hadn't moved anywhere yet. How did so many brave clansmen dissolve overnight? The head of the Shaolin replied that he didn't know anything. But there were pigeons flying in from most of the fortresses. And from what he understood, the situation was on the verge of terror and confusion. The elder said that they seemed to have been brutalized. The ruler asked, what do you mean? The elder replied that they all expected that if anything happened, the vagabonds of the petitioner clan would notify them immediately. But it seemed that the territories had long been out of the reach of their watchful eyes. All the reports that have reached them to this day most likely originated in the Peihan Palace itself. And then one of the elders got worried about the White Sword clans. And then the ruler said that all was not lost. The small people of the Namgung clan have already advanced to meet them. There is still hope that they will not fail and will repel the invader without too much difficulty. They should send help to them as soon as possible. The head of the Shaolin asked what they thought about it. The man replied that it would take at least half a month for us to fight from all the nearest cubbyholes, and that's still at best. Isn't it too long? Maybe give them these lands and concentrate on defense near the Yangtze River. The elder said that the 4 great clans had already sent several dozen warriors. They shouldn't delay either, otherwise the situation could get much worse. And then the ruler said that he agreed with Master Ka. It would not be the best option to lose such a vast terrain. And in such a case, for the sake of saving time and effort, it is worthwhile to start by sending them the warriors they already have. The head of the Shaolin suggested to first send the disciples that were chilling in front of them now. We need to buy time at the very least. And then a decent army would be ready. The chief asked the man that they would not go to Gangnam? And why not? The man replied that the lord of the palace, Peihan, had passed away, and therefore it was too dangerous a venture now, especially considering that the warriors of the Dark One are already concentrating near their path, and contact with them is doubly dangerous. The warden said whether they would open the road or not, he doesn't know. Unreasonable risk, as it were. The man said that no matter how hard they tried, they definitely couldn't defend themselves. Yeah, definitely not in this case. And until it's quiet, they can't go to those parts. Seo asked then what would happen to him. Did he work for them for nothing? And then Seo lost his temper and started to get indignant. The bosses went under the table in fright and asked, what will become of him? What is there to tear his hair out now? Seo asked, how do they expect me to get to Sichuan now? The man replied, what can I say? After all, he's already experienced. The boss told Seo that he could get where he needed to go on his own. A few months on the job, enough experience now. The man told him not to be scared. He'll be fine. He'll learn God knows how many other important skills. Seo didn't think it was an option for him to stay here any longer. He'd already made a little money. He has the basic knowledge. And he's going on his own. And then the next day, Seo decided to say goodbye to everyone. The boss said that the boy had decided to go on the road after all. Seo replied that that was correct, and thanked them for all they had taught him. The head told him when he was going to go back to Korea again, he would have to pass through this village again so they would see each other again. And then the warden took out a sack and handed it to Seo and said that it was for the road. And then the old man also went outside and decided to say goodbye to him. He said he was sorry that they were saying goodbye to him. Seo asked, what is he doing? Starkey asked back, what is he doing? Oh, he's going on the road with him. Seo told him that he wasn't fully recovered. Where the hell are you going? He said, I'm not going to be able to see you, he said. Immediately Seo started to run away and the old man chased after him. He asked the guy, how's that? Where's he going without his nephew? Where the boy goes, he goes. They immediately set off on their way. Starkey lagged behind and told the boy to slow down. Seo asked him why he was following him. The old man clutched his body and said that it seemed that all the fuss had opened his stitches again. I wish he was on a stretcher like before. Seo said he wished he could remember. Did he do something in his past life that was worthy of such treatment? So made a stretcher and started to carry him. The old man said he would take a little nap. Let him be careful. Seo was indignant and said that he would get his share. The old man yelled at him to wear it properly. He was sleeping so sweetly. Did you have to wake him up? Okay, he's demanding a refund for his sleep. Seo replied that he looked just like his grandfather, too, when he remembered him. When they entered the town, the old man said that he was very hungry, that even lying down was hard for him. He told the boy that they had a long way to go and that it would not be better to have lunch first. Seo replied that it was far away, so it's not like there's no time to stop. The old man said that it was definitely not easy for him to carry it. Let him not overwork himself and let them have a snack. Who's the reason he's working like a horse? Let him stop pretending to care about him. The old man said that when you are young, you must eat on time, or you will be sick all the time. Seo replied that he had no money. The old man said he shouldn't be here, He saw with his own eyes how he was saving for the road. Seo replied that it was all for the most basic necessities. The old man started shouting that he was very hungry and dying. The old man yelled in front of everyone for his dear nephew to treat him to dumplings before he died. Seo said he was to give someone else a helping hand. Seo decided to come in for a meal after all. The old man set the table for them and smelled the dumplings and said that they smelled very good. He immediately stuck his head in the bowl and started eating everything. He raised his head and asked Seo why he wasn't eating. And then people from the other table began to say that it was said that the barbarians from the palace of Peihan had plundered the northern lands in an instant. The other guy said he had heard about it too. Buddha sees the White Ball clone army and Namgung soldiers are already gathering. It seems like there's going to be a lot of bloodshed in the area soon. The old man ate the whole bowl and asked Seo if he could order more. And then he immediately ordered 10 portions of dumplings. After bringing the portions, Seo was surprised and thought that the old man had some kind of monster in his stomach. And immediately after lunch they headed on their way. But Seo stopped in front of the sign and wondered where he should go. So decided to go to the Sichuan government. The old man saw this and stopped him and said that he had gone in the wrong direction. Seo replied that that was right, they were heading for Sichuan province. The old man asked, hadn't he heard people in the drinking room talking about the coming massacre? Seo replied that the way things are going, what does he care? The old man asked, what kind of nonsense is that? How come he doesn't care? Seo said that the way they were fighting, he would go to Sichuan to get his bride. The old man asked, what if his bride is already fighting on the front lines? Seo told the old man what he was talking about. His fiancée is from the Dan clan and she lives quietly in Sichuan. The old man said that he didn't even know how things worked in Gankou. Namgung is one of those great clans that rule their country. Seo asked, so what of it? The old man replied that the Dan clan was also one of the 5. At the same time, the infrastructures of both are closely related to each other. Since the Namgung clan is in danger, they will probably send a squad from the other side to help. Seo asked, so what? The old man replied that his fiancée could easily be part of that group. Seo couldn't believe it and he couldn't believe it. The old man said she could easily get hurt badly or even killed, and he wanted to spit on that. Seo asked him what he wanted from him. The old man said that they should go to Shaolin immediately. Seo asked, and why would they do that? The old man said he didn't understand anything at all. Let him listen carefully. Peihan Palace is the main lair of the Black Sword clans. Since they have decided to fully conquer this space, the White Ball clans will not sit idly by, especially since there are rumors that a coalition of White Sword clans already exists. So the issue of helping the Namgung clan must have already been resolved. Seo asked, and then what? Starkey said the guy has to join the army. Seo immediately raised his hand and told him to wait. Seo asked, and why would he go to the army? The old man replied, so that he could meet his fiancée. If he did so, there would be fewer dangers awaiting him on the way. Seo told him he realized, if his soulmate wasn't there, all efforts would be in vain. The old man said that in that case he would go on. Let him agree it's faster by ship than on foot. So whether or not he finds his bride, he'll just buy a ship ticket and head for Sichuan. He hopes you've convinced him. And then Seo thought about Sichuan on the ship. The old man said that no matter what the expected result was, her whole family would definitely gather there, just so he can meet them. Does he think it's a very good option? Seo replied that the old man sounded convincing, but who would take him into the army? The old man replied that he definitely had a great recommendation. Seo asked what other such recommendation. The old man replied that the Sawandan medicine he had given him was something that only the strongest Shaolin elder could make. The old man said that the guy would ask the right monk for directions and he would be taken immediately. And then Seo turned around and realized that this old man was smart. So they arrived at the Shaolin and Seo said that he would once again greet them all. The guards were surprised and immediately asked. The guard asked him what he was up to today. Seo replied that he had come to see Senior again. The guard replied that he understood and asked Seo who was with him. Seo replied that it was a distant relative of his. Then the old man said his name was Algie Quinn. Mumu introduced himself and greeted him. At this time, Quinn was looking around and thinking about something. And then Quinn remembered that not long ago there had been a battle in which he himself had participated. And then Mumu came into the room and started to address the headman. The head turned around when he saw Mumu and asked. Mumu replied that they had guests. And then the head greeted LG and said that he was glad to see him. Seo said hello and asked how was his health. The head replied that here they were living small. Quinn immediately saw that this one was the same monk who had shattered a sinister dream with an ordinary stick. 40 years in the palace. But in his heart he was still waiting for this moment. And at last he met it again. And here, under these circumstances, just then the head turned to the old man. Quan replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The elder. It had been so many years, and he hadn't changed at all. And then the head couldn't understand who it was. Quan asked him, had he forgotten? It's possible, though. A lot of water had passed. And then the head took him by the hands and asked him who he saw. Father. Indeed. He is still able to surprise. The head immediately took his hands and told him to come in. And then Seo realized that they knew each other. The head said that when he heard of his death, he could not take away his grief. Buddha saw that everything would be all right. People like him, in spite of the world. But somehow they come out of all the trouble alive. Kwang said, however, they had done so many things and it was all his fault. The head said, so don't feel bad about it. I'm sure if it were up to him, the heads of the white-robed kings would be at his feet by now. If it were that simple, he would know. Does he remember what he was told before? When the time comes, he will return to Shaolin and challenge everyone to another duel. The head replied that it's something you can't forget. Did he know the essence of being? Quan answered that he knew or not, but his soul was full of sweet assurance. When is he going to show? Quan replied that the head could see for himself that no opportunity was looming yet. The air has surpassed him thoroughly. He'll be visiting his soul soon enough. The head asked if he hated him. Quan replied that, in the dark world of martial artists, only the strongest survive. It was a pity that this war would also take many innocent lives. The apprentice is skilled in the martial arts, and excellent at managing his subordinates. That's right, he's second to none. This time, it would be much harder for the White Ball clan army to defend the territories. The head asked him, he thought? Well, they'll see about that. At this time in Shaolin, the head spoke to his dear friends. Currently, the territories they were heading to were almost completely overrun by the Peihan Palace. The brave warriors of the Namgung clan are fighting to the last man. But if they lose, they will be forced to retreat temporarily. In the future, the enemy army will march north. They, as responsible for the lives of the clans loyal to the coalition, can no longer watch this rampage from the sidelines. Today, from Shaolin, Yengak, Murin and Sapalnahan are leaving. From the Wasan clan as Muon and his 26 disciples. From the Kaban clan, Elder Ku and 13 young Padawans. And 5 unnamed masters. That's 67 men in all. Also, some units of shamans will join on the way. The elder said that the fate of thousands and thousands of people now depended on them. It would take them 4 days to reach Namgung. But at this rate, they won't have the strength to fight. And so they will rest a little on the way. Hazugan asked if it would play a cruel joke on them. The elder said to Mr. Hahu, let him agree it is better that way, rather than surrender without a fight. Rumor has it that the armies of the 4 great clans have already arrived to help. They must buy them time. Kwak Yun said it's no good. She certainly doesn't understand what such a scum is among them. Kwak Yen asked her brother what he thought about it. Gam replied that he didn't know. Surely they must have their own reasons. Ha said he was right. He wondered how they could have gotten in here. Yen replied just to let them have a look. The old man is sick and the kid doesn't belong to any clan at all. Ridiculous in all its glory. So he also had a bow hanging over his shoulders. Seo immediately heard everything he was saying and thought that this brat would have looked at herself better. Yen said, here comes some bird squatting, where did it even come from? There should only be martial arts masters among them, not some black people. Seo saw that she was an incredible ignoramus. She had a cute face, but her personality was like a finger in the mouth. Seo looked up at the sky and repeated to himself to hold on. He must endure everything and say nothing. The group of warriors began to move even faster, and just then they came across another group in the desert and stopped. And then the commander said his name is Unjen Jin of the Shaman clan. And behind him, these are his friends. Kwak Mu introduced himself too and said that he was from the Wasan clan. They have a long journey ahead of them. He suggests that they continue to get to know each other on the road. Being on the road for several hours, They again did not arrive and in the evening decided to make a pass and light a fire. Dan Jen of the Kaban clan was happy to see meat on the trek. They are finally eating. Hen told Jen that he thought they were going to have hari and beef jerky, but thanks to Seo Mun they had a richer table. And then Seo said that it was not without the help of Fat Man Kwok said that if he hunted constantly and provided them with fresh meat, he would be a great help. Seo replied that he wasn't that good with a bow, but he would try to be helpful. The boy told him not to lie, because in such a short time he caught a hare, a pheasant and a roe deer. No, a truly incredible master. Yen said that they were going to fight to the death and that they were just sitting here worrying about food. And then the man said they were. They don't look like warriors at all. And then the guy raised his shot glass and said they'll drink to the 3 Bogaders. And then the warrior told Seo that he didn't know. But behind the strange name there were the names of 3 crazy men. They've got the ladies' man here, Hyan Joe. That rascal's really turned his back on girls. At 27, he definitely thinks he's a master of the ladies' man. As soon as he walks into a drinking room, all the geishas quit their work and run to him. Seo said he was jealous of him. In yonder said guy is a crazy swordmaster, Kwok Gom. In fact, to the lynx he's already straight to the lynx, crazy. In short, he's much more daring to fight. He's already challenging everyone to a duel, regardless of gender. He once got into a fight with Yen Ho, a Shaolin monk. His father almost took the fool's head off. Seo said it was unbelievable, he just likes to win. Gom replied that, to be honest, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't get a win with almost anyone. Seo said that it turns out, time after time he remains the loser. Gom replied that no, it all goes to a draw. And then the guy opened his belly and said he was a drunken dog. Dan General, the teacher, always calls him a drunkard. He says he would sell his own mother for a bottle of vodka. Gom said that when he gets drunk, his skills increase many times over. So we became friends in a drink shop in Beijing, and now we shout ourselves as 3 heroes. Seo chuckled and said that it seemed as if he had seen something like that in a book. Gom said to Seo, does he know that women of their own kind are the meaning of life? Their joy and delight, if only you ask. He will gladly teach him their great art. Kwok told him to get away from So with his advice. He alone was enough for them. Gom said that Seo Mun says he's going to Sichuan to get a bride. To live forever with one, you have to first find out what they even are. Only after socializing with many and many girls, you can understand what exactly the one and only he is really waiting for. Kwok said a man needs only strength. Only his favorite martial art. Seo laughed and said they were funny friends. Gom asked Seo, did he even meet anyone? Seo couldn't say anything and kept silent. Gom said he knew it. But don't let him worry. I'll give him a special crash course especially for him. From theory to practice. Seo said that in Korea there is such a saying, eternal slave to one man. It means that the wife is forever bound to be faithful to her chosen one. How can you neglect the love of one and snoop on others? A true warrior doesn't like that. Gom replied that in ancient teachings they say that heroes used to have 3 or even 4 wives, but no one condemned them. A real man just has to handle more than one woman at a time. Seo asked what kind of a madman would say such a thing. In his country, you could lose your tongue for saying such things. Seo pounded his chest and said that a husband and wife should be eternally devoted to each other. Gom said that he understood everything, so let Seo take it easy. Seo said it's not something that's written in ancient teachings. When did he come up with this? And then Gom said that he seemed to have embarrassed himself today. Gom heard everything and said that the guy looked like an idiot, but he said the right thing. And then Yem told Gom to stop talking nonsense. Even their decrepit redneck has pride, and he is a disgrace. Seo looked at her and saw her as a redneck. After all, she should realize that you have to have some boundaries of decency. And then Seo said that they also have a saying for people like her in Korea. And then Kwok asked, what was it? Seo replied that naughty chicks grow a horn in their ass. As far as he knew, that was what they always said when someone was being too rude. And then Yem heard it and realized that he was the one who had just said that about her. Yom told Seo that she didn't know who his wife would be, but she felt sorry for her. Seo told her not to worry, because he wouldn't ask her to marry him. Em asked him who had told him that she would agree. Seo replied that he had no desire to marry her himself. I don't care if she throws herself on my neck. Everyone should know that it's better to die than to be wooed by the likes of her. And then M did not tolerate such humiliation and pulled out her sword and said that she was going to cut his tongue out. and stopped at his throat. And then Kwok got angry and said, "What the heck? Tell her to let go of the sword immediately." Em immediately turned to her brother with indignation. Kwok immediately shouted at her to do it immediately, and then Em left crying. Seo decided to apologize and said it was his fault. Kwok said it was okay, because he wasn't the instigator. Seo realized that if she ever acted rude again, let her expect no leniency. The next morning they headed for Sichuan by boat. After all, it would be much quicker for them to get there. Seo asked Gom how long would it take them to sail. Gom replied that 4 days on this ship and then about 1 ride on horseback. Fat Man was flying above them and started making screaming noises. Seo immediately heard it and asked. Seo waved his hand and said if he was bored there, he could come here. But then Fat Man started yelling again. Seo immediately thought and asked what was wrong with him. He immediately told the man in charge to stop the boat. Seo said that Thick Skin was acting very strangely. There seemed to be danger ahead. Immediately they began to look around. People were asking what happened. Maybe a shipwreck? And then Em couldn't help herself and started screaming. The head immediately turned around and asked, "What happened?" Yem immediately pointed her fingers and said, "For them to look over there. Those are dead bodies." The head looked at them and said that they were fighters from the White Sword Clone Army. It turns out that there was a skirmish with Peihan Palace near the river. And then Kwok said that then the Namgung clan had already. And then the head interrupted him and said that he should not jump to conclusions. The important thing is to keep everyone looking out. Seo told Fatso that he was good. Let him see what's ahead. If he sees anything, tell him to report back quickly. When Gom saw this, he told Seo that his bird was good, and that he understood human language. Seo said he had raised him since he was just born, so he's his friend and kin. At this time in Haichang territory, Kakok, the military advisor to the Peihan Palace, arrived there. The chief of the army of Peihan Palace, and Hongwon, the guardian of Peihan Palace, also came to this area. And then the scout told the man in charge what he was reporting. Ka and 30 men from his entourage are dead. The commander-in-chief asked, "Even so?" And then Ka told the counselor that who would have thought they would organize an ambush. He had not suspected that the White Ball Clan army would use such tactics against them. The commander-in-chief laughed and said that meant they were finally starting to panic. Ka replied that whatever their actions meant, the casualties on their side exceeded 100 men. If they keep losing like this, their fighters will lose heart. The commander-in-chief said that Ka is the most important one here. So let him think of something. Ka asked, most importantly, he doesn't understand what the commander-in-chief is talking about. He is only a counselor. Whether or not they could defeat Namgung depended solely on their leader. And then the warrior told the general to order the mobilization of their army. The longer they wait, the more time they are given to strategize. And of course they're well rested. So isn't it time to go into battle again? And then the commander-in-chief told the counselor that everyone was waiting for his orders. Let him tell me when is the best time to launch an offensive. Ka stood up and replied that he suggested moving out by midnight. The first thing to do was to eliminate all small groups and detachments. And then the warrior said that he would arrange it for them. The commander-in-chief asked him how. The warrior replied that traps. The general says it's fine. He thinks this is a point they'll easily resolve. In that case, why don't they discuss their campaign already? The warrior asked, what's there to discuss? As soon as they start, they'll smash them all. Ka said that still their opponents are now prepared for anything. According to the intelligence, Namgung's backup has arrived. What kind of backup did the warrior ask? Kui replied that he believed the war of the Ziegel clan. The general asked, then what does he suggest? Ka replied that he could blow them to smithereens, but it would take a decent amount of time. The general asked, what's the plan then? Ka smiled very strangely and with a sigh said that he would tell them everything now. Ka immediately pulled a box out from under the table and opened it. The general saw it and said it was dynamite. But where did it come from? Meaning that when Ka heard that some sort of defense line was going to be erected around the Namgung clan, he immediately decided to prepare himself. Kui replied that possession is not illegal. It's just that it can only be used by the national army. The use of large quantities is really frowned upon, but they have just a little, no problem. Moreover, he had already put his guys where they needed to go, and the law didn't apply to them. The general said that they were scattered over a vast area. If a part falls, the spirit of those who remain will fade. The general thought about it and said that was also true. And then one of the guys said that it was impossible to guarantee victory. It's Namgung, said Nan Ak, the master of Helchimidi. They must consider that there will also be heavy losses on their side. The general said that Ak is right. The Namgung clan has existed for over 500 years. It's going to be a tough battle. And then the warrior told the counselor that he was ready to come face to face with the enemy. In that case, they too will take over the left front, said the others. And then Ak said that then they are left right behind them. And then Ka turned them down and said that they are the main force of their army. And this is not the moment. Their time has not yet come. They should all show up at the very last moment. And let the united army of dark sects fight on the front lines. The general said that the clans within this association are already waiting for the order of the Peihan Palace. And then a guy came in and told Mr. Counselor that he had a message from an agent from the Blood Clan. Ka opened it and immediately his face changed. The general saw it and said, "What happened?" Ka replied that the righteous coalition was gathering an army, and one part of it had already crossed the Yangtze River. The general said it wouldn't change the outcome. They will still win. Ka said it's even a chance for them. They must be on their way to help the Namgung clan despite the dangers. If they ambush them. The general seconded these words and said that it was indeed a great idea, and then the warrior said they should put him in charge of it. They don't really need him here anyway. He'll take them down. The general said it would not be easy. Was he sure he could do it? The warrior replied to the chief that he would certainly defeat them. And then the general said he believed him. And then Ka said for them to take a group of blood bow with them. The warrior said that in that case it would definitely bring good news. The blood bow is a grouping of warriors dressed in red armor and shooting iron arrows. It consists of 10 invincible warriors who are fluent with a bow that allows them to shoot at a distance of more than 15 meters. A warrior said that's great, and he's going to hunt mice. And another warrior said, and he will go after those who are now moving to help the Namgung clan. Ma Mu's poisonous hand went on land and began to fight the enemies. And then the warrior said to the chief that everyone was tired and needed to take a break. Mu replied that if they stopped now, they would definitely not have another chance to win. After all, it would be another 2 hours before they arrived at the site. As soon as they show up, they can get a good night's rest. And then he turned back and saw someone killing his men from behind. He immediately shouted that they were being ambushed. They began to be killed each and every one of them, and Mu said to all of them not to be nervous. Let them make a circle first. After all, they needed to figure out where their opponents were hiding. And then the warrior told the chief that these arrows were smeared with poison. Mu asked, "Who are they?" "Stop hiding. Don't be a coward. Let them present themselves before him." Immediately Mu saw something start to sparkle in the tree, and arrows flew at him, which he began to bat away. Mu lost his temper and told them to get out immediately. It's weak to fight face to face. Are they using more weapons smeared with poison? And then a guy came out of the bushes in mockery and asked, "Since when did Peihan's Mutt start talking about a fair fight?" Mu looked at him and asked who he was. And then the guy replied that he was Namgung Jin. Mu asked, "The sleeping dragon?" Jin answered them that this place would become their grave. It wouldn't be boring. They will all rest together in the next world. Mu called him a puppy and said he'd cut the guy's head open. And then they would see what he would say to them. Mu raised his sword and told his brothers to watch. The warriors of the White Sword sect use the dirtiest techniques. They are all wolves in sheep's clothing. And immediately he ordered his men to all fight to the death. And now the bloody spectacle began. One of the guys attacked saying he was Wangbo Chong of the Wangbo clan. And then he launched a devastating attack. Mu, seeing this, was very surprised and said that this thunder palm is a secret technique of the Wanbo clan. Mu realized they were outnumbered and not their equal and yelled for everyone to go left. It was time to retreat. A cute girl appeared in front of them and told them that they were trapped. It was Wangbo En, Wangbo Chan's sister. Yen immediately jumped on top of them and immediately slashed several enemies with her shiny sword. And then the brothers from the Peng clan came here and said that they were at their service. And immediately they went at the enemies again without any excitement. Mu saw that he was almost alone and was very angry and had no idea what to do next. How could this be possible? He assumed they were very strong but not that strong. He feels like he's going to die today. Jean immediately walked over to him and cut through his remaining warriors. He told Mu that the boys were waiting for him in the other world. It was time for him to leave. Mu realized that he had nowhere else to go and would have to fight. He immediately flew at the guy and used his infernal sword. And then Jan dodged his attack and realized it was a trick. And then he dodged again. Mu got very excited and saw that the guy had fallen into his trap. Immediately, Jean flew into the air and ended up behind him. He hopes the enemy isn't planning to escape. It won't work out for him. Immediately he launched an attack and slashed his back. Mu immediately realized that he was done, and these all moments were not part of his plans. And then the squad leader congratulated Jean and said that even though it wasn't so hard with them, Jean replied that it was because of their alliance. Yen said that the opponent was strong but visibly exhausted. Next time he might not be so lucky at all. And then the two brothers said that they agreed on everything. And then the brother asked the older one what he agreed on. Actually, with her, for some reason, as always. Eliza is here. Or maybe he's in love. The older one told the younger one to shut up and not say anything stupid. And then the boys told them that they shouldn't tease each other. Love has nothing to do with it. And then someone from the forest shouted to them to all laugh. This is their last time. And then Jean looked around and asked who was it? And then the sword of the god of death, Ho-One, came out in front of them, with his large and armed army. Ho said he's been scouring the neighborhood since early this morning for signs of them. And it looks like it's not going to go to waste. And then Un recognized him and asked him, the sword of the god of death, Ho-One? Ho laughed and asked the girl, does she know him? He didn't expect it. The sword of the god of death, Ho-One, a disciple of the greatest black sword sect, traveled as early as 13 years old. Legend has it that the only one he couldn't defeat was Kuyang, the lord of Peihan Palace. It is said that even Chu Yang himself was enraptured by his crowning touch with the sword of the god of death. But despite his origins, he is characterized by his honesty and loyalty. Even the warriors of the White Sword clans admire him wholeheartedly for this. His aura outshines everything around him. It seems to be getting harder and harder to breathe. Ho said they were too young, he wouldn't want to kill them. He'd rather they surrender. He would definitely save their lives. Jean grabbed his sword, as he realized that life in captivity was not worth a dime. Ho said that since the guy is asking for it, he has no choice. So who decides to fight first? They can attack as a group. Jean realized that whoever he was a descendant of a famous clan in the martial arts world. And then the guy said that he was the firstborn of the Namgung clan. Ho asked, so he is the grandson of the famous sword spirit? He has a great respect for him. Even once, their brief acquaintance. Let him show himself in all his glory. Jean went into the fight and realized that he was facing the best of the best of the best martial artists in the martial arts world. One mistake would inevitably cost a life. Jean used Changenmu's sword control technique to attack. Reception number 1. Light Kite Changgun. Directing all his strength into this attack, he aimed straight at Ho. But the guy immediately dodged his attack. Jean didn't cool his heels and immediately used Changenmu's sword control technique. Reception number 2. Continuous Changgun. And then Ho told the guy he was good, but not his opponent, and in a moment released a counterattack. Ho did his best to teach this guy a lesson. Jean couldn't resist the attack, and was very surprised. Jean immediately thought to himself, is there no way for him to break through it? In that case, the next move, although he hadn't quite mastered it yet. And so Jean decided to use Changenmu's sword control technique. Technique number 3, Changgun Harmony. He laughed a little and said, not bad. But he waited until the last moment and immediately struck back. The force was so great that the trees came out of their roots. But the silhouette of Jin's body was still there. And then Jean started spitting blood, for there was damage to his internal organs from this attack. Jean realized that he couldn't beat Ho. Ho said that the crowning technique he had just shown him was resurrecting the body of the god of death. Jean replied thanking him for not hitting him full force. Ho said that the guy is perfectly capable of wielding a sword. He just hasn't grown up yet. And then Jean couldn't stand on his feet and fell down. One of the guys realized that their opponent was too strong, but they couldn't just give up. He will fight in Namgung's place. When he starts attacking, have the others run as fast as they can. Yen pulled out her sword and said she wouldn't quit. Her brother told her to wait, he might not be able to win, but he wasn't going to lose. Jang told Moon to protect his sister. Let them rush around. He hopes they'll see each other again. Dan brothers, have them bring him back safely. All of them, only on his command. And then a guy came up to Ho and told him to fight him now. He's a Wanbo Chong from the Wanbo clan. And then Ho laughed and said that unfortunately his sword has no eyes. And then Chan immediately started using magic and told Ho to let him start first. Chan saw that he was about to attack and shouted to his men to run away immediately now. They immediately scattered into the forest. Ho saw this and ordered his warriors to go after them. Ho said that's what the guy was trying to bamboozle him for. Zhang replied that he didn't think he stood a chance against them. The only thing left is to run away. Ho replied that the logic is clear. But is he sure they'll let them leave? Zhang said he'll leave them to their luck. Ho replied that he understood. But then he suggested that he should follow the path he had chosen. Chan immediately applied the abilities and said he would act with his permission. But he's not sure if he can do it. But no, or rather, he doesn't think he can even move it. This skill is unique. But since when did he start to take so long to think, in that case, the strongest technique? And immediately attacked him with heavenly punishment. Ho stood still and simply swung his spear, and cut his attack in two. Chan realized that he was no match for him, and with such an attack he was directly planted on his ass. And then at the moment of the fall, Zhang thought Un was okay. Ho told his men that the boy was not dead. Let them take him to the camp. They immediately obeyed the order. The head of the Namgun clan was walking in his territory. A warrior ran up and shouted to the ruler. The counselor asked him what had happened. The warrior replied that a man had been sent from the palace of Peihan to negotiate. The counselor asked the ruler what they would do. The ruler replied that they should invite him here. A man ran up and said that his name was Un Xie, the master of the Dark Air Martial Arts School. The ruler said, so it means he has the famous deadly flying sword in front of him. Xie replied that it was just a rumor. The ruler asked him, what was the occasion for which he had come? Xie replied that Mr. Qi, the advisor of the army of Peihan Palace, asked him to tell him. They are surrounded by the army of the Black Sect. The people of Peihan Palace, don't want bloodshed. Let them all surrender. Most importantly, promise to live in the shadows from people for 30 years without giving a hoot, then they will let go. If the battle starts, no one will be able to get out of here alive. Unfortunately, this is the only way to keep Namgung and the other white clans safe. The ruler had been listening to his instructions all this time, and at the last moment he couldn't stand it and started laughing loudly. The ruler asked, lay down your weapons and hide from people for 30 years? What kind of nonsense is he talking? Do they think he'll stand for this abuse? Better to take up his sword and fight to the death. Tell him to leave immediately. Xie said that they would regret this decision. The ruler replied that he was wrong. Only their head would regret it. Xie bowed and said that they would see each other again. The ruler smiled and replied that he would look forward to it. And so the rulers gathered in the Lotus Hall, the headquarters of the Dark Forces, to discuss the furtherance of their plans. The counselor smiled and said that he knew they would refuse. Xie asked, in that case, what was the circus for? The counselor replied that it didn't matter. It was a gesture of goodwill. Or rather, he was demonstrating that they were confident of victory. Xie thought and saw in the counselor that he was not a warrior. Nor should he be what honor is. The head asked, then when do they proceed? Counsel replied that he thought his advice was no longer needed. He will leave the matter to them. The head said then that meant they were starting as planned. And then he turned to the ghost brothers. And then the brothers asked the chieftain what was wrong. The chief said that he was ordering an immediate attack on the Namgung clan from the east side. The brothers immediately bowed and replied that it would be done. The ruler turned to the Hurricane Sword and Invincible Master. The ruler said that the western frontiers were left to them. They immediately set out at once to fulfill the task. The ruler turned to Nan AK and said that the center facilities were behind him and the Blood Devil Squad. And the warriors who came from the dark air confronted him head-on. And immediately they bowed and departed. Everything was glowing in the Namgung clan, and the ruler called a meeting with the rulers. The elder asked, why so quiet? He heard the bastards stop somewhere nearby. Ruler Gom replied that according to the latest information, the enemy was ready to move into action at any time. Wanbo Chion replied that he didn't think they would behave so recklessly. The Jegal clan lord had organized an ambush of 5 blocking elements they wouldn't dare. Gong Zegal bowed and thanked for the praise. After all, the 5-element technique is the energy structures of each element. Metal and earth coming together to create a vast space filled with homonymous and dissimilar clusters, inside of which, depending on the design of its creator, the enemy will see various illusions. In such a situation, physical force is simply useless. The enemies were saying that they were literally going around in circles. And then they heard explosions near the clan and everyone was worried. Gom asked the others what happened. Have the others scout out the situation immediately. And then a warrior came and told the Lord that there was trouble. The enemy had detonated dynamite and dispersed their ambush. The armies of Peihan Palace are already on the move. Gom asked in surprise, "Dynamite? Are they crazy out there?" And then he was disappointed in himself. Why hadn't he thought of that too? The scouts said it's against the law to use dynamite, so Gom said they must have planted their own people in the department. And here near the gate, the commander was saying that if they couldn't hold out, all the white clans on the south side of the Yangtze would simply be wiped out. And then he told the front line to take over the Namgung clan. The left flank is left to the Nabo and Pung clans, and the right-wing clan of Dan and the Dun and the dump truckers. But he doesn't know how many of them will live to see the end. But he asks them to fight. And they need to survive and celebrate their victory at the end. Gom raised his sword and shouted for everyone to move out. He asked his boyfriend what he hoped. Are the families safe now? The lad replied that everything was fine. Guy said the servants sent either home or to relatives. He believes the children have long since moved to the other side of the river. But their third brother and his wife are still here. Gom replied that she was, after all, the daughter of the greatest master of Shangxi. When it comes to skills, there's no woman like her. Or even men. And here at the western gate, the enemy was advancing. The battle was fought to the point of bloodshed. And with each clash men were killed and had nothing left. The commanders said that of course they knew that the 5 great clans were strong. But to be this strong. And they seemed to be out of their league. They immediately raised their swords and shouted to their troops to join the battle. Immediately they all rushed out to fight. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of the clan, there was simply carnage going on. The enemy shouted for them to cut, tear, and slash them. At this time, Sio's team was still on their way. Then out of nowhere, a pigeon flew up to them and landed on the commander's arm. After opening the letter, he was surprised and said that according to the letter, it seems that the Namgung clan is holding up well. The guy said out of surprise that these guys are the main stronghold of the white forces. The commander said that the United Army just had to defeat Peihan Palace. It is indicated that more than 400 people, only the Dark Ones, have already lost about 3,000 brave warriors. The boy asked, what are the losses on their side? The commander said they could take a little break. After all, everyone was already very tired. Gom asked Sio if he knew what was there and pointed his finger. Sio replied that it looked like a lake. He couldn't say for sure. Gom said that it was correct and the same Dongtinghu. And then the redhead said that Yang Tower, it is the yellow crane in Wuhan. And properly Prince Tang in Nanchang represent the top 3 most famous structures near the southern border of the Yangtze River. The lord of the Kabang Huan clan said that the most beautiful of them all is the yellow crane tower. It is the most beautiful tower in the world. And its image cannot be compared to anything else on earth. Gom said that when you look at the sunset like that, you can't help but think of your homeland. The thick fog brings back memories. Huang said it was all part of the great Choi Ho's composition. It is said that when Li Bo saw this poem, he dared not even think of writing another. Gom replied that that was correct and asked Sio, had he heard of such a thing? Sio immediately replied that he had not heard of it. Geometry asked him if he knew who Li Bo was. Sio thought about it and replied that it sounded familiar. And then someone said they recognized someone. And then Sio thought, why were they all staring at him like that? Was he a king from the Ming dynasty? The girl asked, and what did they expect him to do? A hillbilly, how would he know a famous poet? And then Sio looked at her and saw that she was starting up again. She didn't seem to be getting enough of him. Sio came up to her and asked her if she knew who Zhang Mong was. The girl said, why would she care about such people? Sio asked in surprise. Really? He had proved his great loyalty to Korea with his life. How can you not know about such a great man? What an uneducated person. Where would she have to come from? Seo asked, then why would he need their poet? The girl said that Chungwon is a world center and such things are a must to know. Seo asked, so it's only famous people in China? The girl immediately answered yes. Seo asked, then did she know what time the Shaolin senior master went to the restroom? The girl flared up and asked why she had to do that. Stop talking nonsense. Seo said what she was like. You said yourself that you can't get anywhere without it. The girl asked, but why should he care? Seo replied that Chunwon's martial art had its origins in Shaolin, and the headmaster there is the eldest. He feels he needs to know everything about him. The girl said she couldn't believe it. Enough of this nonsense. And then one of the guys came up and addressed the commander. The boy said that 3 fighters from the Namgung clan had arrived. The commander replied that he understood. It was the senior clan master of the Kebun Ku Yuk clan. They were powerless and carried Jin on their backs. The commander asked them, did they run away from one gang? They did the right thing. He's out of their league, and it's a good thing they're alive. Then they are going to Namgung together, said the commander. And then the warrior told his men to clear one of the carriages. We must let the boys rest. And then coming to the waterfalls and said, Gam said, is this the famous place where the Almighty was drawn? They say there is an image of a Buddha staring up at the sky right there on the rock. Seo sighed and said, I wish they could see it. And then Seo realized something was wrong up ahead. He senses an unknown force. It's all coming together, just like that time during the delivery. Seo told Gam that there was someone up there. And then Gam did not understand at first. Then he stared intently at the mountain. Gam told Seo not to worry. After all, he personally doesn't feel anything. Seo replied that unfortunately it seemed that he was wrong. Seo immediately ordered Thick Skin to fly up and look at the mountain from above. She immediately flew up to the top. Seo immediately walked over to the old man and told him there was an ambush, he could feel it. The old man immediately began to consider himself. Seo immediately thought how much he didn't want to go, especially when he knew beforehand that it was dangerous out there. After walking a few more meters, suddenly iron arrows suddenly flew at them. They were immediately pierced by several soldiers who were walking. The commander immediately jumped off his horse and shouted, ambush. Tell everyone to disperse immediately. Let them all go immediately to the rocks and hide behind the rocks. But the arrows kept coming and killed a few more warriors. The commander saw that they were red arrows. Could it be the Blood Bow group? He had relaxed too much. He should have been more careful. They had lost a considerable number of fighters in this place, and could not come out of the cliffs, for the arrows would again fall upon them. And then their chief came out and said he was my Sa from the palace of Peihan. Zasala is not the way of a true warrior, but they are not playing games. And they're all surrounded and there's nowhere to run. Let them surrender, and he promises that their lives will be saved. The commander says that he is Kwok Mu of the Wasan clan. He thanks them for the offer, but his pride won't allow it. They would rather die here than surrender. Sa replied that he Senior Master Kwok Mu certainly understood. But could they be more judicious? And then Kwok replied that a real man doesn't take back his words. But then a few more arrows went in as well. And then a monk came to them and asked Senior Master Kwok what was the point. Kwok replied that he had not thought of anything yet. We have to get up there somehow. But it's up there now. And then the warrior said that he thought he was going to die of poverty. But it turned out to be war. Seo said, how dare they have the nerve to shoot in front of him? Do they think they can shoot? So took one arrow and said he would teach them how to do it. Gam asked him what he was doing. You can't get them from here. He's trying for nothing. Seo answered him that he knew how to shoot a little. Gam told him not to. It would tell them where they were hiding. The girl told the guy to leave him alone. I think he's totally freaked out. Seo replied to her that although he looked simple, he was actually a very famous hunter. The girl seeing this called him crazy and asked him why he was shooting into the sky. Seo told her to shut up, because he can't concentrate from her squeaky voice. The girl told him to stop playing. For the first time in his life he sees a man who... The old man told the girl to leave him alone, because his bow skills were excellent. If he thought of something, there must be a reason for it. And then one of the arrows hit the enemy, and immediately he fell off the mountain. The others asked what happened to him. The guy said he didn't know, he might trip. And then they all wondered and asked, why did the arrow go in from the back? And then they saw again, now an arrow stuck in the head. What's up there in the sky? And the guy was looking up at the sky at the time, as out of nowhere an arrow came flying in and hit him right in the head. The squad leader asked, "What's going on up there?" Immediately, several arrows flew from below at once. They were surprised at this, for the arrows flew into the sky, and in a moment they were headed straight at them. The warriors immediately shouted for everyone to get into cover. They couldn't believe that an arrow had come from the sky and stuck straight into their heads. They asked each other how high they were falling from. And then the commander told them to hide. "The danger is deadly." Seo looked up and said those idiots had gone into hiding. He wondered if he should use Ijiyoshi no against them, and then Seo thought of something and decided to watch the direction of the wind with an arrow shot overhead. Just then a bunch of arrows flew at them again. The commander looked at all this and told his men that they were flying and they would have to raise their shields. The arrows were so strong that they broke the sheaves. And then the commander said they were useless. "Let everyone go to cover." The commander didn't run away and defended himself. He didn't think that the army of the righteous coalition had a group of masters who could shoot even better than the bloody archers. Seo told the girl to stop sitting around doing nothing, and better have her collect his arrows. The girl immediately didn't understand at first and said what she was about to do, and was going to arrow, she thought, and realized that she did not expect such a thing from him. And then they saw the girl who was collecting arrows and said, "There he is behind the rock. Let everyone shoot there." And then they fired a bunch of arrows there, but not one hit. The enemy said that, because of the big rock, the chances were nil, and ordered them all to join forces. And then they started shooting all at the same spot of rock, and in a moment it exploded, and Seo got hit. They think they can win, and then the commander told them to shoot. Seo immediately started running away and said that he had to be more careful. Otherwise, others might die instead of him. And then Seo decided he'd better go to the center. The girl looked at this and asked what was he doing? Is he out of his mind? The girl called him a blowhard and yelled at him to come back immediately. And then the enemies immediately stopped at the rock and shouted for everyone to come over here. And they immediately fired a bunch of arrows right at him. Seo stood still and didn't move. And from so many arrows, there was an explosion. Seo at this time collected all their arrows and said that he had done everything. The archer commander didn't like that and immediately looked at him. The commander told his men to aim carefully. They can't hit the open. After firing a large number of arrows at Seo, he simply dodged them like a skilled athlete. The others looked at this painting of rocks and said it was just unbelievable. The old man watched and saw that, of course, he expected the kid to be talented. But to be so talented, in his opinion, that Seo's actions crossed all reasonable boundaries. And then the enemies were saying that this guy is definitely not human. Can't even be human. Must be a vision. One of the enemies said that he was either a ghost or a hallucination. Then it's worth continuing to waste arrows. The guys have been asking each other, is this really real? They can't believe it themselves, but it seems to be true. And then Seo smiled and said that he had now had enough. And now it was time for round 2 to begin. Seo immediately hid behind a rock to make it easier for him to shoot. The enemies immediately said that the ghost had disappeared. Seo looked at his boys and saw that they were all surprised and gave him a thumbs up. Seo immediately returned the favor. Seo didn't hesitate and fired a bunch of arrows into the sky again. The enemies shouted that he was flying again. Tell them to hide. But they did not have time to hide, and immediately came under fire from Seo. The enemies told each other to stop rushing around and join forces. They'll hit him with one fuse. Seo immediately saw them and asked, did they decide to use the same technique? Do they think it's going to work? And then Seo looked at his arrow supply and saw that he was already out of arrows. So he decided to fire the invisible arrows. Quack said that Seo had exhausted all his supplies. Just then an arrow flew at him. The girl was yelling at him to get out of there. What did he decide to counter them without arrows? Seo released an invisible arrow that was coated with such power that it turned into a comet. And colliding with the small arrow, there was an explosion. The enemies wondered how this guy did that. The enemy thought there was no such thing. No one had ever managed to pull something like this off before. The gunner asked the commander, did this guy shoot too? The commander replied that he did not see the arrow. He doesn't understand what happened. Quack and the others stood there with their mouths open and he asked the guys, did they notice anything? The old man replied that he hadn't, but the guy had definitely let go of the empty bowstring. Turns out that the entire fuse consisted of energy. It was theoretically possible when wielding a sword, but to have energy replace it. Seo walked over to them and asked. The old man said that thanks to him the opponents had fallen silent. Seo asked what they thought they should do next. Kwok asked Seo he walked up to them to ask such a thing? Could have just used a chenim. Seo asked in surprise. Chenim? Kwok asked him, doesn't he know what that is? And then the guy said that chenim is a way of transmitting information over a distance, and all masters know how to use it. Seo scratched the back of his head and replied that he was not yet at the level of a master. And then the masters thought, in that case, then who is he? And then he heard a voice like someone shouting that he was a great shot, and his respect for him. And then Seo said that it was Gua Men's voice. He immediately turned around and saw a guy waving at him from afar. The guy told him that's right, he asked him to send him a chenim. If he really heard him, that's it. He only learned archery, so he doesn't know anything beyond that. The guy laughed and replied that he was definitely forgiven for that. Seo said that he thinks if they defeat the hunger strikers at the top, they can easily break through further. But to do that, they have to go up first. Kwok replied that was easy to say. But what does Seo propose to do? The guy says they'll break into groups. They all go upstairs and their hero distracts them. Seo said it was useless, they'd be shooting at the squads first. They'll see what happens, let them take the men for now. And then Kwok said they would take the risk. Kwok relayed to the others that the Bao Lord Soman would have their backs. Everyone else should immediately make their way to the cliffs and give battle to the enemy. Their goal is to smash the enemy forces on the ledge. Kwok told Seo that he had a strategy. What do they do next? Seo replied that then he starts shooting. Let them get ready. Seo released a bunch of arrows and shouted to his men to attack. The others were surprised and asked what he was doing. Seo shouted to them that it was time to go. The enemy shouted that they were going up. The commander asked them what are they standing around for. Let them fire immediately. Seo immediately saw that they were shooting at his guys, so he immediately let loose arrows and killed them all in one go. The commander of the archers said he couldn't believe it. How one man can do something like that. The commander told his men to aim for the lousy guy. Seo immediately jumped into the air and began firing at close range. Seo lost his temper at this point, and after killing the enemies in front of him said, "Here they come." He was unstoppable and killed everyone in his path. And in a moment the warriors got to the mountains and started slaying all the archers time after time. The head of the archers saw it all, and couldn't believe that all his archers were dead. And they were already being slaughtered like animals. The head was saying that he couldn't believe that Blood Bao was completely destroyed. But then he realized that only a small portion of the white forces had come up here. So the base is still down here. And then he ordered his men to go on the attack and slaughter every dog. Every last one. Immediately the leader and his men went downstairs. Kwok saw this and ran after them. That was their plan. The head of the archers saw the Blood Bao group defeated. More than half of the fighters had fallen. They had already arrogantly believed in victory, but in reality, they didn't stand a chance. Kwok's bloody hand said that since we were going to die, we would die like true warriors. The head of the archers said that they did not expect to have a Bao Lord in their ranks whose skill surpassed the might of the entire Blood Bao group. Kwok replied that he was the new master of the White Sect army. The head said that he would like to know which clan he belonged to. Kwok replied to ask him himself, and then he walked up to Seo and saw that he was the master and said that he thanked them for the performance. He watched with rapt attention. Seo replied that he had been mastering archery since he was a child. His skill had not yet reached its limit. The head says it's too crowded here, so he suggests he fight somewhere else. Immediately he flew up the mountain. Seo told his men that he'd be back soon. And then the others asked if he should help him. Kwok replied that he didn't have to. He said he would be back soon. They would be waiting for him downstairs. And then Gom said to them to sort it out here for now. And then Kwok told his enemies to drop their weapons. Whoever surrenders will live. And then the squad leader told Quack to cut the crap. This place will become the cemetery of the soldiers of the righteous coalition army. They all started fighting to the last man, and leaving no life for anyone. At this time on the mountain, the head tells the guy that he can't defeat him as long as he only has a bow in his hands. And then Seo replied that it was not for him to judge that. The head asked, "Really?" In that case, his victory would be easy. And then the head started attacking and Seo managed to dodge and in the air attacking said they'll see about that. And then the head stopped in a moment at what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes that it was an invisible arrow. Seo didn't spare him and shot his invisible arrows like a machine. But the head managed to dodge them. Seo saw that he couldn't believe it. The head walks away from his Muenchi reception and still manages to chase after him. And then Seo released an arrow and said that he thought he would win. The head said that the guy not only shoots well, but also uses a special walking technique. The head released his sword and attacked with a thunderous blast. Seo immediately saw this and immediately lowered his head. He felt the sword being sent backwards and immediately put his head down again. Seo immediately realized that it was an Ijiagome technique, a move that could only be performed by a supreme master. That sword began to follow him and Seo had to shoot him. The head immediately picked up his sword in his hands. The head stopped and said that he had used the Ijiagome technique, but was only able to hit the edge of his form. Seo realized that this master was very powerful. There was an incredible thirst for victory emanating from him. At last he had met a worthy master. Now he can recognize the full extent of his potential. Seo laughed and told his enemy that he was strong. He was the first person who had managed to hurt him in Chunwon. The head asked, "Really? The Peihan Palace has enough skilled craftsmen capable of doing this." The head asked the boy, "Does he still refuse to pick up the sword?" Seo replied that out of respect for him, master, he would take it. Seo saw a sword on the ground and immediately picked it up. And then he told the head to be the first to attack. The head of the archers said that from now on, let the boy expect no mercy. Seo replied that he wished he could tell him the same thing. The archer master used his technique, with which he unleashed a crushing attack. Seo didn't worry about it, and calmly raised his sword into the sky and showed his energy. But master's attack passed next to his, and headed towards Seo. The guy saw it and immediately cut her down. Seo sent his sword into the sky in a moment, and with a powerful force, shattered his opponent's sword. Without even hesitating for a moment, a piece of sword fell to the ground like plastic, and then the master was very surprised to see such a thing. He asked Seo, "Is this the curtain of the sword?" Seo replied that this technique was called the Peerless Sword of Triple Unity. Step number 2, the Blade of Solitude. He doesn't know anything about the curtain of the sword. The master replied that it was an incomparable sword of triple unity. He gives up this time. There is nothing else left for him to do. And then the master told Seo to say what he wanted. And then Seo wondered why he had stopped fighting. But from the very beginning of their battle, he had felt no hatred or lust for killing. Seo threw away his sword and said that it seemed to him that their battle wasn't over yet. It was hard to say who would win. But since he said so, let them end it there. For as far as he knows, there is a white sect master being held captive in Peihan Palace. Let them release him. Seo immediately jumped off the cliff and told the master that he was off. The master said he felt as if he owed him his life. Kwok finished the battle too, and told his men to examine all the wounded, both his own and the enemies. And then the guys yelled out that Seo Moon was heading towards them. Gom asked for him, "Is he okay?" Carrot Top said when he saw him that Seo looked very alive. "So he won the battle?" Seo replied, "Yeah, what a winner. All he did was run from his sword. But at the end, out of nowhere, he just gave up." The commander asked, surprised, "Surrendered? Why?" Gom asked him, and why did he think he did? Just realized he had no chance of winning. Seo replied that he thought so too. He thought that the master was afraid that they would all come up to help him. Kwok said it was very good that everything turned out okay. Thank you for his help. Seo replied that he was glad his bow had come in handy too. Kwok said that Seo's shooting was above board. The old man said that was right. Right now, there was no one in the entire territory of Kanho who could match the skills of the Blood Bow Squad. Kwok said they lost over 30 people because of their attack. It was all his fault. He should have been more careful. The old man told him not to blame himself too much. Their enemies had lost a second more. This battle was left to them. On the way, the old man asked Seo what had become of Moksa. Seo asked, what did he think? What happened to him? The old man asked him, did he kill him? Seo replied that he could understand him. Why does he worry about those who abandoned him? And then the old man thought and said that the white sect sees the Peihan Palace as the abode of evil. But in reality, it is just a gathering place for clans who like to show their power, and he wouldn't let them show that strength. That's why they won it. It was all his fault, and since it was his fault, how can he blame them for anything? Seo said they betrayed him, and he doesn't like it. He had not the slightest desire to interfere in their relationship. The old man thanked him for letting him live. He thought Seo had realized that he was a real warrior himself. Seo replied that was correct. He may not believe it, but most of the masters in Peihan Palace are just like that. The old man replied that right now, he was concerned about the other clans that sided with the Black Sect. Even though they belonged to the same side, they were very different from them. If the Peihan Palace could control them, they wouldn't cause any problems. But unfortunately, the current palace won't give them the attention they deserve. If they are active, the white sect will begin to weaken, and then the black sect will be hard to stop. And so the boys reached the Namgung clan. And with their large and distinguished team, they entered the city. And then the ruler greeted and said that he was Namgung Gom. Their coming once again proves that their friendship, which has lasted since the Kanho campaign, is truly strong. He is very honored. And then Mu said that he wished everyone good health. And then Gom saw Mu Woon and said he was here too, and thanked him for coming. Mu hugged him and told him how long it had been since they'd seen each other. How is he doing? Gom replied that it's nothing much, and he can see that they have some wounded. Namgung asked Mu what happened while they were traveling to their place. Immediately Mu replied that it would be difficult to hide. Mu said that they ran into an ambush by a black sect on the way here. Namgung was surprised and asked how it turned out. Mu replied that at first they were hiding behind rocks, thinking they were finished. Red arrows kept coming from above. Namgung said that means there was a bloody bow waiting for them upstairs. Mu replied that that was correct, but they still managed to go upstairs and destroy that troop. Namgung listened to them and said that they must have lost a lot of people. Mu laughed and said that he was preparing to fight to the death. But one guy was able to defeat the Blood Bow faction, so they didn't have many losses. Able to defeat the Blood Bow? How did he defeat the Blood Bow? Mu immediately told him everything. And as Namune gathered the table that evening, he said he felt like he had an army of millions behind him. And it's all because they're with him now. Everyone is praising Seo Moon's skill so much. It's a shame that he couldn't see that skill. Mu said that even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe that it was possible. Namgung asked who he was? Where did he come from? The old man said that a senior Shaolin monk had recommended him. The famous clans of the Righteous Coalition from Kanbuk territory unite in Shaolin. Soon, a huge army will arrive in Namgung. Namgung said that now he could be sure of their victory. And then everyone immediately started laughing. Gom was telling Seo that he didn't expect their Soman to be a master of the bow and blade. It was unlikely that he would have to see anyone else like him in his life. The commander said Gom was right. Who would have thought that a bow could shoot like that? Kwok said his shooting skills are impressive, but the fact that he single-handedly climbed to the top is even more amazing. He doesn't know how to use Chenin, yet he easily outclasses many masters in terms of strength. The commander said it was true. It's unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. And then Kwok said his name and introduced himself as the clan he was from, and challenged Seo Mun to a duel. No one expected this and were surprised. And then Gom said that he knew he would start again. The commander confirmed it and said that the hunchback would be fixed by the grave. Seo immediately smiled and told him to count it as a loss. And then Kwok said that he was actually a man. Since he picked up the sword, he dare not put it back in the scabbard. Let him come out immediately. Seo yelled at him to make Kwok think he had lost. Kwok was running after him and yelling at him to pick up his sword. When Namgung came to the room, he told the men that during the battle with the enemy, Wang Boen and Peng had managed to escape. But Peng Hu and Dan didn't know anything. And then Jin said that Wanbo Chan stayed to fight, so they were able to escape from Ho-Won. So Namgung told the man that he was sorry for his son. Wanbo replied that he had lived up to his name as the heir of the Wanbo clan. And now he said he would fight to the death to live up to his father's name. And then Namgung saw that he could have confidence in him. At this time the general asked the master, "Did he lose?" He could not believe it. The master bowed and replied that he apologized. The general asked the next one, "Could even he lose? What happened?" He's not rebuking him. He needs to know how strong they are. The master replied that everything he was about to say was true. As they planned, they ambushed him at the top of the cliff. He thought they would use the bloody bow to tie their hands. But at that moment, one guy started shooting at the archers sitting upstairs. He killed them one by one. Mi-ji asked, starting to kill the shooters? Who the hell in the world is capable of outclassing his shooters? And then Mi slammed his fists on the table and apologized, saying he just couldn't believe it. The master told him to get up. After all, he himself had long been unable to comprehend what had been taken away. How could he believe what he had not seen? Mi bowed and replied that he was thanking the master. The master said that this was the first time he had ever seen this kind of shooting. Arrows began to fly into the sky from below, hitting the target with incredible accuracy. And then the counselor, hearing all this, was very upset too. The general asked the master, did he lose in the sword fight? The master replied that he was able to evade his attack with a single movement. Ho heard that and said it couldn't be. The counselor said he never thought it was possible. Master said he did. Ho said that it seemed they had developed a very uncomfortable opponent. And then the general began to think. The counselor said that he could not deny this fact. That warrior was very strong. In that case, they need to rethink their plan. Even though one man won't decide the outcome of the entire battle. And then in Namgung territory there was a meeting, and Gom told his father that this is the young man who saved Jin's life. And then the old man asked, so he was the one who was the lord of the bow and blade? It was Namgung sang in. The boy stood up and said his name was Elji-so. San replied that he had heard about him. He was said to be a good archer. Seo replied that it's not like that. The rumors were exaggerated. He was just lucky. San laughed and said what a humble guy. He thinks the Blood Bow faction can be defeated by luck alone? He's done the impossible. Seo immediately started laughing and said that if they praised him like that, he'd really think he was a good shot. San asked why not? He's telling the truth. So what part of Korea did he come from? Seo replied that he came from around Mount Pictu. San asked what his parents were doing. Seo replied that they died when he was a baby. San immediately apologized and said he shouldn't have asked him that. Seo told him not to worry. Everything was fine. Then who raised him? Seo replied that his grandfather was with him all the time. San said that's how it is. He heard that there are many good shooters in the East. What did he come to them for, to China? Dan asked, maybe he wanted to become famous? Seo replied that it wasn't like that. That's not what he came for. Sun asked, then did he get to the war by accident while traveling? And then Seo thought about it for a moment. San told him if he was uncomfortable, he didn't have to talk about it. Seo replied that he was actually here to see the Dan clan. And then everyone was silent, and they couldn't understand why. San said that everyone in this room except him and his son belonged to the Dan family. And then Dan Ho asked what he wanted from his family. Seo replied that his grandfather had sent him to them for his bride. Just then, one of the sons couldn't help himself and spit out his tea. He looked at his father and apologized at once. Dan Ho asked Seo why he sent him to the Dan family to get a bride. San said that the Dan family has very high standards for future sons-in-law. Almost all sons-in-law must stay with the Dan family. Seo replied that he had heard about that. But he had also heard that his late father and future father-in-law had arranged their wedding before he was born. San immediately thought of that man and asked, really? And then Ho thought, when did his first son have time to make such a promise? Seo said that when he was young he often wandered and on one of those days he could make a promise. Ho considered Seo and saw that he was tall, handsome, shoots like a ghost. San said, gee, he has so many granddaughters to marry. I wanted to offer it to him, but I don't think it's going to work. San told Ho that let him think he caught luck by the tail. Such a good young man is coming to the Dan family. Ho laughed and said that when San questioned him, that's how he knew he had a hidden agenda. Let San not even dream, he's already promised to his family. Ho said he's happy to meet him. He is his future father-in-law's father. No, more accurately, his future wife's grandfather. And then Seo stood up and bowed and told Ho to accept his bow. And then Ho smiled and told him to stand up. Ho asked how old he would be this year. Seo replied that he will be 22 years old. Ho replied that he will be 20 soon. She'll be just right for him. And then Seo thought about what his future wife Seohe's name means. It's a very beautiful name in general. And then one of the guys said they already owed them. He's his son-in-law now. Yes, Seo Mong's son-in-law? And then the girl got excited and said she could call him son-in-law. What a lucky sister. Ho asked Somi, does she want to get married too? Don't worry, Grandpa will find a good groom for her. And then the boy turned to his grandfather to go out and celebrate. Ho replied that of course. But don't let them drink too much, who knows when the enemy will decide to go on the offensive. Ho asked San what he thought of him. San replied that he was a very decent young man. Ho said he thought so too. He didn't even think about it at first, but when he started to question Seo, he decided to take a closer look. It was a gift of fate. So young and so strong. San said he was sorry to see such a talent go to the Dan family. Namgung Gam said he thought the young man wasn't as good as they were getting so upset about him. Ho says they're both blind. He doesn't think his skill is inferior to his, or even that of a sword lord. Feeling so upset for the first time in a long time. Does Ho know why he was so eager to get him into their family? Their clan is on the brink of destruction, and this young man's skill could be a ray of hope. Gam said he was undoubtedly proficient with the bow, but as for the martial arts, San said to the youth to understand them, they have yet to grow up. Gam asked what they meant by that. Ho replied that they didn't feel a surge of energy from him, right? But they claim that the young man is strong. How is that possible? San said that if a warrior is able to block the internal energy coming from him, which means that his skill has reached the level of Banbakajan. Sung Ho thought that such esteemed masters like the Sword Lord and the Stone King could hardly be mistaken. And then the boy shouted to Seo that he was slowing down so he should go to them. Seo turned around and saw so many beauties that he blushed. Quack was saying that Seo was finally here. They were just talking about him. And then the guy said to let them introduce the young man who came from Korea itself. He's a true master of the bow and blade. But most importantly, he is now his sister, so he's fiancé. When Kwok heard that, he said, wow, so he came to Sichuan to get married? And then the guy asked Seo, that young man, does he already know that young man? And then the guy raised his hand and said his name was Namgung Jin. And the girls next to him are his sisters. The first one is Namgung Su Ren, the second one is Sumi, and the third one is Hai. Seo bowed and said his pleasure. The guy pointed his finger and said that this young man was the firstborn of the Peng clan, Peng Manho. And next to him is his brother, Peng Du. The pretty girl behind them is called Wangbo Yen. And then the guys said they were honored to meet him. Seo replied that they said it was an honor to meet him. And then Yen said that she too will soon become a member of the Peng family. She's Wanbo Yen, and it's nice to meet him. Seo replied that that was it. He congratulated her. And then one of the brothers told her that she was still a member of the Wangbo family. The guy said his name is Wangbo Quan, and he apologizes for his sister. She has one wind in her head. Seo replied that it was his time to get acquainted. And then Hyen came up to him and said that Namun Hai was looking at him with such fervor. How does she look to him? Seo asked him how he got here. Hyun replied that Seo hadn't answered his question yet. Seo told him not to say such things. She had no reason to look at him. Hen said how quick he is. The nickname stealer of women's hearts is now his. Guy said Hai is famous for her arrogance, but now she's looking up to him. Seo told Dan Seo to stop saying such things. Dang So immediately laughed and said, Wanbo said to Seo, if one were to shoot into the sky, the speed of the flying arrow would definitely decrease as it fell. Seo replied that if you energized the arrow, the speed would be maintained until the end, until the target was hit. Wanbo said that it was unbelievable. He didn't even think about it. But he still checks the wind direction before shooting, right? Seo replied that that was correct. Where he grew up, there were terrible winds. The weather changed so often that he had gotten used to shooting at anything. And then Hai heard everything and told him to talk about his homeland. What's it like in life? Seo replied that Mount Pictou is a place where there is no such thing as war or treachery. All the people there are kind and honest, as if they were a match for each other. He lived in a small house that stood a little farther away from the rest of the village. There was a stream running in front of the house, and when the sun's rays fell on it, it was as if the whole world began to glow. And his grandfather liked to take naps while his friend Fatty Fly flew through the sky and got them food. And every spring, wonderful flowers bloomed in the meadows, the smell of which remains hanging in the air. Such is his homeland. And then all the boys told him that they all wanted to go there. Dan said it wasn't his homeland that he liked best, but his storytelling skills. Wangbo said he describes everything in such colors that if you close your eyes, you can see his homeland in reality. And then Yem thought she tried to ignore him, but recognizes that his skills are just something. And then Hai cried at such a story and said that she felt as if she had been there herself. Hen put his hand on his shoulder and said it was now official. The position of stealing women's hearts is his. After all, you can make a woman cry just by talking about nature. He's really cool. Seo thought he might be in trouble. The next day Seo decided to be alone outside the territory. And then Thick-Skinned came and flew to his tree. Seo asked Tolstakaz what had happened to him. At this point, Tolstakaz started yelling at him. Seo asked, "Is someone coming this way?" Seo asked how many of them were there. Just then Fatty began to carp and talk. Seo asked, "Why are there so many of them?" Immediately Seo ran to the clan and took all his arrows. He climbed to the top of the house and said that he had the best view from here. He thinks they should now be informed of the adversary's arrival. In the meantime, he'll wait. The guards saw dust appearing near Namgung territory. One asked what it was. The guards immediately shouted that it was the opponents. And they are already advancing. They ordered everyone to take up their weapons and take their positions. The enemy team said that the gates of the Namgung clan were open wide. The general said it's a good time to attack. The soldiers told the commander that there might be an ambush inside. The general said they were not afraid of an ambush. Seo looked up at them in the tops of the houses and said there were twice as many of them. And then San said that he had gotten a report that they had returned the firstborn of the Wanbo clan to them this morning. The general said they only did what they promised. No more, no less. San asked what they promised. The general said that trading Makho for Wanbo is not a bad deal for them. Also for their opponents. And then Ku realized that meant he was right, so Moon had won the battle and let go Makho Bob. San thought who could believe that Sunday guest Makho himself would be equated to a mere hostage. The general said he would be honest. He has no desire to fight the Namgung clan. Let them surrender and leave this place. That's the only alternative he can offer them. San thanked them for their concern and said that the Namgung clan don't know the word surrender. The general said that it was their choice. He immediately raised his hand and ordered his men to attack. The enemies immediately shouted that they would destroy the Namgung clan. San raised his hand and said that he would not let them win even at the cost of his life. The Namgung clan and the rest of the guys were willing to give their lives for this clan. They were willing to fight until their last breath. And then immediately the meat grinder began, the number of people dying with each step forward. He spoke from the side that, as expected, quantity alone would not defeat them. Mi replied that the Black Sex army was hastily assembled. So the battles can only be fought by numbers. He asked me, is he saying that he didn't expect to win this fight either? Bloody bow into position. Immediately, the archers raised their arrows. They fired their arrows at the Namgung clan. When the warriors saw it, they were frightened and said, "It's a blood bow." But they were not ready to surrender and shouted to them by their commander to go on the attack and not let them intimidate them. Mi immediately told the bloody bow to have them set up a second formation. But then they were attacked by the rest of the Namgung warriors. But even here the archers were faster, and sent their arrows straight at them and killed them. At this time Seo saw everything and said, "How dare they shoot before him? I guess they haven't learned their lesson yet." Seo immediately took his scope and sent one of the arrows into the enemies. He was surprised and asked where the arrows were coming from. And then he saw a guy standing over the house and asked him what was it that was trashing the bloody bow? And immediately told his men that the shooter was up there on the roof, and let them show him what they're worth. No mercy. Immediately the archers loaded their bows and began firing. Seo saw arrows flying at him. San saw Seo on top of the house and asked him when he had gotten up there. Dan replied, "What courage!" This young man turned the full wrath of the bloody bow upon himself. And then Seo stooped down and said the archers were fools. Who taught them how to aim? His grandfather? And then Seo in the moment grabbed the arrows and was saying he was wrong. His grandfather would be better than them. The counselor thought that if this continued, they would lose the bloody bow for the second time. The counselor walks up to he and says that at this rate this guy will beat them again. He needs them to protect their archers from the arrows. And then the warrior told the counselor that he understood him. The counselor said that it was the first time he had seen such a shooter. The general laughed and said that it was really unbelievable. Even though he is their opponent, he admires them. And then Dan laughed and said that this was his granddaughter's future husband. San asked if he was making fun of him. The general said the fighters of the Black Air Martial Arts School to attack. Immediately, they raised their swords and headed out to attack. Kong immediately shouted to his white sect warriors, "Attack." They wouldn't let them be broken. Kong shouted to the Weizong clan warriors to defend the left front. He will take over the right front. The girl Jade Hand Hahu Yi shouted that he would definitely cover for his father. San had seen all of this and said that Hahu's daughter was already using such a legendary martial art form like the unusual hand. Dan said it wasn't a girl, but an angel that had come down from heaven. San laughed and replied that the black air was already beginning to watch out for her. And then a trio of crazy guys started fighting them and chopped up everyone they saw in front of them. And then Gom picked up his drink and said that his drink had run out. But he had already been attacked from behind by his enemies. Gom immediately used the dragon's crowning trick. And then Kwok shouted to Un-Se that he was challenging him to a duel. Un-Se saw that the rumors weren't lying. Defeating a Wasan clan disciple in a sword battle wasn't easy. And then Xie pulled out his knives and started attacking. Gom shouted at him to be careful. The enemy can throw daggers. Xie immediately used his dagger exit technique. Kwok saw a knife flying at him and just dodged them. Every one of his knife attacks was repelled by Kwok, and at one point came so close to him that the only thing left to do was attack. Xie dodged his attack and managed to make a mutual attack. Kwok immediately realized that he couldn't dodge. Xio was fighting at this time and saw that things were not good. They defended themselves from his arrows with swords. Mi told the first two squads to keep aiming up at the roof. The rest of them, united front, fire at the White Sect army. Xio wondered how he could break through the Bloodbow's defense. It was a technique he hadn't fully mastered yet and didn't want to use it yet. But he had no choice. Did the warriors see the guy run out of arrows? Why is he shooting with an empty bowstring? The guy said they were energy arrows. Ho asked, using energy instead of arrows? Unbelievable. Immediately, they repelled that attack, but turned back in a moment. And then they saw that the other archers were all dead already. Ho said he couldn't believe it. How is that even possible? And then Xio saw it and said he barely made it. He was so tired. Is it because of the energy arrows? Xio rushed to attack and said that this was no time to rest. Just then he heard someone yell that they were retreating. Xio paused for a moment and asked, "Retreating?" Mi said that was enough for today. Mi leaving said that next time they would fight him and the Blood Devil squad. Xio looked at them and saw them off with his gaze and said they were leaving. But the square was covered with corpses. The brother looked at them and said that they had stood their ground today, but would they be able to stand their ground tomorrow? San said that if a troop of Blood Devils were to advance, it would most likely be their last battle. Brother said that they had too many casualties. If they were to fight a troop of Blood Devils, they wouldn't be able to stand. San replied that evil must be fought to the death. There is no other way. The head asked the counselor on the way, why did they retreat? They have a squad of Blood Devils. The counselor replied that there was no way the White Sect army could come here. As long as they are here fighting the Namgung clan, all their attention will be focused on this area. That's what their mission is, distraction. And today they did a great job. The head said, so they didn't come here to defeat the Namgung clan? The advisor replied that he wouldn't mind defeating the Namgung clan, but then their lord's plan would also be ruined. And then the counselor asks them to be patient. The head asked, and what was that supposed to mean? They are now just puppets to them, with whom they can do anything they want to accomplish there and their lord's plans. Since when did Peihan Palace have secrets from him? The counselor replied that there was no such thing. The supreme guardian of the palace should certainly know. And then the counselor went up to the general and told him everything. The general said that we would have to leave them a road to retreat. The counselor said that's right. As soon as they leave their territory, they will start to advance. The general says he's got it all figured out. They start hunting, leaving the fence open. Namgung gathered everyone and said that they had won the battle, but there were a lot of casualties on their side. Among the warriors of the Namgung clan, there were only about 20 survivors. Now it's already an outgrowth of their lineage. Wanbo said that they had too many casualties. Namgung replied that winning a battle does not mean winning the war. They still have many battles to fight. Dan also said it's almost impossible for them to overpower them. They have two choices: either fight to the end and die, or retreat and try their fate in the future. He came here to help the Namgung clan, so he will obey whatever the clan leader decides. Namgung Ho's second son tells his brother to back off for a while. It's understandably humiliating, but as long as they're alive, they'll have a chance to make things right. Namgung told his brother that he did not expect such a disaster to happen during his reign. Then Dan came up to them and told the leader to give him some time. Namgung asked his uncle what he wanted to talk to him about. Dan said that there was no way the sword spirit would agree to retreat. He would never have agreed to retreat himself if he offered him that option but got angry. Namgung replied that he would try to persuade him. Seo was lying under a tree at this time and said that war or no war, the most important thing is to be strong. In this battle, warriors who had poor martial arts skills died. And then Kwok came up to him and asked him what he was thinking. Seo asked how was his health? How was his wound? Kwok replied that it was fine. It was just a battle wound. After all, he had caught the master of the Black Air Martial Arts School. Gom immediately came after him and told Kwok he had something to brag about. How could you not see a flying dagger? Kwok said that if he had been in his shoes, things could have ended much more direly. Seo told them to stop already, and he asked where their drunkard was. Gom replied that all the warriors of the Kaban clan had died in that battle, and he went to comfort. Thanks to Seo's skill, they have fewer losses than they expected. Gom told Seo that Namgung Hai was asking about him. I almost cried. She's so worried about him. Seo turned his head away and told them not to joke around like that. Gom said he wasn't kidding. He's an expert on women's hearts after all. He knows what he's talking about. Kwok said he knew Namgung Hai had fallen in love with Seo. Too bad. Seo is going to marry someone else. Gom said she wasn't the only one like that. Kwok was surprised and asked who else. Gom replied that his sister Kwok En was also asking about Seo. Kwok was surprised and asked what was true. Seo told them to stop talking nonsense. It's not funny at all. She went out of her way to make it clear she wanted to kill him. And now all of a sudden she's in love with him? He doesn't believe them. He doesn't even want to see her in his nightmares. And she's what? She's in love with him? That's not funny at all. I'd rather they say she cursed him. It would sound more believable. Kwok told Seo that she was his sister after all. Maybe he could refrain a little. Seo replied to him to let them face it. There are no words to express the humiliation he suffered at the hands of his sister. They've seen it all for themselves. Do they remember how I nagged him on every word? And then Kwok ran to hug him and told him that he understood and it was time to end it. Seo told them to leave him alone, and then San shouted to his men to stop arguing. This would be his grave, he decided. Who does he think he is? Everyone in this town calls him the Lord of the Sword. He was the 21st leader of the Namgung clan. Even the pirate who had spent his life plundering on the Janza River, when the ship went down, did not run away, but stayed there until he died. And even if the pirate stayed, how dare he ask him to leave? The leader said, but to overcome shame and disgrace and by any means necessary to continue the lineage is his mission as clan leader. San replied that he did. That's why he should leave. But he'll stay here until the end. And then the son turned to his father. And then Jean came in and told Grandpa not to do that. If he gets over this fleeting embarrassment, there will be a big problem waiting for him later on. Let him make the right decision. San replied that he had already made up his mind. Jean said then he would stay here too, and threw his stick on the ground. San told the boy that it was his duty to carry on their lineage. He should be the first to leave here. The symbol of the Namgung clan is them, the Sword Lord. And that's why their clan is where they all are. Jean told San that the destroyed building could be rebuilt. But if he, the grandfather, died, their clan would be finished. Does he really think his father can leave here without him? How can he leave here without his father? Because of his decision, their family could disappear. Jean told his grandfather that it was his responsibility to teach him the swordsmanship he possessed. He'll need his unbounded and imperial sword techniques. And if he is gone, there will be no one to teach him. San raised his head and said that meant there was no other way out. They would both have to make them answer for the shame and disgrace he would have to suffer. The two Namgung heirs replied that they would definitely do everything. Dan replied, then have a drink and get on the road. San asked Dan if he was the one who sent him here. Dan replied, who better than a grandson to influence an old geezer like him? Dan said that if San dies, who will remember him? If he doesn't listen to his grandson, he'll die alone. So let him listen to the young people, they're saying the right things. Kwok told Seo that his sister had been a little rough on him. But he hadn't stood aside either. Seo replied that was correct. If he was being rude, why should he hold back? Quack replied that it was because he was a man, and a man has a generous soul. Seo replied that he only now realized what they meant when they said that women were very difficult to communicate with. Then the old man came up to them and said that he could hear excited voices. He seemed to have some strength left from the battle. Seo said it was none of his business. Geometry said they discussed Seo's popularity among girls. The old man asked Seo that he hadn't gotten married yet and was already going left. Seo asked, what are they saying? The old man said that if Seo was attracted to girls, then he gave them a reason. Seo said, a reason? He just said hello to them. The old man asked Seo, did he think the girls were acting like this for no reason? No, he gave them a reason. Seo said he says it's not like that. The old man said that he too is a man and was once young too, so he understands him. But it is not good to steal the hearts of young beauties. Seo lost his temper and asked if they could even hear him or not. The old man said, here come the poor girls. What did they find in such an ill-mannered boy who would raise his tone when talking to his elders? Seo said they provoked him. Quack told the old man that he hadn't been seen during the battle. He was already worried about him. The old man replied that no matter how ashamed he was, his body was already decrepit and unable to withstand the battle, so he just stood behind and watched. Gam said they were glad they were safe and sound. And then the old man told Seo that he had seen him fight. His skill with the bow is beyond praise. However, he lacks knowledge of the basics of martial arts. He can't compare to the great masters, of course, but he can teach him a few things. Quack said he had a good point. Even though Seo is an excellent shot, he doesn't even know how to use a chenim. Seo replies that it's not mandatory knowledge. I'm sure he can win without it. The old man told him he was wrong. What does he think celebrity chefs do best? Chinese noodles. Chinese cuisine starts with noodles, so to learn how to cook well, one must first learn how to cook noodles well. Same thing, if one wants to develop, he needs to know the basics well first. Seo realized that the old man was right. He wouldn't be able to shoot forever. He wouldn't be able to use his sword skills to catch a rabbit. In Shaolin, when he competed with Mumu in controlling wind energy power and using walking techniques, he was better than him, but he lagged behind him in using hand-to-hand techniques. If he knew a few hand-to-hand moves, he could have defeated him. The old man asked him what he needed most. The old man said that Seo said he didn't know how to use the chenim. Seo said no, he should teach him the basics of how to use a sword. The old man asked, was he trained in the art of the sword? Seo said yes. The old man asked, does he know how to put his inner energy into the sword? Seo said he could do everything. The old man was surprised and asked what? And yet he says he doesn't know the basics of how to wield a sword. So in practice he's an invincible warrior, but in theory he's a slacker? In that case, he'll teach him some easy moves. He thinks Seo will learn them quickly. Gam said that the old man said that basic sword techniques would be enough for him to win. How strong is his spiritual energy? The old man asked, didn't they understand yet? Had they seen Seo draw an empty bowstring in that battle? He was able to defeat the bloody bow literally without arrows. Goes replied that it was like that. Each of his shots was filled with inner energy. Quack said he always felt like Seo was just a little better than the rest of us. But in just a good one, the use of internal energy is optional. The old man told them to begin their training. He would show him 3 basic techniques. The first one is the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat. It allows the wizard to defend and attack at the same time. The attack is made horizontally. Next, Tarzan's jump. With it, his attacks go from top to bottom. The third technique is wind and rain in all directions. As the name suggests, the last move allows you to attack without spatial restrictions. Seo immediately thought of the technique of 1,000 horizontal warriors, a Tarzan jump and wind and rain in all directions. The old man said that if he mastered all 3 techniques, there would be no one left who could defeat him. Did you guys think the old man was serious? Every kid knows these moves, but the old man claims that Seo can't win with them. Now he's doubting this grandfather's competence. And then the old man took a stick and said he looked carefully. Here are 1,000 horizontal warriors. The guys thought, what is that old man even showing there? And then the old man used a Tarzan jump. Did the old man really think Seo needed to explain everything on his fingers? Immediately, Seo made 1,000 warriors horizontal defeat. The old man watched and said he was good. The boys thought to both of them, why do they have to watch this? Seo immediately switched to another technique and used a Tarzan jump. The old man saw all this and was happy for him, and then Seo went into the technique of wind and rain in all directions. The guys saw all this and were thinking of leaving, and then the drunk came in and said Seo is doing great. Seo said he welcomed Dan. Quack told Seo that he was doing so well. Maybe it's a good time to take a break? Gom said the same thing, that they really are marvelous techniques. Seo walked up to them and said it was so embarrassing to practice in front of them. He felt their stares all the time. Dan asked Seo why he was practicing with a sword. He thought Seo was an archer. Seo replied that he just did. At that time, Namgung told his son, if you cross the Yangtze River by ship, it would be faster to reach the north. At the palace of Peihan they would think the same. So he chose to go through the mountains. Jin said he hoped he would avoid an ambush. Namgung replied that he was afraid that the Peihan palace already knew that they had left their territories and they were following them. Jin said could they send their best fighters to protect the rear? Namgung replied that no, they are not needed here. They must get to Jilong Mountain as soon as possible. After all, Jilong Mountain is a good place for an ambush. Does father mean to say that they are acting as bait? Namgung replied that was correct. He would be sure to avenge them for the shame and disgrace they had suffered by leaving their lands. In the Lotus Hall of Peihan Palace, the Sulag told the Lord that this night the Namgun clan had left their territories and were now heading north. The general said it was just as the counselor had suggested. They chose the mountain over the river. If the clan left their estate at midnight, they must be somewhere here now. They'll be able to catch up with them in the vicinity of Mt. Beep. Have them tell the tracking party to keep pursuing them, but not to start a battle. The warrior asked what if they managed to break away from them. The general replied that they didn't have long to go anyway. Even without this battle, their defeat was imminent. If they decided to ride horses, they would soon reach Mount Jilong. They want to ambush them and avenge them for forcing them off their land. The warrior said that in that case they needed to change tactics. The pursuit might not end in their favor. The general said there was no need to worry. At Mount Jilong, a counselor with a squad of blood devils was already waiting for them. The general said that their job now was to keep pursuing and not to take any hasty action. Then the warrior said that they were approaching Mount Jilong. As soon as they arrived, they would immediately set up an ambush. Namgung said he hoped the opponents were still following them. The warrior said they are keeping their distance, but they are still there. And then the warrior told the counselor that information had come to them from Mount Jilong. The advisor asked, have they taken up positions? The warrior answered yes. As soon as those arrive, they will immediately launch an attack. The counselor said that is good. They continue their pursuit. The counselor thought that the young man who had shot at their warriors yesterday was then at Mount Sun. The counselor thought and hoped that the master of Peihan Palace was already finished. There was no way he should have survived. With such a serious wound, even a god himself wouldn't survive. But no one can know about it. We need to turn Mount Kirin into a white sect grave as soon as possible, and then there will be no cause for concern. At this time in the forest, Quack was talking, which was very strange. Gom asked him what exactly. Quack replied that they were running away from them and the black sect was chasing them in some strange way. Gom asked him what does he mean. Quack asked how should I put it. He doesn't feel that their goal is to catch up and kill. Gom replied that they probably thought they had nowhere to rush. Quack asked Seo what he was thinking about so intently. Seo replied that he was remembering the chenim and the techniques he was learning. Quack asked, and how is that working out? Seo replied, do they want to, he will send them something by chenim? And then Seo sent to Quack and said, how is he? Can you hear him? And then Quack took hold of his ears and was telling him to stop immediately. Quack yelled in pain that he was asking Seo to stop. Seo asked him, is something wrong? Quack asked, in his opinion, is it chenim? Seo replied that that was right, that's how he was taught. Quack said that if Seo used the chung like that, he would tear everyone's eardrums. Who's sending chenim with such force? My ears were thundering. Gom smiled and said that's what happened. He wondered why Quack was screaming like that. Quack said that when Seo uses chenim, you have to control your power. Seo immediately asked, will that do? And then Quack said to keep his voice even quieter. And then Seo coped and said that means you have to control the force here too. And he asked Quack, And there is a martial art where they use chenim to blow up the opponent's brain. Use it longer or yell louder. And then Seo said that judging by the look on Quack's face, it could be done. Quack asked Seo he's kidding, right? Dan said just to look at him. Does he think Seo is joking? And then Seo froze and asked, did he say something weird? Quack told him not to mess around. There is no such martial art. But even if there is, it's too sneaky a way to fight. Yes, and besides, if someone dares to use this technique, the opponent can easily block his sound wave with his internal energy. Totally pathetic thought, don't even let him try to test something like that. Seo thought, who cares if it's fair or not? It's all about winning. Gam said that there are no martial arts where they use chenim power, but where they use sound wave there are. If you put your energy into the sound wave, the opponent's head will be full of noise, and the opponent will not be able to show strength. This is the skill for which the master of Peihan Palace, Ku Yang Mo, is famous for his tyrant's roar. I haven't tested it myself, but they say it's unbearable. The white sect uses the roar of a lion, but it is more for defense against sound waves than attack. The roar of a lion? He likes it. Let Gam teach him that trick. Gam laughed and said he was very fast. Let him learn to use the chenim for now. And don't forget the sword techniques. And then the three sisters saw the youngest one looking at Seo. The eldest asked her, is she really in love with him? Let her say she is not. She doesn't know what kind of master he is. But he sucks as a man. He's not much of a looker either. Yeah, he may be tall, but his body proportions are weird. What's he thinking? She's heard that he wants to kill the enemy with a chenim. That's ridiculous. Sumi told her sister to say something. There are such rumors now, it's not true, is it? Su-yun tells me to stop bothering her. She can see that Hai doesn't want to talk about it. How could people think there was something between them? She can't understand it. He already has a fiancé, so stop talking about it, said Yen. At this time, Hai couldn't say anything, because everything was true. And then Namgung thought that the opponents had already organized an ambush ahead. Jiggle couldn't believe it. Peihan Palace's men were ahead of them. How could it be so? Sokro opponents, who were chasing them, will also be here. And then they will be finished. Namgung asked Jiggle, will they be able to get through? Jiggle replied that there was no other way. The road was too narrow and it would take them longer to get through the gorge. There's no way they can spread out. The enemy knows the terrain better, and they are in an unenviable position. The warrior said that if they delayed and their pursuers caught up with them, they would be surrounded. That's the worst-case scenario. So break through here, Jiggle said to the King of Stones. To the Lord of Swords, the opponents figured out their plan, and they were ambushed. May they forgive them. If they don't manage to get through here soon, their pursuit will cut off their escape routes. It's almost impossible to get through on the left and right because of the slopes, so they have to go forward. But if there's a top-level master waiting for them, San replied that he understood him. He wants him and his friend to clear the way for them. Jiggle asked as he asked them to forgive them. San asked the King of Stones what he thought. Dan replied that there was no time to ponder, and immediately they marched forward, at which time the enemy were behind the hills and awaiting orders from above. The warrior said to the Lord, here comes the King of Stones and the Lord of Swords. The Lord was surprised. Can such energy come from just two people? These are the real masters. San asked Dan when was the last time they had played such games with him. Dan replied that it had been a long time ago when he was young. The enemies came out in front of them and ordered them to stop. San replied that he was not going to stop, but they could try to force him to. The enemies heard these words and immediately attacked him. San did not move, and with a single swing of his sword, he smashed their weapons. Dan said that since the situation was critical, he would try to deal with it quickly. And then he smashed the faces of his enemies with the power of stone. The head of the enemies immediately raised his hand and ordered the others to attack and kill them all. Seo stood in front of them and told them to attack. Now they were going to experience his new techniques. The enemies immediately swooped down on him and began to attack. Seo immediately used the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat attack. Seo didn't dwell on it and used a Tarzan jump. Seo said what a worthless move. Seo immediately switched to attacking rain and wind in all directions. Dan was surprised and said that he didn't know it was possible to kill with such a technique. His speed and strength were simply merciless. The White Sect army is too small, They will overpower them, shouted the enemies. And then Ku came out to fight and was telling the dogs of the black sect to come out. San slaughtered everyone in his path and said, why are they going to certain death? And then Dan told San that there was no time. Tell him to back up a little bit. And then he stepped in front of him. Dan was ruthless at this moment and immediately used an attack sky full of fire rain. This attack was so strong that the enemies were frightened and shouted to their own to take cover. For Dan saw them leaving and immediately attacked them with his fire and killed them to death. And then the head of the enemies shouted that they had opened the road. Have everyone head that way. Seo immediately said that the pursuers had arrived. And then Seo saw that old man and said that it seemed like it would be difficult for them to leave. It's the Bao Lord of the White Sect. Seo immediately took out his Bao and started shooting his powerful energy at them. At this time, Ho was surprised at how he was doing it. Ho raised his hand and told everyone to stop. Gom shouted to Seo to retreat quickly, and then Seo turned around and was surprised that he was the only one left. The enemies shouted that the archer was alone. Let everyone kill him, shouted that they would capture him and avenge the deaths of his brothers. Seo started to run away and said they were dreaming. The enemies said if they couldn't catch him, then they would shoot to kill. Seo saw this and just dodged their arrows. Namgung and the warrior looked at it and couldn't believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. How could this guy do such a thing? Namgung told Seo to come quickly. Seo immediately said he was coming. And then the warrior said they are staying here to protect the rear. Let him catch up with them. Seo said it was wrong. And again he said the same thing. Namyoon asked Seo why he stayed behind. How was Namgung going to fight alone against an entire army? It is an honor for him to die on the battlefield. Namgung laughed and told Ku to watch himself to make sure he didn't take all the glory. Seo asked Kwok why they left them there. Is it wrong? Kwok asked Seo what is he talking about. Seo replied, as scary as it was, you can't leave like that. 2 were left as bait, and the rest ran off with their tails tucked. Don't you dare say that. He insults them with his pity. They chose to sacrifice their own lives. Seo replied that he had no regrets. If we live together, and if we die together. Then Seo stopped and said that he couldn't do that. He started to run back and shouted that he would catch up with them soon. Let them go without him. The enemies stood up against the boys and told them to tell their names, warriors. And then a warrior said he was the leader of the Namgung Gom clan. And another warrior said he was the youngest son of the Namgung Ku family. The general said his name was Kuan Sa and he was asking the 2 of them to let them pass. Namgung replied that he would not have to ask if they killed them. The counselor told Elder San that if they lost time here, they wouldn't be able to catch up with them later. The general told the counselor to take his time. Everything has its turn. The counselor replied that every minute was important to them. The general said he understood him and ordered 2 men to try and clear a path for them. The masters obeyed the order and immediately stepped in front of the guys. The enemy said he was the warrior of Ho's sword of death. The other introduced himself as the resurrected guest. Mok said all they have to do is open the road and he asks them to forgive him. Namgung replied that they were honored to fight them. The advisor thought, why the tenderness and honor when every second missed threatened to ruin the whole plan? Clashing in the middle of the battle, Namgung was surprised at such a powerful force. He could barely defend himself, but he couldn't go on the offensive. Ho thought and saw that the legends of the Namgung clan's strength were not in vain. If the sun was so strong, he couldn't imagine how it was even possible to defeat the Namgung San Sword Lord. When had it ever happened that he couldn't use his crowning technique, the sword of the god of death? Immediately, they began to fight to the death. The general said that he thought Mok could easily overpower his opponent. But who would win among these 2 was difficult to predict. Namgung realized that with the sword control technique, the sky was limitless. He won't be able to win. He will try to use the imperial sword. His execution is still not perfect. Ho saw that the direction of the energy had changed. It seemed like he was going to use a new technique. Bad. This is very bad. Namgung used the second technique in his attack, Great Emperor. Ho stood still and realized that he was scared. Ho immediately used the third technique of their Death God sword technique, the thunderous fury of the Death God. Immediately, his strength is much stronger than Namgung. He threw his sword away from the attack and couldn't believe that he had lost. Ho replied to him that he was just unlucky. Namgung told his enemy to send him to his brother now. Namgung cried at that moment and told Father Jean to protect their clan. But then an indescribable energy flew at Ho. He couldn't stop it and was wounded from such an attack. And then Seo himself came out of the smoke with his bow. Mok told the boy that they had met again. Seo replied that he had already missed him. Seo walked up to Namgung and asked, "Is he okay?" Namgung asked, "So why did he come here?" Seo said he would help him go. With his permission, he would keep the sword for now. But immediately he was blocked from leaving by his enemies. Mok asked Seo would he be able to get through. Seo laughed and replied that if they moved out of the way he wouldn't mind. Namgung saw that this young man was showing such bravery before he died. Not only him, but his father's sword lord could hardly compare to him. Mok replied that unfortunately they couldn't let them through. Seo said that in that case he would have to make them. Mok immediately ordered his men to kill this guy. Seo stood in the middle of everyone's back with Namgung. Seo immediately used the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat attack. And in a moment he killed several opponents. Chi saw this and couldn't believe that the guy was using a sword with embedded internal energy. Seo slowly walked forward and once again used the 1,000 Warriors horizontal defeat attack. The general said it was incredible. Every child knows this technique. But this young man puts a colossal amount of energy into it. He saw the others pouncing on him and decided to use a Tarzan jump. With this attack, he scattered all the enemies around him. He shouted for them to stop him from attacking. Let them all attack at once. Seo saw the people following him and used a wind and rain attack in all directions, and smashed the entire land in front of them. The enemies shouted to their own to take cover. But this time they didn't make it in time, and had to be regretted for it. The general saw that 8 sword strikes in a second wind and rain in all directions. That's a move every Pesh in the neighborhood knows. But he can't believe it. The Blood Devil squad can't handle one person. He asked, is it possible to win with such a technique? He immediately took up his sword and said that it was a disgrace to the Blood Devils. He immediately went into battle and told Seo that he would be his opponent. Quack stood in a tree and said that he hoped he would be okay. Dan told Quack that he should have stopped him then. Gom said he couldn't have done it if he'd wanted to. Quack said that Somun was right, it was better to die on the battlefield than to run away like this. Dan told him not to get worked up. Gom also said they had no one to blame. There's nothing they can do. They just have to wait. At this time, Seo was fighting alone and 2 masters at the same time, and was very good at even defending himself. Seo saw and felt that it wasn't easy to fight the masters. Mok thought, what's wrong with this guy? He's been fighting non-stop for half an hour with a wounded man on his back. But there's not a trace of fatigue on his face. They certainly didn't know there was a monster in the Righteous Coalition. Where did he come from? Seo immediately used his Tarzan jump and killed a couple more enemies that were attacking him. But that wasn't all there was to it, and immediately used 1,000 horizontal defeat warriors against the masters. The general was saying that he refused to believe in such talent. It was hard for him to accept his skills as an archer, but the fact that he was also a master swordsman. The counselor turned to the elder and said that because of his sluggishness, they would no longer be able to catch up with the White Sect army, but they must capture him. The general asked the counselor, does he think they can do it? It's been half an hour since he's been continuously putting his energy into sword strikes, but still not a drop of sweat on the young man. It's the kind of man the earth carries with great difficulty. Seo realized it was time for him to call it a day. The longer the battle, the worse it would be for him. He would try to fight their leader. Seo immediately headed for him, and then in the moment Mok thought he'd made it, and he made it. Mok thought he was able to evade his blow. Had he ever seen a blade so fast? Mok told Seo that he wanted to know what kind of reception brought him to his knees. Seo replied that it was their family's crowning technique. The Heartless Sword is the first sword of the Triple Unity technique. Mok said, so the Heartless Sword, he didn't even feel it. He's glad it was him, the Lord of Bow and Blade. And then the head attacked and shouted to his brother, Mok, and immediately attacked Seo with his own attack. Seo immediately used his attack in return so that he could break away from him a bit. Chi thought that if the White Sect had a Blade Lord, then they, in the Black Sect, had a Heavenly Sword Lord. The general told the guy that he was about to see how long he could last. And then Seo felt that his spiritual energy was running out. Seo said that running away here is obviously not going to help him. So be it. I decided to fight him right away. The general said the guy was running away. Did he realize it was pointless? Or did he want to fight for real? The general immediately used his sword blast attack and pointed it straight at the guy. Seo immediately realized that this technique could only be countered by the Trinity Unity Sword technique. But his energy wouldn't be enough. Seo closed his eyes and attacked with the second technique of the Triple Unity Sword without love. Immediately, he aimed it at the enemy, and then the general felt it all and even his leg trembled. He used his crowning trick. Seo passed through the energy and pierced the general's chest. The enemy clutched his body and said he was ready to defend himself. Seo felt that he was hurt and could not linger any longer. Immediately, he said he had to run away. The counselor shouted to his men to chase after him. That swordsman is also wounded. Blood Devil Squad. Have them bring his head. He immediately went after the general. The elder said that he never thought Hikuin-sa would ever be struck down like this. He shouted for everyone to stop immediately. We need to inspect the elder's wounds first. At this time in the forest, Seo felt like he had no strength. Everything was blurry in his eyes. Had he lost too much blood? And then he saw the enemies in front of him and heard them shouting that the guy was over there. Seo immediately got ready to fight. Seo realized that he had no energy left at all. He wouldn't be able to use it. And he didn't have the strength to make a move. Seo said he would not give up without a fight. Seo was able to make one attack and in a moment felt that he couldn't feel his sword in his hands. The enemies were screaming that the guy could barely stand on his feet. And now he's definitely theirs. And immediately attacked him at once.